Chapter 2145. With this group of hidden spirit temples people as bodyguards, the return journey could be said to be very peaceful. There were many crafty and sinister foe beasts in the mysterious ice forest. However, there was no need for Shao Qin to make a move. Along the way, Yuanjun appeared very enthusiastic, feeling that he would be able to obtain the Ice Fire Lotus platform. Yuanjun rejoiced in his heart, but he did not show it. Instead, he chatted happily with Shao Qin. As Yuanjun spoke, his impression of Shao Qin changed significantly. This Shao Qin had a unique understanding of Buddhism. Shao Qin did not seem like an outsider who only knew a little about the Buddhist sect. He believed that a monk should not care about the mundane world, living in peace and few desires. Yuanjun's many insights were refreshing to Yuanjun. Given this, Yuanjun was no longer in a rush. Since Yuanjun was not in a rush, Shao Qin was even less in a rush. While the two were not in a rush, Feng Xiaobai and the other three were so anxious that rage filled their hearts. The four chased frantically all the way to the Holy Domain's divine capital, but they did not see Shao Qin's figure. How can it be like this? Feng Xiaobai felt confused. The four of them were half-step sovereign emperors with deep and unfathomable cultivations. Compared to Shao Qin, their cultivations were much higher. Even if Shao Qin managed to escape the Sea of Fire first, they should not have been unable to see his figure. Shao Qin had formed his divine seal and merged his Tao domain with his soul. His soul energy was several times stronger than that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. The distance that he could explore far surpassed that of Shao Qin. However, along the way, they did not see Shao Qin's figure at all. It looks like he has a secret treasure that can teleport people in the Holy Domain. Damn it! Teleporting in the faux god world was extremely dangerous. Space-time flowed in reverse, and one might get disturbed if one was not careful. Although it was dangerous, it did not mean that it was not possible. One could exchange for such secret treasures with faux god coins in the 100 Treasure Pavilion. However, the price was high and the quality-price ratio was low. Most people rarely exchanged for them. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility. Otherwise, Shao Qin would not have disappeared from their sight for no reason. What should we do now? Mu Yunju asked seriously as he looked at the other three. Feng Xiaobai paced in front of the Holy Domain's divine capital, thinking to himself. After a while, he said, "Now that we have reached the Holy Domain's divine capital, there is no chance of taking his life anymore. I wonder what happened to the Ice Fire divine origin. No matter how I think about it, I'm still full of anger. Now, I really can't do anything to him." Aside from some special places in the Holy Domain's divine capital where people could spar, fighting was prohibited elsewhere. Unless both parties were willing, even if they could fight, it was impossible to kill anyone in the Holy Region's divine capital. This was the Saint Domain's prohibition. If something were to happen, even the superpowers behind them wouldn't be able to protect them. The few of them were in a terrible predicament. They couldn't swallow this anger in their hearts, but there was nothing they could do. He heard anxious shouts coming from afar. Turning his head, he saw that it was his junior brother following him. Senior brother, senior brother. When Feng Xiaobai saw his junior brothers flustered and extremely anxious, he frowned and asked, "What's going on? Why are you all so flustered?" After one of them rested, he said in a deep voice, "Senior brother Feng, that Shao Qin hasn't gone far. He's still behind." What? The expressions of Feng Xiaobai and the other three changed drastically. This was truly shocking, they were in disbelief. That's impossible. The four of us chased all the way. How could we let him slip behind us under our noses? Mu Yunju said resolutely, refusing to believe it. Bai Yunfei said coldly, "Since he is behind us, with so many of you, could it be that you cannot capture him alone?" The Bushan Palace disciple said with some grievance, "Senior brother Bai, he was with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. They left together from the primal chaos flame sea. They were chatting and laughing, and their relationship was very good. We did not dare to make a move. Bai Yunfei and the other three were intelligent people. The moment they heard this, their complexions immediately turned ashen. We got fooled. Back then, Xiaoqin had purposely mocked them, wanting to infuriate the four into chasing blindly out of humiliation. However, at this moment, the four sneaked behind them and met up with the Hidden Spirit Temples group. The crown prince of an empire, an outstanding talent of a sect, is only a so-so. Now that they thought about it, these words were incredibly ear-piercing, making them blush in embarrassment. The group of junior brothers did not dare to say anything, lest they say something that would anger these four. Damn it! Damn it! To think that this Xiaoqin played us like monkeys. Bai Yunfei's handsome face turned completely black at this moment, filled with indescribable rage. He had already been fooled by Xiaoqin once in Cloudwater Marsh and the Desolate Sea. Even so, Bai Yunfei respectfully addressed him as senior. That was already a great humiliation. This time, he was fooled again. As the saying goes, it's impossible for a person to make the same mistake twice. But Bai Yunfei had been fooled twice in the past. The first time, he was fooled into addressing Xiaoqin as senior. This time, he was even more embarrassed. Not only was he fooled, but he was even mocked in public. How could Bai Yunfei endure this? The other three showed extremely unsightly expressions, no less than Bai Yunfei's. They were so frustrated that they nearly vomited blood. However, they could not think of a good solution. Senior brother, they are here. One of them pointed to the back. Then, they saw Xiaoqin descending from the sky with the Hidden Spirit Temples group, slowly landing in the Holy Domain's divine capital. Xiaoqin chatted happily with Yuanzhen. I will definitely kill him. The 3 scarlet marks on Bai Yunfei's forehead formed a beautiful orchid that looked like it would ooze blood. Such a scene startled the other people from the Bushin Palace. They quickly pulled Bai Yunfei back. Senior brother, calm down. This is the Holy Domain's divine capital. We cannot attack here. There are people watching us from the city walls. Indeed. Senior brother, it is not worth it for this person. The others feared that Bai Yunfei would act rashly in his anger. If he failed to kill Xiaoqin, he would end up in the Holy Domain's heavenly prison. If that happened, he would be completely ruined. That would be exactly what Xiaoqin wanted. Ha ha ha. Yuanzhen, brother Bai wants to kill me. As a member of the Buddhist sect, you should advise him to rein in his murderous heart. Being so easily angered is not good for his body. When Xiaoqin walked over and saw Bai Yunfei's flustered and exasperated appearance, he laughed without any fear. Yuanzhen stepped forward and pressed his palms together. May the Buddha bless you. Benefactor Bai, why bother? Since you are already in the Holy Domain's divine capital, don't cling to your murderous heart. Buddha is merciful. Benefactor Bai, please calm down. Don't be anxious, don't be impatient. Don't have a murderous heart. Otherwise, it will be hard to dispel your heart demon. You will soon face a bloody calamity. Pu Ci. To think that this bald donkey Yuanzhen actually recited his Dharma name. Bai Yunfei immediately cursed in his heart. However, when the words reached Bai Yunfei's mouth, he could not spit them out. Anger overwhelmed him, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. His complexion instantly paled, and he looked extremely dispirited. The combination of Bai Yunfei's handsome face and his pale complexion made one's heart ache. Senior brother, when the Bushin Palace's disciples from the White Marsh Beast Empire saw this scene, they immediately felt anxious. At the same time, they were startled and horrified. This repulsive monk said that senior brother would face a bloody calamity. To think that it really came true. When Feng Xiaobai and the other two saw this scene, they could not help being startled. They quickly calmed down, no longer getting angry. It looked like this monk was really on the same side as Xiao Qin. Bai Yunfei did not know what he had experienced to hate Xiao Qin to such an extent. After Mu Yunzhu calmed down, he looked at Xiao Qin and Yuan Jin. Then, he said, I found it strange that the ice-fire divine origin disappeared for no reason this time. It looks like your hidden spirit temple did something. Feng Xiaobai's expression turned cold as a murderous intent flashed on his face. It looks like the two sides are working together, each taking what they need. One is seeking the ice-fire divine origin, and the other is seeking the ice-fire lotus platform. We were really miserably tricked. What a good scheme. This Feng admires it. Yuan Jin immediately felt somewhat anxious. He explained, you really maligned me. The mystery of the ice-fire divine origin's disappearance has nothing to do with the hidden spirit temple. Xiao Hozun retorted indifferently, there is no need for you to explain whether it is related or not. Even now, you are still treating us like fools. Do you think that we are really stupid? The mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. Sooner or later, we will settle this debt with your hidden spirit temple. After giving Yuan Jin a cold look, Xiao Hozun shifted his gaze to Xiao Qin. Then, he turned and left without saying a word. Yuan Jin's expression already turned somewhat unsightly. He felt helpless in his heart. You are really stupid as a pig. After speaking nonsense, you thought that you understood everything. You even want to settle this debt with the hidden spirit temple. There is no way to communicate with you. Mu Yunzhu and the others left one after another, feeling very vexed. They did not want to remain here for another second. Every time they saw Xiao Qin, they would feel angry. If they could not hold back, they would end up like Bai Yunfei. Mu Yunzhu felt so frustrated that he vomited blood and fainted. After the group of people left, Yuan Jin looked at Xiao Qin and asked, Benefactor Xiao, what do you think? Are you willing to trade the ice-fire lotus platform? Xiao Qin nodded and replied, I have considered it very clearly. This ice-fire lotus platform is very important to the Buddhist sect. I intend to personally visit and present it to your honored temple for free. Yuan Jin immediately felt stunned. Then, he smiled helplessly and said, Benefactor Xiao is really considerate. I will represent the hidden spirit temple in thanking you in advance. You are too polite. I'll take my leave first. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute and left, vanishing from the group's vision. Senior brother, he is tricking us. He said that he is giving it to us, but he did not add a time limit. If he were to give it to us 10 years or 100 years later, we would not be able to reason with him. As Yuan Jin looked at Xiao Qin's departing figure, he seemed very open-minded. He smiled and said, how could I not know? He is such an intelligent person. How could he hand over the ice-fire lotus platform just because of some words from me? It is within my expectations. Let's go. This person has a deep friendship with our temple's little ancestor. Remember to treat him politely whenever you see him. Little ancestor. The hidden spirit temple had many old ancestors, but there was only one little ancestor. That was an existence that even the abbot had to avoid, an existence that could not be offended. Upon hearing Yuan Jin's words, the other hidden spirit temple disciples all trembled, feeling that it had been a close call. No wonder this Xiao Qin could fool them. How could someone who had a deep friendship with the little ancestor and did not die be someone to offend? That was not right. It was not a question of whether Xiao Qin should be offended or not. It was as senior brother Yuan Jin said. Xiao Qin absolutely could not be offended. As everyone looked at Xiao Qin, they felt that his back seemed much taller. Chapter 2146. Once he entered the Holy Domain's divine capital, he would be completely safe. When Xiao Qin returned to his own courtyard, he heaved a sigh of relief. It was really a narrow escape from death this time. He had only wanted to kill some mastiffs in the periphery, but someone had set up a trap and he had nearly died to the mastiffs. Xiao Qian only wanted to nurture the heavenly snow divine flame and the universe origin true flame. However, the moment he opened his eyes, the leaders of the 4 super factions targeted him. Fortunately, there was no danger, and the harvest was not bad. Now that Xiao Qian's cultivation reached peak consummation, he could be considered officially a heaven-defying sovereign personage. As a sovereign personage, one's veritable essence energy and soul energy had already been cultivated to their limits. There was no more room for improvement. Nurturing the universe origin true flame and the heavenly snow divine flame was part of the plan. His cultivation was a pleasant surprise. Normally, it would take at least a year or 2 of hard work to reach the peak. This was because the faux god world had an extremely dense environment in the first place. Furthermore, there were all sorts of resources that could be exchanged for with faux god coins. The next direction of cultivation was to condense divine seals. After forming the divine seal, the might of Xiao Qian's soul energy and Dao domain would reach a whole new level. At that time, even if Feng Xiaobai and the others worked together, Xiao Qian would not fear them. In the primal chaos flame sea, Xiao Qian had to use a scheme to trick these 4 people away. This was because the 4 were peak experts among half-step sovereign emperors. With the support of their divine seals, they were able to survive. Martial techniques and cultivation techniques could bring out a might far surpassing that of a heaven-defying sovereign personage. It would be fine if 1 person worked together. However, if 4 worked together, Xiao Qian would not stand a chance of victory. Forming a divine seal was the first step to breaking through to the sovereign emperor realm. It was crucial to the sovereign emperor realm. Divine seals were divided into different levels. The more Dao domains that fused with the soul, the stronger the divine seal. The attributes of the Dao domain would also affect the divine seal. For example, the divine seal formed by the Death Dao domain was stronger than the divine seal formed by the Thunder Dao domain. Of course, it would be much more difficult. Right now, Xiao Qian only grasped 1 Dao domain, the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. He had yet to break through to the Dao domain. As for reincarnation, he was still stuck at the level of will. He had yet to grasp the Dao of reincarnation. If he had a choice, Xiao Qian would naturally choose to merge the cycle Dao domain with his soul and form a divine seal. However, this was clearly unrealistic. The will of cycle was too difficult to cultivate. While Xiao Qian was confident of grasping the cycle Dao, he did not know if he could break through to the Dao domain. This was because the reincarnation Dao was too powerful. It had already surpassed time and space. It was an ability that even faux gods would find difficult to grasp. Putting aside the Samsara Dao for now, Xiao Qian was not someone who was willing to be mediocre. He would definitely not just fuse a single Dao domain with his soul. If Xiao Qian could not break through to the Dao domain in his Ice Dao and Saber Dao, he definitely would not form a divine seal. Next, I'll focus my cultivation on comprehending the Saber Dao and the Ice Dao. Xiao Qian revealed a contemplative expression. It seemed that because he had merged with the Ice-Fire divine origin, he felt that his Ice Dao could break through to the Dao domain at any time. On the other hand, Xiao Qian's specialty, the Saber Dao, was forever separated from the Dao domain by a thin layer of fog. It felt very close yet very far. He had once lost some things, and it was extremely difficult to find them again. Oh, right, I have not looked at my Ice-Fire Lotus platform in detail yet. Xiao Qian had nearly forgotten about one of his greatest gains on this trip. With a thought, the Ice-Fire Lotus platform flew out of his storage ring. The Lotus platform consisted of a total of 360 lotus leaves. It had a natural Dao and spiritual energy. With one look, one could tell that it was extraordinary. As Xiao Qian looked at the lotus platform floating in the air, he entered deep thought. I probably won't be able to make out anything from just looking at it. I don't know much about the Ice Fire Lotus platform either. I have to ask someone. Let's go to the 100 Treasure Pavilion. The 100 Treasure Pavilion was a place where one could exchange faux god coins for treasures. There were excellent appraisers there. They could appraise any treasure. Of course, that was on the premise that one had sufficient faux god coins. After a while, Xiaoqin arrived at the 100 Treasure Pavilion's appraisal area. This item does not need any special appraisal. Give me 500 faux god coins, and I can tell you its origins and uses. The appraiser was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. His cultivation was unfathomable. He gave a price with one look. Xiaoqin still had some faux god coins on hand, so he happily handed over 500 faux god coins and waited for the appraiser's answer. This is the Ice Fire Lotus platform, born in the Ice Fire continent. The Ice Fire Lotus platform has always been favored by the Buddhist sect's esteemed monks. Its greatest use is comprehending the Tao. Even the esteemed monks of the Buddhist sect can use this item to help them comprehend Buddhist principles. When Xiaoqin heard that, he felt excited. Indeed, Yuan Zhen had kept a trick up his sleeve. How was this a lotus platform that esteemed monks used to show off their status? It was clearly a priceless treasure. For others, they can use this lotus platform to comprehend the Tao, martial techniques, and some mysteries. It can allow them to achieve twice the results with half the effort. It is similar to the faux god prayer mats in the comprehension platform. However, as it is naturally formed, it is even better. The appraiser continued, if this item is forged using a Buddhist sect secret technique, it can be refined into a soul tool that can be used to ward off lightning and undergo tribulations. The most important thing is that your Ice Fire Lotus platform has a total of 368 lotus petals. The highest quality lotus platform that appeared in the Ice Fire Wasteland only has 160 petals. Its value is simply inestimable. I nearly got cheated. Xiaoqin thought to himself, I got lucky. Had I listened to Yuan Zhen, I would have cried myself to death. Xiaoqin suppressed his excitement and asked, do I need a Buddhist sect secret technique to forge it? Can the faux god world refine it? No. The appraiser shook his head. Then, he looked at Xiaoqin and gave a negative answer. Then, he added, you are a member of the Heavenly Alliance. Perhaps the Heavenly Alliance can think of something after you go out. After all, the Heavenly Alliance gathers all the Grandmaster blacksmiths in the world. It might be possible. Many thanks. This gave Xiaoqin some hope that he could think of something after he went out. The old man was very responsible. After saying that, he explained the many uses of the Ice Fire Lotus platform to Xiaoqin. The old man even explained its origins in detail, including the strong secret treasures forged using it in history. This made Xiaoqin feel that the 500 faux god coins were worth it. After receiving the Ice Fire Lotus platform, he thanked the old man again. Young Master Xiao, you are too polite. This is just this old man's duty, the old man said with a smile, feeling satisfied with Xiaoqin's politeness. Xiaoqin raised his eyebrows and asked, feeling curious, Senior, you know me? Naturally. You broke the 1,000-year record for the Trial Tower's first floor, and you broke the third floor's highest difficulty in history. How can I not know you? I remember that many faux god bladesmen wanted to take you as a disciple back then. However, Senior Shimu stopped them, the appraiser said casually with a nod. The appraiser nodded slightly as he spoke casually. However, his words shocked Xiaoqin. What? Back then, many faux god bladesmen wanted to take me as a disciple, but this Senior Shimu stopped them. Xiaoqin did not feel surprised when he heard that. Back then, he only thought that he was not too outstanding and did not overthink it. Unexpectedly, there was such a secret which flabbergasted him. Is this true? Of course. How can I speak carelessly about such a thing? Xiao Chen did not say anything more. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. When he walked out of the 100 Treasure Pavilion, he felt somewhat confused. Why did Senior Shimu do this? Is it because I defeated his statue, so he hates me? That's not right. If he hates me out of jealousy, he would not have given me the painting and let me obtain the fiendish saber inheritance. The thoughts of that old senior are really unfathomable. Xiao Chen sighed and stopped thinking. Then, he returned to the courtyard and took out the second painting that Lu Benwei once gave him. The style of the second painting was different from the first one. It was very realistic. It was a picture of a lake with ripples on the surface of the lake. A drop of water slowly fell from the sky. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Compared to the first painting, this second painting was even simpler and more ordinary, even harder to understand. However, Xiao Chen comprehended all things rejoicing together from the first painting. This second painting definitely had its mysteries. Now that Xiao Chen's saber Dao had reached a bottleneck, he placed most of his hopes of breaking through the bottleneck of the Dao domain on this second painting. Perhaps it would be better for me to sit on the lotus platform and comprehend it. As he thought this, Xiao Chen took out the ice fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Xiao Chen immediately sensed a profound and incomprehensible feeling coming from the lotus platform, filling his entire body. It was just like when he comprehended at the bottom of the lake. Xiao Chen now understood. It turned out that he was already sitting on the vague form of the lotus platform at that time. Let's not care about that for now. Let's see what exactly is so profound about this painting. Chapter 2147. In the Void God realm, in a place where clouds and mist lingered, a group of mountains could be faintly seen. The majestic mountain range was like a coiled dragon soaring through the clouds. The mountain peak was like a blade, piercing through the sky, standing proudly. This was where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated in seclusion in the faux god world. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out, and a figure shuttled through the clouds like a celestial being. His posture was agile and his temperament was extraordinary. It was Lu Benwei, one of fiendish saber Shimu's nominal disciples. At the peak of the mountain range, in the depths of the endless clouds and mist, there was a mountain peak that stood upside down. Countless vines wrapped around it, giving it an ancient and boundless feeling. Lu Benwei flew all the way, and when he arrived, he slowly landed. There were many ancient buildings on the inverted platform. Lu Benwei walked toward one of them. His master, fiendish saber Shimu, was waiting for him. Strange, why did master suddenly summon me here? Lu Benwei thought to himself, feeling a little puzzled. Generally speaking, his master rarely summoned him without saying anything. If he had any instructions, he would definitely inform him in advance so that he could make preparations. Lu Benwei felt some doubt when he saw fiendish saber Shimu. After bowing respectfully, he said, "Greetings, master. I wonder, why did master summon this disciple?" Fiendish saber Shimu had a head full of white hair, and wrinkles covered his old face. Only his eyes remained frighteningly sharp. "It's nothing. Let me ask you, did Xiao Chen look for you?" Lu Benwei was stunned when he heard this, but he still answered truthfully, "Master, Xiao Chen hasn't looked for me for more than a year. He hasn't contacted me at all." Fiendish saber Shimu could not help feeling stunned. He stroked his beard and muttered, "That shouldn't be the case." Could it be that he couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting? He didn't have any doubts at all. With his talent, he should be able to see the abnormality. Shimu did not think that Xiao Chen could comprehend the mysteries of the painting so quickly. However, he should be able to tell that the painting was extraordinary. According to his conjecture, since he could see the abnormality but didn't know much about it, he should seek Lu Benwei's advice. However, it had been more than a year since he had contacted Lu Benwei. Shimu felt confused. Strange, did I make a mistake? He really couldn't see through the mysteries of the painting. Couldn't he guess what kind of opportunity was contained in the painting? If he had known about the inheritance represented by the fortuitous encounter in the painting, how could he not be tempted? If it were anyone else, he would have long sought out Liu Benwei. After some thought, he felt that this was not a bad idea. This means that this brat cannot compare to my younger self. It was just a coincidence that he defeated my statue in the trial tower. With this thought, fiendish Saber Shimu smiled and said, "Go and bring him over. Say that I want to meet him." Liu Benwei could not help but ask in surprise, "Master, what are you doing?" Fiendish Saber Shimu smiled and said, "This fellow is pretty good. I want to take him in as a nominal disciple and give him some pointers." Liu Benwei was speechless. He didn't understand what his master's logic was, but since it was an order, he just had to follow it. Yes, this disciple will obey master's orders. In the Holy Domain's divine capital, Shaoqin sat cross-legged. He had been comprehending the Tao on the ice-fire lotus platform for more than half a month. In his eyes, the painting in front of him was no longer the same as what he had seen in the past. Shaoqian's vision was now focused on the lake in the painting, on the droplet of water falling from the air. The droplet of water and the lake. One was insignificant, the other vast. One was nimble, and the other was calm. The scene looked peaceful, a droplet of water and a lake. In reality, there were surging undercurrents, clashing with one another. In Shaoqian's eyes, this droplet was like a powerful bladesman showing off his sharpness. It was a powerful bladesman with lofty ambitions, carrying the courage to die as it fell from the sky. This droplet of water had lofty ambitions. This droplet of water wanted to challenge a lake. Paw! The scene continued to change. Shaoqian felt like he was in the painting, seeing nothing but emptiness. Rain was about to fall from the sky. Thunder rumbled, and thousands of droplets of water fell from the sky. However, a droplet of water gathered in the sky, unmoved. It allowed the other droplets of water to come and go, leaving them to fade as they fell from the sky. This droplet of water remained unmoved. This was a lonely droplet of water and also a proud droplet of water. Whoosh! The rainwater on the ground gathered into countless tributaries, slowly forming a lake in front of Shaoqin. The surface of the lake widened. However, that droplet of water continued to hang high in the sky, unmoved. The heavens were enraged. The thunderclouds scattered, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky, punishing on behalf of the heavens, using the power of the sun to scatter this droplet of water. However, something strange happened. When this droplet of water shone on it, it glistened like crystal. The hotter the sunlight, the more resplendent it was, the more dazzling this droplet of water became. This droplet of water was so proud. The sun set and the sun rose. This blazing sun roasted this droplet of water for 3,333 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before, not changing its past. The heavens were enraged. Then, the heavens used thousands of lightning bolts to strike it, wanting to completely destroy it. Another 3,333 years passed. This droplet of water did not change its past, remaining as proud as before. The heavens raged and used strong winds to torture it for 3,333 years, the blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning tormented it for a total of 9,999 years. However, this droplet of water remained as proud as before. For 9,999 years, the lightning, strong winds, and intense flames could not change its past. It only made it shine even more resplendent, washing away all the impurities on its body. It became crystalline and pure, as beautiful as a demon. What is a demon? Someone as lonely as me, hanging high in the 9 heavens for 10,000 years, existing alone. What is a demon? Someone as proud as me, not fearing the heavenly might. Just like that, Xiaochen watched this droplet of water for 9,999 years, watching this droplet of water hang high in the sky, not changing its past. The scene suddenly changed. Xiaochen retreated and saw this droplet of water continue falling. Paw! When this droplet of water landed on the lake, the vast lake instantly exploded. The sky also shattered at this moment. This droplet of water expelled all of the lake's water. The droplet of water pierced through the lake and exploded the boundless lake water. No matter how much water there was in the lake, it could not contain the heart of this droplet of water. Boom! Xiaochen felt shocked. In the next moment, he startled awake. Xiaochen's entire body was drenched in sweat as if he had had a very long dream. Then, he looked at the painting floating in front of him. The scene in the painting still had not changed. It was still a droplet of water slowly falling, and the lake remained calm and peaceful. Xiaochen leaped down and put away the ice fire lotus platform. Then, he opened the painting in his hand and carefully looked at it, entering deep thought. Even a droplet of water can become a demon. The blazing sun, strong winds, and lightning cannot destroy it. It only adds to its elegance, making it look even more demonic. Not going with the flow, not following the will of heaven, not respecting the heavenly might. A droplet of water shatters the sky. Xiaochen entered deep thought. The inheritance contained in this painting was simply incredible. Fiendish Saber Shimu's nominal disciple, Lu Benwei, comes to seek an audience with the Heavenly Alliance's Xiaochen. Just as Xiaochen was deep in thought, Lu Benwei's voice rang out in the courtyard. Xiaochen muttered, "What is he doing here? Is he here to give me the third painting?" After putting away the painting, Xiaochen went out to receive Lu Benwei. Then, he performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Greetings, Big Brother Lu." Lu Benwei gave Xiaochen a strange look. "You look very pale. Did something go wrong with your cultivation?" Xiaochen knew that he had exhausted too much of his mind while comprehending the second painting. So, he wanted to tell the truth and ask for guidance. Lu Benwei asked, "Do you need to rest? My master would like to meet you. Fiendish Saber Shimu wants to meet me." "Alright, I want to meet him as well." Xiaochen was very curious about what kind of existence this fiendish Saber Shimu was. Why did Shimu reject all the other foe gods who wanted to take him in as a disciple and refused to take him in as a disciple? Also, why did Shimu give him the fiendish saber painting? There's no need. We can leave now. Big Brother Lu, please lead the way. Xiaochen immediately answered without hesitation. "Come with me, then." Lu Benwei nodded slightly and sized up Xiaochen. He also wondered why his master suddenly wanted to take Xiaochen in as a nominal disciple. The two were filled with questions as they rushed to where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. Chapter 2148. Big Brother Lu, might I know why Senior Fiendish Saber is looking for me? Xiaochen asked Lu Benwei out of curiosity along the way. Lu Benwei led the way without answering. After a while, he said, "Let's talk after we meet Master. Since he did not instruct me to tell you, he clearly does not want you to know." So mysterious, Xiaochen thought to himself. This only piqued his curiosity. 15 minutes later, the two slowly distanced themselves from the Holy Domain's divine capital. Lu Benwei said, "Follow me closely. I'm going to bring you through a few spatial tiers. Don't get lost. Otherwise, it will be very problematic." Right. At the mention of spatial tiers, Xiaochen could not help being more cautious. If he got lost in one, it would be really troublesome. Lu Benwei did not lie. Not long after he spoke, his figure flashed and entered a spatial tear. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen quickly followed, not daring to hesitate. After passing through 6 spatial tiers, the scene before him suddenly opened up. He saw an incredibly vast mountain range shrouded in clouds. Occasionally, mountain peaks broke through the clouds. They were like powerful sabers, shining with a dazzling light. Just as one was about to find them, they hid in the clouds. This was truly astonishing. Many winding mountain peaks, many demonic geniuses in the cloud sea. These words suddenly appeared in Xiao Chen's mind, making him feel as if he was on an isolated mountain peak. These isolated mountain peaks seemed to have a mind of their own. The instant they broke through the cloud sea, Xiao Chen's bloodline surged involuntarily. A saber intent wanted to break out of his body to compete with them. It was like the mountain peaks were not mountains but powerful bladesmen. Clang! Suddenly, before Xiao Chen could react, he could no longer hold back the saber intent that he suppressed in his body, bursting out. A mountain peak appeared in the cloud sea and also shot out a saber intent. The two saber intents clashed intensely in the vast cloud sea, producing metallic clangs that resounded in the world. Dang! 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 In that instant, countless hidden mountain peaks appeared at the same time. When each mountain peak appeared, it gave off a strand of saber intent. Immediately, the boundless cloud sea for 500,000 kilometers reverberated with boundless saber intent. Xiao Chen's expression immediately changed. What's going on? Brother Liu. Turning his head to look, Liu Benwei had already disappeared without him knowing. Brother Xiao Chen, this is Master's test. Don't worry too much. Liu Benwei's voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind, but he was nowhere to be found. Xiao Chen did not have much time to think. In an instant, hundreds of saber intents shot at him. Senior brother, this Xiao Chen doesn't seem like much. He's only taken a few steps, but he's already unable to suppress the saber intent in his body. Outside the sea of clouds, 5 people stood side by side, 4 men and 1 woman, looking at Xiao Chen, who was deep in the sea of clouds. That woman was elegant and had a face that could topple a city. She looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. This was the Divine Dragon Empire's White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Riyue. The 5 were fiendish saber Shimu's nominal disciples. Aside from Liu Benwei, the others were new members of the other super factions. Because they showed extraordinary talent in the saber Dao, Shimu took a fancy to them. However, he did not formally take them in as disciples. I think he is in trouble. He is too careless, activating hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. He will be finished if he gets struck by one. Junior Sister Liu, what do you think? The one who spoke was a handsome man from the profound Heaven Holy Land. His name was Zhang Yushan. Lu Riyue felt some disgust in her heart, but her expression did not change. She replied indifferently, it's hard to say. Zhang Yushan smiled and said, what's so hard to say? I don't believe that he can retreat unscathed. Clang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, Xiao Chen drew his saber and danced in the cloud sea. The flawless saber Dao used the body as a saber and the intent as a saber. In this breath, Xiao Chen's entire body burst out with thousands of saber lights. Ding! Ding! Dang! Dang! Xiao Chen's fine black hair fluttered, and saber hums sounded like zither music. At the crucial moment, he brought out his flawless saber Dao to its limits. In nearly an instant, Xiao Chen sent out more than 1,000 saber strikes, draining 1/3 of his veritable essence energy. Saber chi surged, erupting with resplendent light in the cloud sea. Xiao Chen barely managed to block the hundreds of saber lights from the fiendish peaks. Upon seeing this scene, the expression of Zhang Yushan, who just finished speaking, changed slightly. Then, he shut his mouth and remained silent. However, Liu Benwei, who was at the side, remained silent. Xiao Chen activated hundreds of fiendish peaks in one go. It was not that he was careless. It was just that the saber intent in his body was too sharp. Although Xiao Qin had not comprehended the saber Dao domain, the sharpness of this saber intent surpassed that of the 4 people beside him. After all, Xiao Qin was someone Master took a fancy to. Since he managed to avoid this calamity, the remaining tests should not be a problem. Indeed, as Lu Benwei expected, when these fiendish peaks first appeared, they caught Xiao Qin off guard. Xiao Qin nearly fell for it on the spot. After Xiao Qin stabilized himself and brought out his normal strength, dealing with the rest became easier. Soon, the clouds parted, and the fiendish peaks disappeared. An ancient, inverted peak with thousands of vines hanging from it appeared in Xiao Qian's vision. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber. He knew that he had passed the test and could meet Senior Shimu now. However, Xiao Qin felt somewhat dissatisfied in his heart. This Senior Shimu is really strange. He is clearly the one who wants to meet me, yet he is testing me. If it were Xiao Qian's previous temper, he would have left on the spot. However, after thinking about it, the other party was a faux god expert, a powerful bladesman of his generation. He had a temper, so there was no need to bother with him. Xiao Qin. A voice called out. Xiao Qin turned his head to look and saw Lu Benwei. There were 4 other people beside him. Xiao Qian's expression immediately changed. Then, he looked at Lu Ryue. To think that she was here as well. These are the nominal disciples that Master took in. They are the new members of the various super factions. Let's go and meet Master now. I will introduce them to you later. Lu Benwei pointed to the 4 people beside him and explained to Xiao Qin. Aside from Lu Ryue, the other 3 looked at Xiao Qin with some disdain. They did not even nod or greet him. When Lu Benwei saw this scene, he smiled coldly in his heart. These 3 relied on their half-step sovereign emperor cultivation to comprehend the Saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had already comprehended the Saber Dao domain. Furthermore, they had become nominal disciples long ago, so they somewhat looked down on Xiao Qin. However, they did not know that Xiao Qin, whom Master had not met personally, held a much higher position than the other 4. Xiao Qian's status was much higher than theirs. He even gave Xiao Qin 2 fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Furthermore, these 4 only cultivated on the mountain and received pointers. They had not even seen the fiendish saber inheritance paintings. Xiao Qin did not care about the 4's attitude. He only looked at Lu Ryue and smiled. We meet again. When Lu Ryue heard that, a blush flashed on her face. She remembered the last time the 2 met. Under the bright moon, in the center of the lake, Xiao Qin had taken advantage of her being caught off guard to kiss the back of her hand. However, Lu Ryue adjusted her emotions in the blink of an eye. Then, she said, Indeed, we meet again. This is the faux god world. I will not interfere with your grudge with the Divine Dragon Empire. However, if you dare to pester me, I do not mind capturing you and bringing you back to the Empire. In name, Xiao Qin was still a wanted person in the Divine Dragon Empire, the White Dragon Holy Daughter. As the White Dragon Holy Daughter, Lu Ryue naturally had a duty to capture Xiao Qin and bring him back to the Divine Dragon Empire. However, she only said that. Because of her younger sister, Lu Ryue did not care about capturing Xiao Qin. Given that, Lu Ryue just wanted Xiao Qin to stop making things difficult for her. On one hand, this person had taken liberties with her. On the other hand, Xiao Qin was her younger sister's sworn friend. Maintaining a distance between them was the best choice. Many thanks. When Xiao Qin heard that, he smiled faintly and thanked Lu Ryue. However, a dense melancholy flashed in the depths of his eyes. If it were in the past, Lu Ryue would not have said that to him. She would have doted on him instead. However, now, the 2 of them, who clearly loved each other, stood together like strangers. When Xiao Qin smiled seriously on his delicate face, he looked very pretty, like an iceberg melting. However, no one could understand the sorrow behind his smile. It was indescribable. Even so, Xiaochen still felt very happy. This smile came from the bottom of his heart, driven by his true feelings. As for the sorrow and helplessness, he could just savor it himself. Let's go, then. Liu Benwei did not overthink. He only felt that his master was still waiting, so he called out for everyone to follow. Stay away from junior sister Ryue. I have 10,000 ways to make trash like you live a life worse than death. Zhang Yushan whispered a threat as he passed by Xiaochen. Then, he gave Xiaochen a cold look before catching up to Liu Benwei. Chapter 2149. Stay away from junior sister Ryue. Zhang Yushan's threat lingered in Xiaochen's ears, but he ignored it. Xiaochen was currently immersed in some memories of the past. When he saw Liu Ryue again, he felt very conflicted. He could not be bothered with this fly. Master, this fellow is very despicable. Should we teach him a lesson? The demon blood vulture said angrily as it materialized and turned into a beautiful, demonic, scarlet bird perched on Xiaochen's shoulder. Xiaochen said indifferently, he is just a fly. There is no need to mind him. After following the group for about 7 minutes, Xiaochen saw fiendish saber Shimu in a large hall. The simple and plain hall had simple decorations. Compared to the demonic atmosphere outside, it looked somewhat out of place. Greetings, Master. Liu Benwei stepped forward and bowed. The others performed cup-fist salutes at the same time. As Xiaochen bowed, he quietly sized up fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu had a head of white hair and a face full of wrinkles, giving him an aged air. As he looked at the group, he nodded slightly. Xiaochen thought to himself, this senior Shimu before me is very different from the one I saw in the trial tower. The senior Shimu in the trial tower was strangely handsome, possessing a delicate beauty that did not belong to a woman. His entire body gave off a fiendish aura, living up to the name Fiendish Saber. This senior Shimu before Xiaochen was an old man with an extraordinary air but a lethargic air, appearing very ordinary. If one had to say what was special about him, it would be his eyes. Xiaochen could vaguely see the sharpness of the past, the vastness of the years. Yes, Master. Disciple and the other junior brothers welcomed young Master Xiao together. After Liu Benwei made the introductions, he led Liu Ryue, Zhang Yushan, and the others out of the hall to watch from afar. Greetings, Senior Shimu. I am honored to be summoned. Xiaochen stepped forward and bowed formally, expressing his respect and admiration for a faux god expert. This was respect from the bottom of his heart. The martial Dao was difficult. After the heavenly realm shattered, the martial Dao became even more difficult. Since then, it was already extremely rare for one to surpass the limits of mortals and advance to Sovereign Emperor. One could dominate a region and be called a peak expert. Surpassing Sovereign Emperor and igniting the divine flame to become a faux god was even more difficult. Faux gods already stood at the peak of the martial epic's pyramid. Any faux god was an expert that others looked up to. Aside from Liu Benwei, Liu Ryue and the others did not know why Shimu's master called Xiaochen over. Junior sister seems to have some old grudges with this kid. If it's inconvenient for you to make a move, senior brother is willing to do it on your behalf. When Zhang Yushan heard what Liu Ryue said earlier, he tried to curry favor with her. Liu Ryue did not have a good impression of Zhang Yushan at all as she cultivated in this mountain. If it wasn't for the fact that they were from the same sect, he wouldn't have given them any face. Now that he started a conversation for no reason, he was in a bad mood. Furthermore, as the White Dragon Saintess, she had long been famous in the southern region. She had high standards, and her talent and bloodline were excellent. Hearing those words, he was quite displeased and said coldly, "You think I'm not strong enough?" Zhang Yushan was snubbed, so he smiled sheepishly and said, I wouldn't dare. Liu Benwei found this funny. However, he was rather old and had long since passed the age to care about such trivial matters. His expression did not change, but he did not say anything. Senior brother, I think this brat and Liu Ryue have some sort of relationship. The White Dragon Saintess is famous for her decisiveness in killing in the southern region. She is no weaker than the dragon god Crown Prince. If she has a grudge with Xiao Qin, how can she let him off so easily? Zhang Yushan moved to the side, and the other two junior brothers stepped forward. Naturally, I thought of that. Earlier, I probed him with my words, and I think I'm most likely right. Zhang Yushan looked at Xiao Qin, who was standing in the hole. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he did not say anything else. Why do you think Master is looking for this brat? Could it be that he wants to take him in as a disciple? Could it be that Master does not fancy any of us? Nonsense. He probably doesn't fancy you. First senior brother should know. However, first senior brother is really tight-lipped, not revealing a single word. The three had known each other for a long time. After seeing Xiao Qin display his saber skills in the Fiend Peaks, they felt some enmity for him. They worried that fiendish saber Shimu might really take Xiao Qin in as a disciple. Unfortunately, fiendish saber Shimu called Xiao Qin over to take him in as a disciple. Shimu stood up and looked at Xiao Qin. He felt satisfied with Xiao Qin's words, actions, and bearing. Then, he nodded slightly and smiled. Not bad. I've long heard that the Heavenly Alliance has produced the youngest member in history with incredible talent for the saber. I've been paying attention to you since you challenged the Trial Tower. Breaking the 1,000-year-old record on the first floor left a deep impression on me. Actually, breaking his statue clone on the third floor left an even deeper impression. However, Shimu was stubborn and proud. He definitely would not mention such an embarrassing matter. Honestly speaking, Shimu felt conflicted when facing Xiao Qin. On one hand, he cherished Xiao Qin's talent and wished that he could immediately pass on his mantle. On the other hand, he did not want to admit defeat. This time, Shimu made up his mind to take Xiao Qin as a disciple mainly because he concluded that Xiao Qin could not comprehend the inheritance painting that he gave him. Shimu was still not as good as his younger self. Hence, he convinced himself and gave himself a way out. Then, he quickly summoned Xiao Qin. When Xiao Qin heard that, he thought to himself, I really can't figure you out. Since you think so highly of me, why do you only summon me after almost 2 years? Why do you not allow the other foe god Bladesmen to take me in as a disciple? Naturally, Xiao Qin could not show such emotions. He could only express his honor. The two chatted for a while, mostly about trivial matters, not related to anything else. However, Shimu's words were sharp, all related to the Saber Dao. Shimu already felt very satisfied with Xiao Qin's calm response. Xiao Qin, have you taken a master before? If you have, who is your master? Shimu suddenly asked, changing the topic. Xiao Qin's heart skipped a beat. At this point, he finally understood Shimu's intention in summoning him. Xiao Qin's expression did not change, but the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two changed drastically. Shimu wanted to take Xiao Qin in as a personal disciple. Generally speaking, nominal disciples didn't need to worry too much about sectarian views and didn't need to care too much. However, a personal disciple was different. Xiao Qin wanted to inherit his mantle and nurture him as a successor. Shimu needed to clarify this. If Xiao Qin had taken an expert before, there would be some conflict and he needed to think about it further. Liu Benwei was not surprised. Before he came, he already knew his master's intentions. However, when he saw it for himself, he still felt somewhat gratified. He had followed his master for hundreds of years. Although their relationship was deep, he was only a nominal disciple. Xiao Qin knew the reason. He was anxious that Xiao Qin was not talented enough. Inheriting his master's mantle would only bring shame to the name of the fiendish saber, preventing it from flourishing. Xiao Qin did not like that either. Actually, Xiao Qin knew that his master was very anxious. He had always wanted to find a truly talented bladesman. His master had imparted everything he knew to Xiao Qin, fulfilling his wish before he died. However, his master was proud and stubborn, unwilling to compromise at all. As a result, he had always been depressed. Now that Shimu wanted to take Xiao Qin in, he had fulfilled one of his greatest wishes. This was good. Lu Ryue was rather calm. Shimu had accepted her because he owed the white dragon old ancestor a favor, giving her pointers in the saber technique. However, Lu Ryue's style was different from the fiendish saber. Furthermore, she had always been confident that even if she did not inherit the fiendish saber's mantle, she could carve her own path. However, the expressions of Zhang Yushan and the other two flickered, appearing uncertain. They felt somewhat unhappy in their hearts. Xiao Qin replied calmly, "There is only one person who truly has a master-disciple relationship with this junior. She is the most important person in my life. She is my first teacher and the person I love the most." When Shimu heard that, he revealed a smile. If it was just his first teacher, there was no problem. As for the relationship between Xiao Qin and this first teacher, it was not something that Shimu cared about. Outside the hall, when Lu Ryue heard what Xiao Qin said, she thought to herself, "The person I love the most already has a lover." Thinking of this, she felt a strange pain in her heart for some reason. Good. 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 Xiao Qin, since that is the case, I'll be direct. I want to take you in as my disciple and pass on my mantle to you. Not as a nominal disciple but as a personal disciple. Fiendish saber Shimu revealed a relieved smile on his wrinkled face, appearing very happy. When Shimu smiled in high spirits, the wrinkles on his face disappeared, making him look much younger. A faux god, a peak bladesman at that, wanted to take Xiao Qin as a disciple. Even if Xiao Qin had not come into contact with the fiendish saber inheritance, he had no reason to reject it. After coming into contact with it, he had even less reason to reject. I am extremely honored. Xiao Qin performed a cupped fist salute. Fiendish saber Shimu stroked his beard and smiled. Very well. Take out the first painting that I got Ben Wei to give you. I'll explain it to you in detail. Given your talent and comprehension ability, you will definitely be able to comprehend it in less than a month with my guidance. When Xiao Qin heard that, his heart immediately skipped a beat. It's over. This painting was burned to ashes long ago. However, after thinking about it, he realized that he was already Shimu's disciple. There should be no problem with telling Shimu that he comprehended the inheritance and obtained the fiend blood. Reporting to Master, this disciple has already comprehended the first painting. However, the painting is already burned to ashes and cannot be taken out. Currently, I am comprehending the second painting. There are some things that I do not understand. How can a drop of rain destroy the sky? After Xiao Qin spoke, he took out the second painting and asked for guidance. However, even after Xiao Qin spoke for a long time, Shimu did not say anything. Xiao Qin maintained the posture of opening the painting, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The silence in the hall was somewhat scary. The atmosphere suddenly turned strange. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall rejoiced in their hearts. It seemed like there was a turning point, so they immediately turned nervous. What's wrong? Lu Ryue clearly sensed that Xiao Chen's expression changed drastically after he took out the painting. Xiao Chen's heart thumped heavily. Unexpectedly, he broke out in a cold sweat. He said in confusion, "Master, who is your master?" Shimu had already withdrawn his smile. Now, he laughed coldly, making everyone tremble in fear. When Xiao Chen heard that, he said awkwardly, "Senior, you said it yourself earlier." Shimu retorted coldly, I do not take in people who speak nonsense. You said that you comprehended it, so you comprehended it. Xiaochen felt some rage in his heart. Even if you are a senior, a faux god expert who stands at the peak of the martial Tao, someone who I am not even an ant to you, there is no need to toy with me like this, right? You are the one who gave me the painting. You are also the one who stopped the other faux god experts from taking me in. You are also the one who summoned me and took me in as a disciple. I, Xiaochen, did not beg you to take me in. What did I do wrong? What do you mean I speak nonsense? I, Xiaochen, never boast. If I say it, it means it. Look carefully and see if I have comprehended it or not. Xiaochen was also filled with rage. Earlier, when he saw Lu Riyue, he felt somewhat suppressed. Now that he vented his anger, he could no longer suppress it. His respect for a faux god expert was also tossed to the back of his mind. Xiaochen's hot-bloodedness surged as he unleashed all the saber intent in his body, using the resentment in his heart. Then, Xiaochen drew his saber and pointed it at the sky. The ground seemed to sense the rage and dissatisfaction in Xiaochen's heart. It seemed to have a life of its own, resonating with his saber intent and surging like waves. What is a fiend? I rejoice with all things. In that instant, thousands of saber lights shot out from the ground. In just an instant, thousands of holes appeared in this ancient hall, which had a formation supporting it. Beams of light pierced through the holes and gathered on Xiaochen's body, showing the tyranny of the fiendish saber. The light lasted for only 1 second. In the next moment, the entire ancient hall collapsed. This ancient hall, which had existed for countless years, turned into ruins without any signs of life. Zhang Yushan and the others outside the hall were flabbergasted. They were all shocked by Xiaochen's grace at this moment. Senior, did I speak nonsense? Xiaochen asked as he sheathed his saber. Fiendish saber Shimu's expression turned even more unsightly. The aura flowing in his body inspired fear. Before Shimu, Xiaochen felt incredibly insignificant. However, at this moment, he decided to throw caution to the wind. Even if he died under the other party's palm strike, he would accept it. There were some things that Shimu was not in the wrong, so there was no need to compromise. Pu Ci. Just as Zhang Yushan and the others thought that Shimu would kill Xiaochen with one palm strike, Xiaochen vomited a mouthful of blood. After vomiting this mouthful of blood, Shimu's aged face looked even older. His body even wobbled somewhat. This stunned Xiaochen, somewhat at a loss. Master. Lu Benwei quickly leaped over and went to Shimu's side to support him. Chapter 2150. Fiendish saber Shimu appeared somewhat weak. However, he was a faux god, after all. No one dared to underestimate him. However, they did not understand why he suddenly vomited blood. What a fellow! How dare he disrespect Master? Kill him! When Zhang Yushan saw the situation, he rejoiced in his heart. He knew that his opportunity had arrived. This was the best opportunity to kill Xiaochen. Killing Xiaochen would prevent Shimu from taking him as a personal disciple. Secondly, he would prevent anything from happening between Shimu and Lu Riyue. This was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Earlier, Xiaochen's all things rejoicing together had shocked them. If they allowed Xiaochen to condense a divine seal, how incredible would that be? Now was a good time to heavily injure Xiaochen after he executed all things rejoicing together. Whoosh! Zhang Yushan and the other 2 were very scheming. With someone taking the lead, the other 2 immediately understood. The moment they attacked, they did not show any mercy, bringing out the full might of a half-step sovereign emperor. Before Lu Riyue could react, the 3 arrived above Xiaochen and executed their killing moves, sealing off all angles of attack. No matter what Xiaochen did, one of the killing moves would strike him. As long as he got struck, he would be severely injured. Then, one more move would finish him off. Coincidentally, when Xiao Chen saw Shimu vomiting blood, he did not know what to do. He focused his attention on Shimu, not knowing what happened. By the time Xiao Chen reacted, the three had already arrived before him, holding the initiative. Xiao Chen could not help feeling enraged. These three were extremely shameless. Xiao Chen had always been a decisive person. He instantly analyzed the situation. These three were half-step sovereign emperors, their cultivation suppressing his. Furthermore, they executed their killing moves. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen had executed all things rejoicing together, draining his soul energy and veritable essence energy. Even if he brought out 120% of his strength, he would only be able to dodge the killing moves of two. Since that was the case, there was no point in dodging. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Zhang Yushan. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Now, only Zhang Yushan remained in his world. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He saw a determined look in Xiao Chen's eyes. Xiao Chen's aura, this was a killing move that would not rest until Zhang Yushan was dead, even if they had to sacrifice two people's lives. That's right, Xiao Chen's plan was like this. Since he could not avoid this killer move anyway, so what if he took another one? It was better to die in glory than to live in dishonor. If they wanted to kill him, they had to be prepared to die first. Step down. However, just as this danger was about to erupt, Shimu shouted coldly. However, he did not move at all. Blood trickled down the corners of Zhang Yushan and the other two's mouths. They were sent flying at the same time. After landing on the ground, they tumbled a few times, looking extremely miserable. If I want to kill someone, it's not your turn to do it for me. The three of you will be imprisoned in the Thunder Saber prison for a month. Panic immediately flashed in the eyes of Shimu and the other two. The Lightning Saber prison was a saber prison that Shimu collected primal chaos lightning in the faux god world and refined with his own strength. It was used to train disciples for experiential training. However, it was extremely horrifying inside. Staying there was torture. It was fine to train for 1 or 2 days. However, if one stayed there for a month, ordinary people would be half dead when they came out. However, Zhang Yushan and the other two had no choice but to obey. It was not easy for them to obtain the guidance of a faux god, allowing their strength to grow rapidly. Although they were just nominal disciples, many people outside begged to be the disciples of a faux god expert. They could not give up on this opportunity so easily. The three knelt and said, "Disciples know their mistakes. We will definitely obey Master's orders." The three felt dissatisfied, but they still obediently withdrew and headed for the Lightning Saber prison. Shimu looked at Xiao Chen and thought for a long time. Then, he turned and left, not saying anything. Xiao Chen felt very confused. Sometimes, being able to distinguish right from wrong was not a good thing. As Xiao Chen looked at Shimu's departing figure, he felt somewhat guilty for some reason. Perhaps he had been too rash earlier, too rude. No matter what, Shimu was the one who gave him this inheritance painting. Earlier, when Zhang Yushan and the other two wanted to take the opportunity to kill him, Shimu dealt with it. Lu Ryue said softly, "To think that Master even gave you the inheritance painting. It looks like he really wants to take you in as his personal disciple." Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he turned his head and asked, "However, why did he suddenly change his attitude towards me?" Lu Ryue remained somewhat silent. She did not understand why Xiao Chen was so unhappy after Master gave him the painting, even though he clearly comprehended it. "I don't know. Master's temper has always been strange. Aside from first senior brother, no one can figure it out." Xiao Chen sighed in his heart, showing some worry on his face. He could tell that Shimu's expression was truly somewhat weak. The essence blood of a faux god was already very precious. spitting out a mouthful would be fatal. Unless Shimu had a hidden injury that had yet to heal, a very serious hidden injury. Earlier, Xiaochen acted rashly, angering Shimu to the point that his hidden injury relapsed. This was not good. Xiaochen did not know what to do at this moment, so he appeared very dispirited. From what you said just now, your first master is already your lover. Just at this moment, Lu Riyue suddenly asked. When Xiaochen heard that, his originally dispirited heart immediately felt hurt. My lover is right before my eyes, yet she is far away. Heaven knows, the earth knows, and I know. Only she does not know, yet she still asked this. After thinking for a long time, Xiaochen asked softly, Miss Lu, why do you ask this? Don't you know? My younger sister is deeply in love with you. Back then, she even wanted to ask the white dragon old ancestor to save you. I hope that you will not let her down, Lu Riyue replied. If not for her, my father would not have interfered with the Golden Dragon Palace's line of sight, allowing you to leave the Divine Dragon Empire safely. When Xiaochen heard this, he guffawed. However, his laughter sounded somewhat sorrowful. Xiaochen felt heartache, not for himself but for Lu Riyue. To think that she would say such a thing. The White Dragon Old Ancestor. Your memories are either the White Dragon Old Ancestor or the White Dragon King. To think that you are speaking up for someone else. Back then, if I had the strength, I would have killed the White Dragon King first. As Xiaochen laughed, he stopped after a long time. Then, he said sullenly, there is nothing between me and Ruyun that I let her down. It is just the relationship between siblings. After a few more years, she will understand. Miss Lu, it is best that you don't say such things in the future. Lu Riyue had good intentions, but Xiaochen rejected her decisively. There seemed to be more to this than met the eye. Lu Riyue was an intelligent person. Xiaochen did not hide his expression from her. After some thought, she asked, Young Master Xiao, you seem to have something that you cannot say. No. Xiaochen replied calmly. His expression did not change, but his heart bled. There were some things that he knew but could not say. If he said it, the White Dragon Old Ancestor would rush to the faux god world to kill him. Lu Riyue would be in danger as well. Furthermore, saying it might not be of any use. I'll just watch you like this for now. When I become strong one day, Lu Riyue immediately felt somewhat angry. Xiaochen clearly had it, yet he said that he did not. I gave you a chance out of kindness, yet you lied to me. Lu Riyue snorted coldly and turned to leave. Xiaochen's mood sank to rock bottom. The matter of fiendish saber Shimu and Lu Riyue. Xiaochen always thought that his mental state was already very strong. However, when it came to the weakest feelings hidden in the depths of his heart, he could not even withstand one blow. Xiaochen took out a bottle of moon-burning wine and sat on the rubble expressionlessly, drinking alone. At the summit of the mountain peak, fiendish saber Shimu looked at the cloud sea. His weak expression appeared somewhat desolate. Shimu was an extremely stubborn person. He did not want to show this desolate expression before Xiaochen, only showing it now. The clouds shrouded the place, looking very majestic. Shimu had a head full of white hair and an aged expression. He muttered, I thought that Pan Huang was the only bladesman in the world who could defeat me. Looking at it today, this is truly laughable, extremely laughable, Pu Ci. Before Shimu finished speaking, he vomited another mouthful of blood. This time, he vomited blood 3 times in a row. Lu Benwei felt heartache as he watched from the side. He did not know how to advise Shimu. After a long time, Shimu muttered to himself, how can a drop of water shatter the firmament? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven. As Shimu muttered to himself, he seemed to be speaking nonsense. At first, Lu Benwei did not understand. Slowly, he realized that his master was answering Xiao Chen's question. Although Xiao Chen did not understand, he firmly remembered it, not missing a single word. After Shimu finished speaking, Lu Benwei said, "Master, I'll go and make arrangements for Xiao Chen's accommodations first." Shimu remained silent, not saying a word. Lu Benwei understood what Shimu meant. He performed a cup-fist salute and took his leave, heading down the mountain. Chapter 2151. In the ruins of the ancient palace, Xiao Chen drank alone, thinking about something. Lu Ryue's expression was equally unsightly. She was still angry at Xiao Chen, angry at him for lying to her despite having something he could not say. The two stood with their backs to each other, not saying a word. The atmosphere turned silent. Caw! Caw! Lu Benwei stepped on the rubble and appeared before the two. Lu Ryue gently drifted over to Lu Benwei's side. Then, she asked, "Senior brother, how are master's injuries?" "It's fine. It's just some old problems. Junior sister, there is no need to worry." Lu Ryue nodded slightly and took her leave, not willing to linger. Xiao Chen stood up and walked over to Lu Benwei. He said somewhat guiltily, "Sorry, big brother Lu. I was rash before this." Xiao Chen had always been like this. Wrong was wrong, right was right. Previously, he had been too stubborn and rash, causing Senior Shimu, whom he owed a debt of gratitude, to vomit blood. No matter what, he could not justify this. Xiao Chen thought about it. Back when he was in the ice-fire wasteland, if not for fate, he would have comprehended all things rejoicing together. Perhaps he would have died in the mouths of the mastiffs. With such a debt, he could not show off his skills before Senior Shimu. Lu Benwei patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and said, "Come with me. I'll tell you a story." Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen followed Lu Benwei. He pushed off with his feet and soared into the air. Then, he arrived at a cliff and sat down to watch the clouds rise and fall. The clouds here were like fog, vast and boundless. In the blink of an eye, it looked like a boundless fog sea. Sitting at the cliff and watching the sea, one felt like they were in the sky or at the seaside. It was incredibly wondrous. Lu Benwei took out a flask of wine and said, "In the past, there was a person in a noble clan of swordsmen with 10,000 years of inheritance. His father, grandfather, and ancestors were all swordsmen. He started practicing the sword at the age of 3 and displayed outstanding talent. He bore the expectations of his clan. However, no one knew that what he truly loved was the saber. When he was 12, he was forced to leave his clan for the sake of practicing the saber. The facts prove that his choice was not wrong. He's handsome and can be considered a monster, but his talent in the saber Dao is even more monstrous. He is known as the fiendish saber. Before the age of 100, he became a sovereign emperor. His saber skills are unique. Many of the old seniors' understanding of the saber skills cannot compare to his. They all think that he will definitely become a powerful bladesman with boundless prospects. But he left home at a young age and was obsessed with saber techniques. He didn't learn anything about how to conduct himself. Her character has always been like that of a 12-year-old child. She is proud and stubborn, likes to listen to others' praises, and cannot stand external stimulation. Even after becoming a sovereign emperor, she still has the heart of a fragile girl. That's nothing. Most of the Sword Dao seniors like him, and many swordsmen praise him generously. As Xiao Chen listened at the side, he already knew that Lu Benwei was talking about the fiendish saber Shimu. To think that this Shimu came from a noble clan of swordsmen. Since ancient times, there has been a battle between the sword and the saber. However, martial artists were always competitive, and they always wanted to see who was better. This was a noble clan of swordsmen. Furthermore, it was a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. Clearly, they placed great importance on the distinction between the sword and the saber. If not for their dedication to the sword Tao and love for the sword Tao, without an atmosphere where the sword reigned supreme, a noble clan of swordsmen would not be able to exist for more than 10,000 years. In such a noble clan where the sword reigned supreme, a scion suddenly appeared and went to learn the saber. This could be considered disgraceful. It was easy to imagine what kind of mockery and difficulties this scion would face. Hence, Shimu left home at the age of 12, leaving a noble clan of swordsmen that had existed for 10,000 years. However, something seemed to have happened later. Liu Benwei paused for a long time before continuing. Given his pride and stubbornness, as well as his heart of glass, it should not have been a big deal. However, after he advanced to sovereign emperor, he returned to the main clan, thinking that he could prove himself to his father and the clan with his accomplishments. Xiaochen thought to himself, this is rather normal. Everyone wants to prove themselves. Back then, you all did not want me to practice the saber, making things difficult for me and mocking me. Now, I return with glory. But, he met a genius in the way of the sword that only appears once in 10,000 years in the family. Furthermore, he is also his cousin. In a situation where Xiao Chen's cultivation was lower than his, Xiao Chen used a 1-meter-long sword to break the saber in his hand. He lost miserably in front of the family elders, father and grandfather. Xiao Chen was stunned when he heard that. Just by putting himself in Shimu's shoes, he knew how embarrassed Shimu must have been. Originally, he wanted to come back to prove that he wasn't wrong, but he didn't expect to prove that he was wrong. Furthermore, someone weaker than Shimu had broken his saber. To Shimu, who wanted to show his holiness, this was a fatal humiliation. He could imagine that the clansmen who looked at him at that time must have been sneering and disdainful. There's no need to feel sorry for yourself. Just train hard and kill your way back in the future. When Xiao Chen heard this, he said softly, his tone filled with lofty sentiments and determination. That's right. That person thinks the same as you. A temporary setback is nothing. However, something happened just at this moment. A strange person using the saber suddenly appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. No one knows where he came from, but he just suddenly appeared. Then, he showed up in the central Great Realm with his superb saber skills. Soon, he rose up like a comet, kicking up huge waves among the bladesmen. This is a junior with even more talent than master. His saber skills are simply too dazzling, astonishing everyone. At the mention of this person, a trace of sorrow flashed in Liu Benwei's eyes. He no longer called Shimu by his alias and directly answered. This strange person who suddenly appeared was even more talented than master. When word of this reached master's ears, he naturally did not want to accept it. Master immediately fought with him and lost after 100 moves. After that, they fought a total of 9 times. Each time, the defeat was more devastating than the one before. The last time, Master advanced to Foe God and wanted to fight again. In the end, he lost before he could even draw his saber. Liu Benwei said sullenly, later on, everyone learned that that person came from an abandoned land. He called himself Pan Huang and always had a smile that could melt ice on his face. He was also known as the Spring Snow Bladesman. Do you know how strong this person is? The current ranking of experts in the Saber Dao does not include this person. My master is the strongest person in name. There is no point. This person has already gone too far on the path of the Saber Dao. Pan Huang. Xiao Chen's heart shook. Unexpectedly, he heard about Pan Huang's legend from Liu Benwei. He really wanted to say that he came from the same abandoned land as Pan Huang. However, after thinking about it, he held back and did not say it. This spring snow bladesman dealt an even greater blow to Master than his younger cousin. After defeat, he no longer has any intention of returning to the clan. Feeling curious, Xiaochen asked, "Who is his younger cousin?" Lu Benwei mocked, "This younger cousin of his is incredible. He is the strongest person in the Sword Dao, Su Han's Han. The Yanwu dynasty's Su clan is an extraordinary noble clan famous for the sword." When Xiaochen heard that, he remained silent. When he thought about this senior Shimu, he felt really helpless. Shimu was naturally conceited. Unfortunately, the two greatest enemies he faced were the strongest person in the Saber Dao and the strongest person in the Sword Dao. No wonder Shimu looked so old and lethargic, his temper strange. Hence, you actually don't have to apologize to Master. Master has such a strange temper. Just don't mind it. He looks old, but in reality, he has the heart of a young girl. He is not willing to admit that your talent is stronger than his. However, he cherishes your talent and cannot bear to bury it. So, he ordered me to send you the inheritance painting. He is a very contradictory and tangled person. When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat flabbergasted. Now, he finally understood everything. After being stunned for a long time, Xiaochen smiled in disappointment and frustration. Had I known earlier, if I had lost a senior statue back then, all this would not have happened. Lu Benwei smiled and said, "That might really be possible. What should we do now?" "I'll find a place for you to stay first. Just follow junior sister and cultivate with me for the next few days. Don't mind our master-disciple relationship too much. Given Master's temper, he will definitely not take you in. However, if you refuse to leave, he will not chase you out either." At this point, Lu Benwei thought of something. Then, he said seriously, "Oh, right. Before I left, I heard Master muttering to himself. It might be of some help to your problem. How can a drop of water shatter the sky? Only with disrespect can one have the possibility to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unyielding heart can one endure 10,000 years of loneliness, and only then can one have the chance to shatter the vault of heaven. Only with an unchanging heart can a drop of water turn into an endless vault of heaven." Xiaochen's eyes lit up, feeling suddenly enlightened. The many layers of fog in the second inheritance painting slowly parted. After listening to the painting, Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then, he quickly took out the painting and looked at it carefully. Unknowingly, Xiaochen immersed himself in the painting, forgetting everything else. Lu Benwei sat at the side, quietly drinking wine and not disturbing Xiaochen. Xiaochen thought enviously, no wonder Master cannot bear to bury his talent. Back then, I looked at this second painting for more than 10 years before I managed to understand a little. I nearly lost myself in it and could not come out. Since then, Master has given up on letting me continue learning the fiendish saber inheritance. That would only bring harm and no benefits. However, now, with just a few words from his master, Xiaochen seemed to understand everything, as if he already understood everything. Chapter 2152. Boom! After some time, the painting in front of Xiaochen burst into flames. A drop of spiritual blood flickered in the ashes, looking very strange. Xiaochen opened his eyes and revealed an expression of joy. He vaguely sensed that his saber Great Dao was one step closer to a Dao domain. The fiendish saber inheritance had many similarities to his flawless Great Dao. Back when Xiaochen comprehended all things rejoicing together, he vaguely sensed that the fiendish saber inheritance could complete his saber Dao. Now that he comprehended the second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, he was even more certain that he could form a saber Dao domain if he worked hard on the fiendish saber inheritance. When Lu Benwei, who was at the side, saw this scene, he was greatly startled. The wine flask in his hand fell off the cliff. This scene stunned Lu Benwei. He said, "You, how did you do it?" Back then, Master said that there was a drop of fiendish blood in this inheritance painting. Back then, Master brought out the fiendish saber inheritance to its limits. He had to find another way to complete it himself. However, he still could not obtain the fiendish blood. This could be considered a lifelong regret. Xiao Qin felt excited. This fiendish saber inheritance seemed to have a mysterious origin. Even Senior Shimu could not completely comprehend it. Xiao Qin guessed that it might have something to do with his flawless saber Dao. However, he did not dare to be sure. Sorry. I forgot myself. Liu Benwei performed a cupped fist salute and said, "Little brother Xiao Qin, congratulations on obtaining the second move of the inheritance, water droplet destroying the firmament." "Congratulations." Xiao Qin returned the bow and said, "Although I comprehended it, I will still need a long time to obtain its true meaning and bring out its might." "That is natural. However, there is no rush. Come with me. I will find a residence for you to stay in. In the future, you can cultivate here. There is no need to care about Shimu being the venerate. Just come with us to Fiend Cloud Hall to cultivate." "Thank you, Big Brother Liu." Ha ha ha. Of course. After arranging a residence for Xiao Qin, Liu Benwei said, "You can go directly to Fiend Cloud Hall tomorrow morning. Master will speak about the Tao there every morning." For the next few days, junior brothers Zhang Yushan and the other two will be in confinement. At that time, there might only be you, me, and junior sister Liu. Right. The cave was rather simple and crude. However, there were spirit-gathering formations, cultivation rooms, and secret realms. After looking around, he felt very satisfied. The primal chaos spiritual energy was much better than in his residence in the Divine Qin. Early the next morning, Xiao Qin opened his eyes and washed up. Then, he rushed to Fiend Cloud Palace. Xiao Qin, Xiao, the Qin, and Heaven, Spirit, Xiao Qin Yu. While in the primal chaos, Mu, Yu, Xiao, and Sun, the Ilum. Of. With of King. Chen, Dao, of. He, Dao. Is. In today's lecture, we bladesmen naturally cultivate the saber Dao. There were 3,000 great Daos, and there were no distinctions between them. However, there were always some special great Daos that, once comprehended, would allow one's strength to reach astonishing heights. For example, the space-time Dao, the reincarnation Dao, the death Dao, and the life Dao. Unfortunately, our saber Dao is not a special saber Dao. However, this does not mean that the saber Dao is weaker than these great Dao, because the ultimate goal of the 3,000 great Dao is the heavenly Dao. In the end, they will all return to the same place. Shimu spoke indifferently from the platform. His voice was calm, but his meaning was simple. He didn't deliberately mystify them, making them feel like they understood, but he also didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand. Instead, he didn't make them feel as if they didn't understand at all. This was especially so when Shimu explained some special great Dao like the Death Dao and the Cycle Dao. This was refreshing to Xiao Qin. As expected, it was good to have a master, especially an empty God realm expert. Xiao Qin leaned against a tree and listened attentively. Suddenly, he heard the voice stop. When Xiao Qin startled awake, he saw Shimu looking at him. Feeling a little guilty, he cupped his hands and said, "Xiao Qin greets Senior." Shimu glanced at Xiao Qin and ignored him. He continued speaking on his own, making Xiao Qin feel embarrassed. "Little brother Xiao Qin, sit beside me." Liu Benwei waved his hand, resolving Xiao Qin's awkwardness. Xiao Qin thanked Liu Benwei. Seeing that Shimu did not object, he quickly sat down. On the other side, Liu Ruel looked at Xiao Qin before withdrawing her gaze and fixing it on Shimu. After 15 minutes, Shimu finished his explanation. Lu Ryue started asking questions, asking what she did not understand. Shimu answered patiently, drawing inferences about other things. This made everyone feel like the clouds parted and the fog cleared up. Xiaoqin could not help saying, "I have a question. If a person loses something in the Saber Dao, they will discover that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Dao domain. However, I discovered that these things are crucial to forming the Saber Dao domain. It is extremely difficult to pick them up again. Instead, they have become bottlenecks. How am I to break through?" Shimu snorted coldly and retorted, "You are not my disciple. Why should I tell you?" When Lu Benwei saw the situation, he quickly said, "Master, disciple recently felt that my Saber Dao domain reached a bottleneck. I seem to have forgotten some of the things I learned in the past." Shimu glanced at Lu Benwei and said indifferently, "If you keep it in your mind, there will be an echo. Since it concerns a bottleneck, it must be a mark deep in your bones and soul. How can it be easily erased? If you are patient, you will eventually find it. If you feel that you have forgotten it and do not think about it, how can it respond to you?" After saying that, Shimu left. Xiaoqin stood up and said, "Thank you, Big Brother Lu." Lu Benwei smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I saw that you were indeed in a rush. Given your talent, you should have comprehended the Saber Dao domain long ago." Xiaoqin sighed and said, "If you keep it in your mind, there will be an echo. Senior Shimu is right. I need to be patient and persistent. My flawless Saber Dao will one day form a flawless Dao domain. Junior sister, please wait." When Lu Benwei saw Lu Ryue leave, he called out to her, "Junior brothers are not here today. However, we cannot delay this sparring session." Lu Ryue said, "Senior brother, you want to exchange moves with me? I am much stronger than you. Even if I suppress my cultivation, there is not much point. Let Xiaoqin spar with you. The two of you are similar in strength. If you exchange moves, with me giving you pointers, you will definitely improve." When Lu Ryue heard this, she immediately became unhappy. She was a person who drew a clear line between love and hate. The first time they met, Xiaoqin took liberties with her. Then, when she asked him to explain the secret, he lied to her that there was no secret. This made her very uncomfortable. Right now, Lu Ryue was not willing to exchange moves with Xiaoqin. However, due to her first senior brother, she had no choice but to agree. She said seriously, "Please give me pointers." Lu Ryue drew the short saber at her waist. A strong wind blew, and willow leaves fluttered about. Lu Ryue moved like a leaf in the wind, her figure hard to find. Lu Ryue attacked as soon as she said she would. She only wanted to defeat Xiaoqin quickly and end this exchange. As Xiaoqin watched Lu Ryue attack, he felt deeply moved. It was like he had returned to the days when he was at the Heavenly Saber Pavilion's Qingyun Peak. With one glance, he could tell the truth of the saber. To others, the name of the willow leaf saber might strike fear in their hearts. However, to Xiaoqin, it was very familiar. Although the willow leaf saber was a saber technique that Lu Ryue created, it was derived from the Qingyun Peak 7 secret techniques, especially the saber before her. This clearly had the shadow of the clear wind chop from back then. It followed the body like a shadow, only seeing the cool wind and not the saber. However, this time, it was even more exquisite. Not only could she not sense where the saber intent was, but her figure was also erratic. What was even rarer was that with the support of soul energy and the wind saber domain, its aura was incomparable. Dang! Xiaoqin drew the tyrant saber, and his saber moved like lightning. It looked like a casual strike, but it happened to strike the opening of Lu Ryue's move. "Hey!" Lu Benwei exclaimed softly, and his eyes lit up. Where did he find this opening? He did not even notice it. Lu Riyue was even more startled. When she saw Xiao Chen's expressionless face, she could not help feeling even angrier. Lu Riyue executed the willow leaf saber again. It gently drifted up and soared up. It was like a phantom of light and shadow, moving as fast as a strong wind. When Xiao Chen drew his saber, he blocked the attack at the critical moment again, appearing very ingenious. Good! Lu Benwei could not help clapping and cheering, revealing a smile. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiao Chen dealt with the moves as they came. Lu Riyue's originally unhappy mood had already drifted far away. She was now immersed in exchanging moves with Xiao Chen. She felt that Xiao Chen's moves were very profound. He always struck her weak points, allowing her to quickly make up for her deficiencies. This had a miraculous effect on the progress of her saber techniques. The most important thing was that Lu Riyue felt very satisfied for some reason. It was like the scene before her had become familiar, making her immersed in it unconsciously. She had never experienced this kind of feeling from any of the martial practitioners who had exchanged blows with her before. After 1,000 moves, the two of them sheathed their sabers and retreated. Ah, good! Junior sister, I was right, wasn't I? Exchanging blows with brother Xiao Chen is indeed very helpful to you. Lu Benwei laughed as he walked over and said softly. As if. Lu Riyue was afraid that she would not be able to hide her joyful expression. She put on a straight face and turned around to leave. However, the instant she turned around, her heart pounded heavily. Lu Benwei was confused and scratched his head. Isn't it good? Chapter 2153. After Lu Riyue left, only Xiao Qin and Lu Benwei remained in Fiend Cloud Hole. Looking at Lu Riyue's back, Xiao Qin entered deep thought. He was in a rush to tell Lu Riyue the truth. However, he warned himself over and over again that he was not strong enough. If he said it out loud, he would die early. The person he loved the most was right in front of him, but he had to pretend to be a stranger. Only Xiao Qin himself could understand the bitterness within. Brother Xiao Qin, this blade technique of yours is truly refreshing. However, the flaws are also obvious, Lu Benwei said with a smile. Every saber technique had its flaws. There was no perfect martial technique or cultivation technique in the world. Xiao Qin naturally understood this principle. He did not get angry. Instead, he said politely, Senior brother, please guide me. No problem. After some pointers, Xiao Qin was shocked to discover that the seemingly unremarkable Lu Benwei's skills with the saber were actually so exquisite. Not only did his cultivation surpass Xiao Chen's, but his understanding of saber techniques also shocked Xiao Qin. Shimu was far from as simple as Xiao Qin thought. If it were Shimu, he would be an existence that others could only look up to, only watch from afar and not talk about in detail. Lu Benwei was perfect. He could discuss with Xiao Qin in detail, and they complemented each other. Thank you, big brother Lu. I really benefited a lot. Xiao Qin cupped his hands and thanked him sincerely. Lu Benwei smiled and nodded. You're too polite. Remember to come again tomorrow. Although Master didn't accept you as a disciple, you should know what this means, right? I understand, Xiao Qin said softly. This meant that Shimu only could not get over the hurdle in his heart. Although he felt apologetic, he truly cherished Xiao Chen's talent and did not want him to be buried. The next day, Xiao Chen arrived at Fiend Cloud Hall on time. Then, he sat beside Lu Benwei and listened to Shimu's teachings. After Shimu left, Xiao Chen started exchanging moves with Lu Riyue. The two did not say anything. However, the tacit understanding between them didn't require too many words. Both of them could feel a strange feeling flowing in their hearts. Not only did their strengths improve significantly, but Lu Riyue found this feeling strange. However, she did not want to embarrass herself by asking Xiao Chen about it. Xiao Chen was well aware of this, but he was unwilling to take the initiative to explain. Time flew by like water. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. In the past 5 years, the two of them had not spoken more than 3 sentences. Lu Riyue gradually felt that the tacit understanding between the two of them had reached an incredible level. She felt that it was strange. But every time she saw Xiao Chen's calm expression, as if he was unwilling to say anything, she was a little angry and recalled that he had once said that he already had someone he loved the most. His heart, which had been slightly moved, gradually cooled down and calmed down. 5 years. Just like that, Xiao Chen stayed in Fiend Cloud Hall, listening to Senior Shimu's teachings for 5 years. Lu Benwei even asked questions on his behalf, indirectly receiving countless pointers. Although they were not master and disciple in name, they were already master and disciple in reality. 5 years. He had spent 5 years to complete his Saber Dao. He relied on the Ice-Fire Divine Origin to raise his Ice Great Dao to the Ice Dao domain. 2 years ago, Xiao Chen grasped 3 Dao domains. However, he did not rush to form a divine seal to advance to half-step Sovereign Emperor. This was because Lu Benwei said that Xiao Chen had not merged his 3 Dao domains. If he forcefully formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Furthermore, this divine seal was the crux of forming a divine flame. If he rashly formed a divine seal, it would result in an imperfect divine seal. Xiao Chen's strength would soar rapidly. He might be happy for a while, but it would be over when he reached the faux god realm. Following Lu Benwei's advice, Xiao Chen did not form a divine seal for the past 2 years, waiting for an opportunity. Counting the time, he had already been in the faux god realm for 7 years. More than half of the 10 years had already passed. During the 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, aside from cultivating on the mountain, Xiao Chen would challenge the trial tower if Senior Shimu did not speak about the Dao. Right now, Xiao Chen no longer cared about breaking records. He only challenged the trial tower to test what he learned in the mountain. Although Xiao Chen did not have any intention of breaking records, he had already broken many records along the way. Now, 2 people's names were the most eye-catching on the glory stele in front of the trial tower. One was Chu Chaoyun, and the other was the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Qin. However, Xiao Chen heard that Chu Chaoyun had already advanced to Sovereign Emperor and left. Xiao Chen did not get a chance to meet him. On this particular day, Senior Shimu finished his lecture in Fiend Cloud Hole. As per usual, Xiao Chen and Lu Riyue started exchanging moves. The two had interacted day and night for the past 5 years and already had a tacit understanding with each other. Without saying anything, they both made their moves and started exchanging moves in Fiend Cloud Hole. At the side, Zhang Yushan and the other 2 showed helplessness in their eyes. This was especially so for Zhang Yushan, who felt rage in his helplessness. Back then, Zhang Yushan had endured 3 months in the Thunder Saber domain after much difficulty. Unexpectedly, he had to meet Xiao Chen again for a few years. What Zhang Yushan found even more unacceptable was that his first senior brother always sent him to exchange moves with Lu Riyue. Now, it was Xiao Chen. After some negotiation, Zhang Yushan wanted to send Xiao Chen away. However, when he learned that his first senior brother would teach him a lesson, he could not accept it. After making a fool of himself in front of everyone, he could only watch Xiao Chen exchange moves with Lu Riyue. However, Zhang Yushan could not do anything about it and could only watch helplessly. If not for wanting to listen to Shimu's lecture for the past 5 years, Zhang Yushan would have left long ago. When he saw Shimu every day, he felt frustrated. After watching for a while, Zhang Yushan took the lead to leave with a cold expression. Soon, only Xiao Chen, Lu Riyue, and Lu Benwei remained. After exchanging moves, Lu Riyue surprisingly did not turn around and leave. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, you should be about to form your divine seal, right? Xiao Chen nodded and said, if I want to, I can form my divine seal at any time. In that case, quickly form your divine seal. The trial tower's 81st floor will open in 3 days. At that time, the people of the 5 super factions will participate. If you do not have the strength of a half-step sovereign emperor, you will be at a disadvantage. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt it was strange. He knew that the trial tower's 81st floor was open. He was also prepared to form his divine seal within these 3 days and advance to half-step sovereign emperor. In reality, if he had only merged his Thunder Dao domain with his soul 5 years ago, he would have been able to form his divine seal. However, he waited for 3 years to form his third Dao domain. After that, he waited for 2 years to form his perfect divine seal. Now, as long as Xiao Chen wanted to, he could form his divine seal easily. He would not even need 15 minutes. Xiao Chen's accumulations were already extremely horrifying. He could form his divine seal with 1 Dao domain in the faux god world. Only outstanding talents dared to condense a divine seal with 2 Dao domains. Those who condensed 3 Dao domains like Xiao Chen were few and far between. Hence, Xiao Chen felt that Lu Ryue's words were superfluous. What exactly was she trying to say? When Lu Ryue heard that, she said, since you said that you can form your divine seal at any time, then do it now. I'll watch from here. Xiao Chen immediately revealed a strange expression as he looked at Lu Benwei. Lu Benwei waved his hand, not understanding what Xiao Chen meant. What's wrong? Are you lying to me again? Bitterness flashed on Lu Ryue's face. Clearly, she still felt conflicted about Xiao Chen lying to her 5 years ago. When Xiao Chen saw Lu Ryue like this, he could no longer hide his usual cool and indifferent expression. Xiao Chen's eyes turned somewhat moist as he smiled bitterly. However, this smile eventually turned into lofty sentiments. He said seriously, why would I lie to you? I said that I can break through at any time, so I can do so at any time. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, 3 different lights flowed around his body. One was purple, representing the Thunder Dao domain. One was white, representing the Ice Dao domain. The last one was the most dazzling, representing Xiao Chen's flawless Dao domain. With just a thought, the 3 Dao domains entered Xiao Chen's forehead and entered his soul pool, merging with the azure-colored dragon seal that represented his soul. There were no obstructions. Everything happened naturally. The Dao domains merged with his soul, continuously changing. When the changes stopped, a golden dragon seal appeared like it was alive. It contained a supreme dragon might and the sharpness of a saber. It was accompanied by lightning and snow in his soul pool. A perfect divine seal. The 3 mysterious phenomena perfectly merged with Xiao Chen's soul, appearing in his soul pool. This golden dragon seal was a perfect divine seal. Boom! A soaring saber intent erupted from Xiao Chen's body, illuminating the entire fiend cloud hole. The mysterious phenomena in Xiao Chen's soul pool appeared, encasing the entire fiend cloud hole. Zhang Yushan and the others, who were halfway down the mountain, looked up and saw this mysterious phenomenon. Their expressions changed drastically. 3 mysterious phenomena. 3 mysterious phenomena. This fellow really condensed a perfect mysterious phenomenon. Up in Fiend Cloud Hall, Xiao Chen withdrew the various mysterious phenomena back into his body with a thought. In just an instant, Xiao Chen underwent a rebirth, condensed his divine seal, and advanced to half-step sovereign emperor. His strength reached a horrifying level. It looked like success came naturally. However, only Lu Benwei, who accompanied Xiao Chen, knew the loneliness and accumulation he had to endure. For this moment, Xiao Chen had put in 7 years of hard work. Very good. The hidden bitterness on Lu Ryue's face vanished, and she smiled. This was the first time she smiled before Xiao Chen in 5 years. This smile distracted Xiao Qin somewhat. When he startled to his senses, he only saw Lu Ryue's back. Lu Benwei was about to congratulate Xiao Qin when he suddenly slapped himself on the head. I got confused. Today is the day junior sister Ryue leaves the faux god world. Her 10-year period is up. Chapter 2154. Before I leave, I will watch you advance to half-step sovereign emperor and seek some peace of mind. That is good. Zhang Yushan felt very happy, feeling the pent-up resentment in his heart for more than 5 years being released. However, what was the point? In the end, he could only watch the person he loved depart before his eyes. As for me, only then can I leave in peace. Damn it, come, let's send off junior sister Lu. The two of us are stupid. To think that we forgot about such an important matter. She must be angry at us for not even remembering this. Zhang Yushan could not tell Lu Benwei or Lu Ryue about this pain. He could only hide it in his heart and pretend to be cold. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qin had formed a perfect divine seal. He immediately turned back, wanting to see if it was real or fake. This startled Lu Benwei into leaving quickly, somewhat flustered. Suddenly, his eyes lit up, and he said, I'm really flustered. Go and look for Master. Master will definitely be able to save him. Since Lu Ryue was not willing to say it, there was no need to force it. Xiao Chen's ice, lightning, and Dao domains also turned chaotic, uncontrollable. Lu Benwei stepped forward and checked Xiao Chen's pulse. He immediately panicked from fright. Xiao Chen came to the Great Thousand Realms to search for you. However, he ended up meeting her. Xiao Chen had even interacted with her day and night, but he felt wronged and lonely. No one could tell him about it. No one could understand his pain. Lu Benwei blamed himself. He turned around, wanting to give chase. However, when he looked back, he discovered that Lu Ryue was long gone. It was just that no one knew what the story behind this was. Using it on Xiao Qin was like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. However, when Lu Benwei sent Xiao Qin over, Xiao Qin was already on his last breath. Lu Benwei only knew that Xiao Qin had just broken through to half-step sovereign emperor, and his chances of survival were slim. A crack appeared in Xiao Chen's heart, and the veritable essence energy in his body turned chaotic. Uncontrollable veritable essence energy filled Xiao Chen's meridians. It was like a wild horse running amok in Xiao Chen's body. Whoosh! 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 Lu Ryue waited. This wait lasted 5 years. On Xiao Chen's forehead, there was also a flame that contained divine might. It emitted a gentle light that enveloped Xiao Qin. Given Lu Ryue's intelligence, how could she not guess the mysteries between the two of them after being together for 5 years? Xiao Chen's vitality was weakening bit by bit. Lu Benwei turned pale with fright. She turned to look at Xiao Qin, but just as she was about to speak, she realized that the latter's delicate face was frighteningly pale. Master, brother Xiao Qin, can he still be saved? A cold smile flashed in Zhang Yushan's eyes as he said, this Xiao Qin is crippled. He forcefully broke through and condensed a perfect divine seal, but he suffered a backlash. This is great. I reckon that even if Master is saved, he will be a cripple. Then what should we do? Helpless and heartbroken, he could only swallow it alone. If Xiao Qin had entered the Trial Tower's 81st floor as a heaven-defying sovereign personage, he would have been in great danger. Shimu did not answer. Instead, he said, tell me everything that happened today. Lu Benwei asked as he looked at Shimu anxiously. Xiao Chen's body was as cold as ice at one moment and incredibly hot at another. After a while, it felt like his entire body was filled with a sharp saber intent. Just a slight touch would leave wounds riddled in his body, and his palm would be covered in blood. When will he wake up? Since Xiao Chen saw Lu Ryue in Fiend Cloud Hall, he had interacted with her day and night. Every time he saw her, his heart ached more, like a silver needle stabbing into his heart. Xiao Chen wanted to make a move and stabilize the veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body. He believed that given his cultivation, he should be able to do so easily. Of course, it was practically impossible for a bona fide faux god to lower his status to save someone. After Lu Benwei vanished, 3 people appeared in Fiend Cloud Hole. They were Zhang Yushan and the other 2. Little brother Xiao Qin, what's wrong? The answer to Zhang Yushan's question was a mouthful of blood. Without any warning, Xiao Qin vomited a mouthful of blood and fell over. Even Shimu only had 1 portion. After using it, it was gone. After all, they were all junior brothers of the same sect. The 3 wondered if they should pretend to show concern to their master to gain a good impression. In the past 5 years, countless silver needles had been stabbed into Xiao Chen's chest and heart. Shimu did not think too much. He immediately took out the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment and pulled Xiao Chen back from the gates of hell. Lu Benwei could not dodge in time, and blood splashed all over him. By the time he recovered his wits, Xiao Chen had already fallen to the ground. Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. After all, they had been together for so many years. Xiao Chen even forgot to send him off. How could he not be angry? However, Xiao Chen did not know what kind of heartache Xiao Chen had endured for the past 5 years. How could someone who had just advanced to half-step sovereign emperor have such a scary expression? That was Shimu's faux god flame. Shimu was not a doctor and did not understand much about it. He was not good at saving people. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever, Lu Benwei immediately felt somewhat flustered. Clearly, something was wrong with Xiao Chen's current state. However, Xiao Chen could not say it. He did not dare to, and he could not. He could only grit his teeth and put on a stern face, pretending that nothing had happened. This stunned Xiao Chen. Then, he suddenly understood. The trial tower's 81st floor was open. At that time, all the experts of the 5 super factions would appear. Some false emperors in closed-door cultivation would not miss out on this opportunity. Xiao Chen ignored the strangeness of Xiao Chen's physical body and picked him up, flying towards the clouds. Xiao Chen tried a few times, even trying to forcibly suppress Xiao Chen, but he suffered an intense backlash. If something went wrong, even if Xiao Chen did not die, he would die because of Xiao Chen. I already said long ago that this fellow is trash. To think that Master gave him the inheritance painting, and we did not even let him take a look. Just thinking about it makes me angry. Xiao Chen did not know what cultivation technique Xiao Chen cultivated, but the veritable essence energy in his body was vast and heavy. At this moment, his veritable essence energy turned chaotic, like a group of demons dancing around. Even when they were about to leave, Xiao Chen still had no intention of saying anything, so Xiao Chen could only guess. However, when Lu Benwei actually started, he discovered that his thinking was too simple. At this moment, Xiao Chen lay on a jade bed, his entire body wrapped in white bandages. The bandages were covered with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment that Shimu collected. This ointment was incredibly precious. Even if a faux god's physical body suffered fatal damage, it could recover it to its original state. Xiao Chen's expression immediately turned somewhat unsightly. He sighed softly, "Junior sister Lu, it looks like you are really angry." Xiao Chen's method was crude, but the effect was simple and crude. He was much more skilled than many peak doctors. Otherwise, the doctors of the Great Thousand Realms would not be able to survive. Xiao Chen once said that he had someone he loved the most, so he could only let his imagination run wild. Even if his heart burned with passion, he could only warn himself not to think about it. Let's go and drink. We have to celebrate this matter. The trial tower's 81st floor 3 days from now has nothing to do with him. Now, he suffered a backlash and is just a cripple. At that time, I can do whatever I want with him. These three were at the middle of the mountain. When they saw the mysterious phenomenon above Fiend Cloud Hall, they were shocked. However, Xiao Chen had really lied to Lu Riyue. He did have many things to say to her. Xiao Chen could fight a false emperor as a half-step sovereign emperor. When he became a sovereign emperor in the future, his strength would be immeasurable. After Lu Benwei finished speaking, Shimu entered deep thought. Every illness had a source. The source of Xiao Chen's illness was definitely Lu Riyue. His physical body is fine. He managed to preserve his life. However, even if a divine doctor were alive, he would not be able to save his heart. The heart pain that Xiao Chen had suppressed for 5 years erupted at this moment. At this moment, Xiao Chen felt an incredible heartache. The silver needles that were stuck in his heart for the past 5 years popped out one by one. The originally well-hidden wound immediately became riddled with holes. "Senior brother, what should we do now? Should we go over and show some concern?" "Damn it! What's going on?" Zhang Yushan scolded, "Concern my ass. I can't wait for him to die now. Master does not say it on the surface, but he is a true inheritor in his heart. First senior brother takes good care of him. Even junior sister Ryue has an ambiguous relationship with him. Just thinking about it makes me angry. If not for him appearing, the fiendish saber inheritance and junior sister Ryue would be mine. I might be skilled in martial arts, but I can form a perfect divine seal with a thought. How could she feel such familiarity and warmth for a stranger for no reason? Pu Ci. Today was the day Lu Ryue left the faux god world. Xiao Chen's heart ached. He could indeed advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time. He had not lied to Lu Ryue. However, Lu Ryue did not know that she could advance to half-step sovereign emperor at any time and wanted to personally witness it before she left. She could only use the most precious spirit herbs to stabilize Xiao Chen's physical injuries. Then, she used the faux god flame to forcibly suppress the chaotic veritable essence energy and great Tao in Xiao Chen's body. Even though Zhang Yushan's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's, he did not dare to act rashly after his divine energy entered. After interacting with Xiao Qin for 5 years, Zhang Yushan clearly knew everything. However, he could not say it out loud. Zhang Yushan had not expected a perfectly fine person to be on the verge of death all of a sudden. Even though Lu Ryue had lost all her memories, completely forgetting about Xiao Qin, the Sky Dome Realm, and Qingyun Mountain, Zhang Yushan could not lie to Zhang Yushan about the feeling of interacting with Xiao Qin. This is really delightful. You reap what you sow, serves you right for forcing your breakthrough. Coincidentally, they saw the scene of Xiao Qin vomiting a mouthful of blood and barely breathing. Chapter 2155. Boom! Mu Zifeng had no choice but to come. The other super factions all had major characters holding down the fort. One of the most important points was the divine medicine that could extend the lives of real gods and empty god experts. Anyone who could obtain the divine medicine would die. Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple spread the news. Then, he checked and confirmed that Xiao Qin had not appeared. False emperors were horrifying existences that could refine divine energy. Unless a sovereign emperor appeared, no one could defeat them. The insufferably arrogant Fang Xiaobai, who stood beside Shimu, said, "Your Highness King Jin, I heard that Xiao Qin failed to form his perfect divine seal. Now, it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. He will probably miss this trial tower." At the mention of Pan Huang, Shimu could not help recalling the sad matters of his clan. He shook his head and sighed before turning to leave. It would be a great pity for the sovereign personages in the faux god world if they missed this opportunity. Xiao Hozun said, "That's right. With our status, there is no need to keep competing with a mixed-blood dragon. These princes and the noble clans of the dynasty are our true opponents. In the past, Xiao Qin really lowered our statuses. As long as one obtained a 10,000-year-old herb king, one would obtain a great reward. Aside from that, there were many rare divine materials and all sorts of natural treasures in that paradise. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps forever. Shimu revealed a contemplative expression. Then, he muttered, the pain reached its peak, and the heart no longer hurts. On this particular day, many people gathered around the trial tower in the Holy Domain's divine capital. It did not matter whether the Heavenly Alliance ranked last or not. The Heavenly Alliance did not rely on outstanding talents to establish itself. Who is Xiao Qin? Strange. Why can't the crack in his heart heal? There is clearly a crack, but the life force in his heart is incredibly strong. There is no problem at all. Strange, strange. Ah. The only ones that could be sent out were Gongzilan, Wu Meng, and Mou. However, these three were only half-step sovereign emperors. What was a herb king? The opening of the trial tower's 81st floor was a great test to see which super faction could come out on top. This also represented their strength and status. After Xiao Qin suffered a backlash when he formed his divine seal, he would have one less strong opponent. This time, he could only be at the bottom, but it didn't matter. Fiendish Saber Shimu's words were somewhat vague, making it hard for Liu Benwei to calm down. He said seriously, Master, there are still 3 more days before the trial tower's 81st floor opens. If Xiao Qin cannot make it in time, he will be at a disadvantage. Then, Shimu's eyes lit up as he looked at the sleeping Xiao Qin, who was wrapped in white cloth. Then, he revealed an expression of admiration. Liu Benwei was slightly startled when he heard that. Obviously, he had still underestimated the seriousness of the matter. But who could have imagined that such a thing would happen? Originally, Xiao Qin planned to participate in the 81st floor's trial after advancing to half-step sovereign emperor. They smiled and nodded at each other, but each of them had their own strengths and were secretly competing with each other. Fang Xiaobai said softly, It's fine. I hope to take revenge myself. Liu Benwei said, Brother Xiao Qin seems to have a martial technique called heartbreaking style. Every time he used this technique, his chest would crack open. The pain stimulated his entire body's potential to deliver a sure kill strike. However, he rarely used it. I heard that when he practiced this cultivation technique to the peak, his heart would no longer feel pain. Chu Feng said indifferently, No wonder I did not see anyone in the Heavenly Alliance that I cared about. How unfortunate. This king was prepared to help you vent your anger. It looks like I can only wait for the future. After seeing the heartbreaking style, Shimu no longer worried about whether Xiao Qin could wake up. This is a great opportunity. To think that this fellow ruined it. Xiao Hozun, who had already advanced to false emperor, appeared somewhat disappointed. However, some joy flashed in his heart. This person was the Tianwu dynasty's prince conferred the title of King Jin, Chu Feng. This piece of information was most likely accurate. Liu Benwei felt somewhat anxious, but he could not do anything. If his master could save him, he would have done so long ago. Any spirit herb that surpassed 1,000 years of lifespan and lived to 10,000 years could be called a herb king. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Be it the Bushin Palace, the Primal Chaos Palace, or the other super factions, their peak outstanding talents had already become sovereign emperors and left. However, there were still many false emperors remaining. Only sovereign personages could enter. This was an opportunity for the disciples of the various super factions. The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Universe Origin Sect, the Hidden Spirit Temple, and the Bushin Palace, 5 super factions gathered here. With a glance, there were at least 1,000 people. Shimu's pale face revealed some doubt. That person is already crippled. This time, we have to pay more attention to the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Bushin Palace, and the Hidden Spirit Temple's group of baldies. As long as we obtain a fortuitous encounter in paradise and leave the faux God world, the two of us will be able to move unhindered among the younger generation. This was sincere admiration. This Xiao Chen's talent in the saber Dao surpassed his own. In the blink of an eye, it fell apart. The great paradise no longer existed. Shimu said coldly, "You are still thinking about paradise. You are rather optimistic. If he does not wake up, he really will not wake up. At that time, even if he recovers from his injuries, he will just be a walking dead." Master, what should we do with little brother Xiao Qin?" However, Xiao Qin, whom Shimu valued the most, did not appear. He heard that Xiao Qin suffered a backlash when he tried to condense a perfect divine seal, crippling him. Due to the seal, it would be extremely difficult for faux gods and sovereign emperors to enter this paradise. This person was the Heavenly Alliance's Lord Mu Zifeng. The opening of the Trial Tower's 81 floors concerned the prestige of the various super factions. The Trial Tower's 81 floors were mysterious and unfathomable. Ordinary people would be done for after reaching the 80th floor. After Shimu spoke, he stepped forward. A divine light appeared in his eyes as he prodded Xiao Chen's chest with one hand. Only some of the older generation knew that the 81 floors connected to a herb field known as paradise. Not only could one obtain many rewards, but the super faction they belonged to would also be greatly rewarded. Just at this moment, a person wearing luxurious robes embroidered with the Universe Origin True Flame and a golden sash appeared at the Universe Origin Palace's location. He gave off a noble air, clearly showing off his noble status. With one look, it was clear that this was a member of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. However, the concept of a divine herb was too vague. In the past 100,000 years, only one divine herb had been found in this paradise. As long as the Heavenly Alliance could not be destroyed and rise to the ranks of a super faction, it would be sufficient. The Heavenly Alliance had gathered all the merchant associations in the world and held boundless wealth. If the Heavenly Alliance's cultivators grew stronger and revealed their tyrannical aura, it would not be a good thing. If they advanced to faux god in the future, they might become the second Pan Huang. Aside from the Universe Origin Palace's people, the Profound Heaven Holy Lands Mu Yunzhu and the Bushan Palaces by Yunfei and Xiao Hozun also felt somewhat disappointed. That was a paradise that had existed in this primal chaos space before the heavenly realm shattered. Unfortunately, when the heavenly realm shattered, this paradise suffered a destructive blow. At the place where the Heavenly Alliance disciples gathered, the leader was a person as handsome as a painting, dressed in embroidered robes. A total of 6 of the 7 plum blossoms on his chest were lit up. The center of the flower looked like snow, and the petals were inlaid with golden threads. This exuded nobility and pride, not tacky at all. Mu Zifeng was not in a good mood. The Heavenly Alliance's Grim Reaper Lin Feng was in closed-door cultivation, unable to come out. The Holy Lord, the Holy Domain's divine capital, the divine capital's Holy Lord. Mu Zifeng thought to himself, the Heavenly Alliance has too few outstanding talents. The main reason is that its accumulations cannot compare to the other factions. Mu Zifeng was more worried about Xiao Qin. He did not know how Xiao Qin was doing. The opening of paradise was like a great test for the various super factions, as well as a competition. Bai Yunfei smiled happily as he spoke softly. The only thing that could be discovered in paradise was the 10,000-year-old Herb King. Above that, the 81st floor was not open. Heartbreaking stance. How could someone with such boldness be trapped in a maze? I believe that he will be able to come out. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly as he looked at the top of the trial tower, at the mysterious masked person. Then, he said, Holy Lord. At that time, all the super faction disciples in the faux god world who had not advanced to sovereign emperor would have to enter. However, no one knew when Xiao Qin would wake up. Shimu stretched out his hand and waved, retrieving the faux god flame on Xiao Chen's forehead. Then, he sighed softly, stand guard here. His physical injuries are no longer a problem. Hey! Suddenly, a mighty aura came from the true God Palace. In the next moment, the mighty aura spread out in all directions, putting heavy and majestic pressure on everyone present. Only some of the remaining true gods made a move and protected a rather large piece of paradise. They sealed it in the trial tower's 81st floor and modified it into a land of trials. Chapter 2156. The Holy Lord was the master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. Rumor had it that he possessed the strength of a true god. However, he had never revealed his true cultivation, making it hard for others to fathom. The 5 super factions all revered this person. However, this person only appeared in the faux god world, never in the Great Thousand Realms. Rumor had it that time flowed too quickly in the Great Thousand Realms. He could only extend his life in the faux god world. This person no longer cared about mundane matters. Now, even the Holy Domain's divine capital was managed by the 5 super factions. He would not ask about anything. The Holy Lord was mysterious and low profile, so low profile that others overlooked his existence. However, when he appeared, everyone revered him, suddenly remembering that he was the true master of the Holy Domain's divine capital. At the top floor of the trial tower, the Holy Lord wore a mask, hiding his appearance and expression. The reason why he had appeared at this moment was because he was the only one who could open the 81st layer that sealed paradise. Greetings, Holy Lord. Everyone revered the Holy Lord. The powerhouses of the various super factions performed cupped fist salutes. The Holy Lord nodded slightly. Then, he stretched out a hand and gently tapped the air. A spot of black light appeared. In that instant, the black light expanded into a black whirlpool. It looked like a black hole that could suck in one's soul essence, appearing very mysterious. Soon, this black hole expanded continuously, turning into a huge whirlpool. The people present all felt somewhat anxious and nervous. Paradise was filled with many uncertainties. No one knew what fortuitous encounter they would obtain in the end. It was this uncertainty that filled everyone with anxiety and anticipation. The disciples of the 5 super factions, Bushan Palace, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance, all stared at the black hole like they were possessed. The seal has already been opened. If there is any danger, everyone can withdraw at any time. The Holy Lord's aged voice rang out. Then, he withdrew silently, his whereabouts unknown. Perhaps he had already gone to the true God Palace, or perhaps he was hiding somewhere, watching with the crowd. Go, then. Whoosh. No one knew who started it, but the false emperors of the various super factions took the lead, unwilling to fall behind, wanting to be the first to enter paradise. The Heavenly Alliance's people were at the very end, slightly inferior. Those who could enter the Void God realm were all elites among elites. Everyone here was an elite among elites. In the Great Thousand Domains, they could all be called heavenly geniuses. The scene of over 1,000 outstanding talents moving out at the same time was truly spectacular. This was especially so for the leaders. They were all false emperors infinitely close to divine Vane Realm's sovereign emperors. All of them showed off their sharpness, looking boundlessly elegant. Mu Zifeng looked around and revealed some helplessness in his eyes. Originally, he thought that he might be able to see Xiao Qin appear at the last moment. But now, it seemed that the rumor about Xiao Chen's injury was indeed true. Looks like that kid is really crippled. Mu Yunzhu had not moved at all. His sharp eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at the surroundings. As long as Xiao Qin revealed a trace of his aura, he would be able to detect it in an instant. For this day, he had waited for a very, very long time. For more than 5 years, every day felt like a year. Every day was doubled in bitter cultivation. Mu Yunzhu had been waiting for the day when he could openly trample on Xiao Qin. After the events of 5 years ago in the ice-fire wasteland spread, Mu Yunju, by Yunfei, and the others became the laughingstock of the faux god world's disciples. Many half-step sovereign emperors, princes of various empires, and noble clans' scions had been fooled by a Heavenly Alliance disciple. Paradise was an excellent opportunity for Mu Yunju to prove himself. However, Xiaoqian did not show up. Damn it! I finally managed to condense divine energy after much difficulty, and you actually lost just like that. Mu Yunju cursed in his heart, unable to wait for Xiaoqian. Then, his figure flashed, and a profound light filled the air as he flew towards the entrance. Like Mu Yunju, Bai Yunfei, Xiao Hozun, and Fang Xiaobai waited for a long time before flying towards the black whirlpool in disappointment. Fiend Cloud Hall, a person lay on the white jade bed where fiendish saber Shimu cultivated. This person's body was covered in bandages, including his face. Only a pair of tightly shut eyes could be seen. A faint medicinal fragrance spread throughout the entire room. That was the fragrance of the Primal Chaos Heaven Replenishing Ointment on the bandages. The Primal Chaos Heaven Replenishing Ointment could allow a faux god to reconstruct the physical body. Yet, it was used on a sovereign personage. If others saw this, they would definitely exclaim how unfortunate it was for wasting a heavenly treasure. Liu Benwei sat cross-legged outside the white jade bed, cultivating with his eyes closed. Whoosh! Suddenly, without any warning, Xiaoqian opened his eyes. Xiaoqian's eyes appeared listless as he stared at the ceiling. He looked like he had just woken up from a dream or like he had yet to savor the gentleness of the dream. Xiaoqian did not move for a long time. He had a dream. He dreamed of returning to Qingyun Peak. The beautiful days of the past appeared in his dream. Dreams were wondrous, like the most fragrant wine, intoxicating and infatuating. In the mirage of the wine cup light, Xiaoqian only hoped that he would never wake up, that the night would never end, that dawn would never come. He continued drinking like that. However, Xiaoqian was awake in the dream. The hand that held the wine cup trembled forever. Because of pain. Even the most beautiful dream in the world could not make Xiaoqian smile happily or ease the pain in his heart. After Xiaoqian drank enough wine and saw enough of his memories, he opened his eyes and returned to reality. What is the point of all my martial arts? Xiaoqian, who had been watching coldly in the dream, already had an answer. All my martial arts were hope, persistence, and struggle. Without these martial arts, I would not even have met Lu Ryue. My heart would have turned to ashes. Compared to heartache and heartbreak, a heart of ashes was more despairing. At least I still have a dream, a goal to strive for and pursue. Many people in this world do not even have a goal. For example, fiendish saber Shimu. He was a peak faux god with all his martial arts. However, his heart died long ago. Sparks slowly lit up in Xiaoqian's listless eyes. A strong fighting spirit surged in his heart. Then, he clenched his right fist tightly, and a determined light appeared in his eyes. Whoosh! Liu Benwei, who was at the side, seemed to sense this gaze, so he suddenly opened his eyes. Indeed, it was Xiaoqian. He had already woken up. Xiaoqian looked at the bandages on his hands and body. After some thought, he wanted to tear them off. You can't do that. You have not completely absorbed this Primal Chaos Heaven Replenishing Ointment yet. You cannot tear them off now. The internal injuries this time are even more damaging to your body than berserking qi deviation. If not for Master giving you the Primal Chaos Heaven Replenishing Ointment, you would not have recovered so quickly. Liu Benwei's voice rang out, stopping Xiaoqian. The Primal Chaos Heaven Replenishing Ointment? No wonder. No wonder Xiaoqian felt like he was in a medicinal spring. His entire body felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Where is Senior? Xiaoqian felt warmth in his heart. He wanted to find Shimu and thank him. Lu Benwei smiled and said, "Given Master's temper, I don't think he will see you. It's good that you woke up. Back then, I nearly thought that you would never wake up again." When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt somewhat guilty. He said apologetically, "Many thanks, Big Brother Lu, for saving my life." Although Shimu had saved Xiao Chen, he would have died in his state at that time without Lu Benwei. "How many days was I asleep?" Xiao Chen asked. "Exactly 3 days. Perhaps this was the will of the heavens." Perhaps Xiao Chen never thought of giving up from the start to the end. He had always remembered Paradise's trial in the depths of his heart. If Xiao Chen did not wake up on this day, he would truly give up. He would never wake up again, remaining a coward his entire life. If Xiao Chen did not even believe in his martial arts, what was the point of living? Xiao Chen believed that one day, he would return to the Divine Dragon Empire and take back everything he lost. He was filled with pride and would never give up. "Can I make it in time?" Xiao Chen did not say when, but Lu Benwei naturally understood what Xiao Chen meant. After some thought, he said, "Logically speaking, there is no hope. The passageway that the Holy Lord opened is slowly shrinking. However, I have a way. Come with me." Xiao Chen got off the bed and wanted to put on the alloy battle armor. However, he helplessly discovered that the bandages mixed with the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment covered him in layers. There was no way to put on alloy gloves. He could not even use his storage ring. Once he used it, it would tear the bandages, causing the bandages to tear and the medicinal effects to leak out. Left without a choice, Xiao Chen picked up the white bedsheet and casually wrapped it around himself like a cloak. Strong winds howled at the summit of the mountain where the clouds were like a sea. Strong winds blew as Xiao Chen wrapped himself in bandages. The bedsheet swayed in the strong wind, looking rather strange. However, Lu Benwei did not care. He pointed into the distance of the cloud sea and said, "Do you see that? That is the entrance to the Paradise True Body." Xiao Chen looked over and saw a frightening black hole in the distance. It was like a black dot appearing at the limits of his vision. That black hole was shrinking bit by bit. With his speed, he would not be able to reach it before it ended. Who is the fastest in the Great Thousand Realms? The Great Rock. That's right. Have you heard of the saying, "The Great Rock soars with the wind one day, soaring for 45,000 kilometers"? Where does this wind come from? I once traveled outside and obtained an ancient inheritance called Great Gale Force. Only then did I realize that without wind, the Great Rock cannot fly. I have never tested this palm technique before. There are many space-time tears at the summit of this mountain range. I cannot guarantee that you can pass through safely. Do you dare to receive this palm strike of mine? Lu Benwei looked at Xiao Chen, secretly storing up power. He knew the answer in Xiao Chen's heart and was just waiting for him to speak. "Do you think that I will give up?" "Ha ha ha. In that case, I will give you the power of the Great Rock to help you ride the wind." Lu Benwei reared his head back and laughed, his laughter shaking the sky. A strong wind howled like a horrifying wave, and a boundless aura gathered behind him. This wind seemed like it would flip over the sky and ground. Big wind. Force. An even more boundless howl resounded in the vast world, accompanied by an ancient and shocking roar. Lu Benwei's palm strike landed on Xiao Chen's body. Boom! Xiao Chen instantly entered the cloud sea. The vast cloud sea was boundlessly vast. Xiao Chen was like a drop of rain entering it, not causing any ripples at all. However, suddenly, the world shook. Even the holy domain's divine capital started shaking. The many faux gods could not help looking over. Their expressions changed. They saw the sky turn pitch black, and a strong aura charged at the trial tower. A great rock. This startled several faux gods. When they looked over, they thought that a great rock really appeared in the faux god world. Then, a figure flew out of the vast cloud sea. This figure wore a white cloak and spread his arms, looking like a great rock covering the sky. He carried an overwhelming aura. In the blink of an eye, this figure crossed 5 million kilometers. Just as the black whirlpool was about to close, he turned into a beam of flowing light. He turned into a streak of light, carrying pride and stubbornness. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he rushed in, ignoring the gazes of the world. The great rock soared with the wind, soaring 45,000 kilometers. Chapter 2157. The great rock soared with the wind, flying 45,000 kilometers. Just as that black entrance was about to close, Xiao Chen's figure flashed in. What speed! It looked like a bedsheet just now. Did it enter paradise? It was not a bedsheet. Someone barged in while wearing a bedsheet. Did someone barge in? That should not be the case. If one's cultivation surpassed sovereign personage, one would not be able to barge in. It should be a sect disciple, but I do not know which sect. Did anyone see it clearly? That beam of light earlier carried the aura of a Kunpeng as it flew over. It was so fast that it shocked the faux gods. The faux gods reacted only after a while. If it were a sovereign emperor, they would not even have seen the beam of light. They would only have sensed a strong aura. Lu Benwei's great gale force was simply stunning, helping Xiao Chen greatly. Whoosh! The instant the black whirlpool turned into a black dot and vanished, a huge light screen appeared above the trial tower, showing the scene of paradise. What a strange person. Why is he wrapped in a bedsheet? Is he not wearing any clothes? Mu Zifeng found this somewhat strange, feeling confused. It was not just Mu Zifeng. The other faux gods did not know what was going on either. When they saw Xiao Chen's figure on the light screen, they all showed strange expressions. It was like this person had a strange fetish. They looked like they were looking at a weirdo. Ha! I wonder which sect's disciple is from. His entrance is rather scary. A faux god powerhouse from the profound heaven holy land said with a smile, his tone filled with mockery. The powerhouses of the various super factions all secretly asked around to see if this person was from their sect. After obtaining a positive answer, they heaved a sigh of relief. Lord Mu, this strange person should not be from our heavenly alliance. If he is, he would definitely be wearing the alloy battle armor, a heavenly alliance subordinate said after arriving beside Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng nodded slightly and heaved a sigh of relief. Although cultivators paid particular attention to being unrestrained and unrestrained, it was too much for someone to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. However, it was a little too much to come out wrapped in a bedsheet. It was easy for people to see it as a joke. At some point in time, Shimu appeared beside Lu Benwei at Fiend Cloud Hole. He frowned and said, "What a scandal. Can't you lend him some clothes?" Now that Lu Benwei thought about it, he felt embarrassed. He smiled bitterly and said, "I was in a rush, so I forgot." Shimu sighed, "This little fellow is too impatient. Let's see how he performs first." In paradise. The disciples of the various clans had arrived long ago. Be it false emperors or heaven-defying sovereign personages, they did not move rashly. They carefully sized up their surroundings. Regardless of how strong he was, it was better to be safe than sorry. He had to familiarize himself with the environment first. But just as they were sizing up their surroundings, a streak of light flew past. Xiao Chen, who had slowed down a lot but was still very fast, streaked over their heads. In an instant, the elites of the 5 super forces were dumbfounded. The person in front of them was wrapped in white gauze from head to toe, revealing only a pair of eyes. He wasn't wearing anything other than a bedsheet. It was hard to imagine who would dress up so strangely. Where did this lunatic come from? Bai Yunfei asked with a frown. He could not think of anyone who could match this person. Of course, he would not connect it to Xiao Qin. In Bai Yunfei's impression, Xiao Qin always wore white clothes or battle armor. His aura was completely different from the bedsheet-clad person before him. At the side, Xiahou Zun found it strange as well. After some thought, he said, "This fellow is somewhat strange. Later, go and test him out. See if we are wary of him." "Yes." The other Bushan Palace disciples nodded. Right now, both Xiahou Zun and Bai Yunfei had advanced to False Emperor. They were the leaders of the Bushan Palace disciples. No one dared to disobey them. Bai Yunfei waved his hand and said, "Brother Xiahou, who do you think it is?" Xiahou Zun entered deep thought. Then, he shook his head and said, "I did not expect the 5 super factions to not be able to think of a corresponding person. This is really strange. One did not fear a strong and undefeatable enemy. One only feared an unfathomable enemy who did not play by the rules." The people of the profound heaven Holy Land, the Hidden Spirit Temple, the Universe Origin Sect, and the Heavenly Alliance all showed strange expressions as they looked at Xiao Qin in confusion. They all showed expressions of confusion, wondering if a super faction was purposely trying to mislead them. Boom! The speed was too fast. Xiao Qin could not control his body and landed on a mountain peak. Fortunately, Xiao Qin did his best to control the impact. Otherwise, the entire mountain peak would have crumbled. Xiao Qin waved his hand and scattered the dust. Then, he looked around and discovered that everyone was in a vast herb field. Paradise had been modified into a land of trials over the boundless passage of time, sealed in the trial tower's 81st floor. The first stage of this trial was to search for spirit herbs. Whoever found the most spirit herbs would be the winner. The strong would be able to obtain herb kings. One might even be able to find legendary divine herbs. Of course, that was extremely unlikely. No one harbored any hope. Being able to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king was already pretty good. However, rumor said that one could not remain in this herb field for too long. This could be considered the first stage of the trial. After a certain amount of time, one had to leave quickly and head to the next stage. The baleful aura is very heavy. Under the layers of gauze, only Xiao Chen's eyes could be seen. However, he could still sense the strangeness of the surroundings. Baleful aura and death qi filled the turbid air. Corpses and bones littered the herb field. Back then, when the heavenly realm shattered, rumor had it that an intense battle had happened in paradise. After tens of thousands of years, the baleful aura did not scatter. This paradise had already turned into a land of danger. This was the reason why everyone did not act rashly while they were in the herb field. While the herb field looked desolate and peaceful, no one knew what dangers hid. No one dared to be careless. As Xiao Qin sized up the mountain peak, he saw a vast herb field with no end in sight. The sky was chaotic. There were 2 extreme energies mixed together, pulling on each other as they slowly circulated. One of the energies was filled with spirituality, like immortal qi, pure and without any impurities. In the past, a paradise must have been filled with such pure immortal qi, which allowed it to nurture a vast and boundless herb field. The other energy was extremely turbid, filled with filth, baleful aura, death qi, baleful aura, and resentment. All sorts of terrifying auras formed a turbid demonic qi. The baleful aura and death qi in the air of this vast herb field all came from this. The 2 energies filled the sky, looking like ink entangling with each other, forming a strange sky. Don't care about that strange person. Quickly start moving. We do not have much time. After familiarizing themselves with the herb field's environment, the super disciples of the various factions could no longer hold back and started searching. The 10,000-year-old herb kings here all turned into spirits. Without some special means, it would be impossible to find them. Let's start as well. Mu Yunju withdrew his gaze from Xiaoqin. After some thought, he led the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples to search the herb field. Attack! Once you discover a 10,000-year-old herb king, immediately send out a signal. Do not let anyone out. The Universe Origin sect's Chu Feng shouted coldly, appearing extremely tyrannical. Then, he got the Universe Origin sect disciples to scatter. The boundless herb field was filled with fertile black soil and baleful aura. Aside from spirit herbs, there were also many flourishing weeds and trees. There were all sorts of strange things in the forest. It would not be easy to find spirit herbs here. However, the various super factions were clearly prepared. The Universe Origin sect disciples all held clumps of flames in their hands. When they encountered spirit herbs, they would get excited. When they encountered weeds and other plants that turned into spirits, they would get frustrated. The Bushin Palace's people formed groups of 2 or 3. The leader controlled a spirit-devouring rat with an extremely strong sense of smell. Even the Heavenly Alliance members were prepared. No one came empty-handed. Only Xiaoqin, who was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, looked at the herb field hopelessly. I have to think of a way. This is too disadvantageous for me. Xiaoqin frowned slightly. Then, he tried to see if he could take out some secret treasures from the storage rings. In the end, he discovered that this was somewhat difficult. The bandages containing the Primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment would definitely tear. Xiaoqin had not recovered from his injuries yet. He did not want to leave behind any future problems, so he needed to absorb all of the Primal Chaos Heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy. I got it. All things rejoiced together. A bright light flashed in Xiaoqin's eyes. He had absorbed a drop of fiend blood. Back then, he had been able to refine the ice fire divine origin. He had relied on this drop of fiend blood to explore the entire ice fire wastelands underground. Perhaps he could do the same now. Chapter 2158. Many spirit herbs hidden in the black soil gave off a dazzling spiritual light that others could not see. Xiaoqin could not open the bandage-covered storage rings. However, he could put some things in. Xiaoqin leaped down from the peak and formally entered the herb field in paradise. With one look, Xiaoqin knew that this black light contained extraordinary might and dense death qi. One of them looked at Xiaoqin, who was wrapped in bandages and bedsheets, not daring to underestimate him. The skeleton on the throne must have been a supreme god sovereign or an ancient demonic sovereign who died in the great war between righteous factions and demonic factions 100,000 years ago. Pooh! However, Firmament's Rage was a Dragon's Gate secret technique executed by combining the 5-element divine lightning with the Thunder Great Tao and the flawless Tao domain. Whoosh! 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 Divine Firmament 9 variations, Traceless Lightning Shadow. A hoarse wail rang out. The sword formation collapsed, and the colossal Cyclops tree shook violently. Rumble. The surrounding 5,000 kilometers shook intensely. Even the world trembled. Come out, then. The true spirit herbs were hidden in the soil. Not only were they difficult to find, but they could also easily run into danger if they were not careful. Whoosh! Xiaoqin swept his gaze around, and his figure started to move. He cautiously looked in all directions. Xiaoqin grunted, and the rebound knocked him back. His palm left the ground as he stood up. I hope it works. The herb field in the Heaven Dragon Palace and the secret realm that the third palace master managed were filled with spirit herbs. That is, although Xiaoqin had been interrupted earlier, he had memorized the locations of the spirit herbs hidden in the depths of the black soil with a single glance. He left behind a faint purple mark as he rushed towards the Cyclops tree. Instantly, thousands of tree branches fell. Immediately, thousands of tree branches danced around like demons, wielding deadly sabers and swords, instantly launching thousands of attacks. When the boundless ice flame landed on the colossal Cyclops tree, it immediately started burning. A flickering candle flame burned in each of Xiao Chen's eyes. A candle dragon head appeared behind him, and it opened its eyes at the same time. Die! As a result, there were many rough trees and flowers growing in the herb field. At a glance, it was full of weeds. Their concealment technique was exceptionally ingenious. If not for the Cyclops tree's intense struggle earlier, allowing him to sense some unusual fluctuations, he would not have been able to discover these three people. Xiao Chen flew forward. The instant the 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind him, he punched the one-eyed tree with the supreme dragon fist. Firmament's rage. The sharp light turned into a gust of wind and blew towards Xiao Chen's face. The bedsheets tied around Xiao Chen's body fluttered like a cloak. It was as though he was shuttling through a sword array. This sword array looked chaotic, but it actually contained some sort of Dao charm. This was a secret technique that the giant Cyclops tree had comprehended on its own. If anyone disdained it, they would be turned into a hornet's nest on the spot. As the spear thrust forward, the light that erupted out made the expressions of the Hound Lion Empire's three change slightly. They felt their auras and Dao domains instantly suppressed. The environment of the herb field before Xiao Chen was somewhat complicated. There was spiritual energy that was as pure as immortal qi as well as extremely filthy demonic qi. However, Xiao Chen did not get careless from the start. He only brought out his flawless Dao domain and moved like a phantom. Xiao Chen did not make any movements, but the bed sheets wrapped around him fluttered, looking as dazzling as a saber light. Instead, it was covered in baleful qi and death qi. Ordinary people would run far away from it and would not linger around it. Xiao Chen showed a grave expression as he slowly activated the fiend blood in his palm. Immediately, the bandage wrapped around his palm gave off a faint red light. A strong wind blew, instantly scattering the roaring aura of an ancient ferocious beast. A saber light flickered and clashed with the three-sword intents, easily blocking them. A trace of horror appeared in Xiao Chen's eyes. There was actually a terrifying existence underground. However, that sharpness continued to thrust forward relentlessly. It was like it could pierce through their chests in the next moment. Boom! Seeing that the sword array could not deal any damage to Xiao Chen, the spiral eye on the trunk suddenly shot out a beam of black light. Xiao Chen casually untied the bedsheet and grabbed one of the branches. Then, he exerted some force and swept it. Bang! The mountain-like cyclopean tree turned into ashes with one punch from Xiao Chen. It turned into ice shards that drifted down like gray snow. Xiao Chen did not turn around. His voice came out through the bandage around his mouth, sounding somewhat hoarse and scary. Xiao Chen's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Indeed, it worked. After verifying that there was no one around, Xiao Chen bent over and touched the black soil with his bandaged hand. Furthermore, this was just an insignificant 10,000-year-old fiend king. Xiao Chen clenched his right hand and completely extinguished its ferocious nature. 500,000 kilometers below, Xiao Chen suddenly discovered piles of corpses. These corpses had existed for an unknown number of years. There were humans, demonic beasts, great desolate Aeon ferocious beasts, Asuras, flood dragon humans, Rakshasa demons. All he saw were corpses. There were even many spirit herbs that looked like weeds growing on the surface. However, the ones buried underground were 1,000-year-old spirit herbs. Thousands of tree branches started dancing like treasured sabers being unsheathed, showing their sharpness. Tree branches were cut in half by the saber light and fell down like rain and snow. Xiao Chen moved unimpeded through the sword array of tree branches, approaching the cyclopean tree. It looked like a patch of wild grass. Whoosh! In the next moment, the scene before Xiao Chen changed. The black soil under his feet seemed transparent. Whoosh! 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 Candle dragon eyes. The spiral patterns on the trunk gave off a faint light, flickering like a ferocious beast opening its demonic eye. Whoosh! His Highness was right. You are somewhat strange. To think that you can use your own means to detect spirit herbs. The countless corpses were either prostrating on the ground or kneeling on one knee. None of them dared to get up before this skeleton throne. The Hound Lion Empire was one of the 8 empires controlled by the Bushan Palace. These 3 people should be Xiao Hozun's subordinates. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, Xiaochen arrived at a flat piece of land and stopped. In front of him was a towering black tree. The spiral patterns on the trunk looked like the eyes of a ferocious beast. The withered tree branches were like the claws of a ferocious beast, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Xiaochen continued looking. 5 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 5,000 kilometers. Xiaochen discovered more and more corpses. The joy in his eyes grew even more intense. It looks like I cannot stay in this herb field for long. After alarming these corpses, I have to leave quickly. I have to move quickly as well. Whoosh! 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 Xiaochen tilted his body slightly and dodged the black light, not waiting for the cyclopean tree to do anything. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. If this cyclopean tree was really strong, it would have attacked directly instead of endangering him first. 3 figures appeared in Xiaochen's vision. They were the Hound Lion Empire's people. With one look, Xiaochen could tell that this tree was not a spirit herb and could not produce spirit fruits. The 10,000-year-old herb king, Ice Cloud Nation, struggled desperately in Xiaochen's hand, trying to break free. At this moment, the 3 finally realized how terrifying Xiaochen was. Horror flashed in their hearts. They could no longer care about anything else, so they turned around and fled. Run! Boundless electric light tore through the sky, and the flawless Dao domain spread out. 3 extremely terrifying auras of ancient ferocious beasts answered Xiaochen's question. Hidden in the overwhelming auras were 3 cold sword intents, as scary as hungry wolves. Whoosh! The cyclopean tree was already dead. However, Xiaochen did not stop. With a flip of his hand, he threw a palm strike. A beam of spiritual light charged out of the ground, looking like it purposely charged into the towering hand. Before it could react, Xiaochen grabbed it. This black light could be said to be extremely abrupt. As long as someone was slightly distracted by the sword formation, they would definitely be hit. Xiaochen snorted coldly. Then, he pulled off the bedsheet and shook it gently. The bedsheet gathered and appeared in his hand like a spear. Then, he thrust it forward. Many 10,000-year-old herb kings appeared before Xiaochen's eyes. He even discovered some 100,000-year-old herb kings and 1,000,000-year-old herb kings. When Xiaochen turned around, the bedsheet wrapped around Xiaochen like a cloak again. This was somewhat different from an ordinary herb field. The more you put on an act, the more it proves your cowardice. Dang! 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 Then, it hung on a tree branch, weathered by the wind and rain, turning into a dried corpse. After stopping struggling, Xiaochen looked at it for a while and gave up on consuming it immediately, tossing it into his storage ring. However, Xiaochen knew that a 10,000-year-old herb king, the ice cloud fruit, grew under the tree. What was truly shocking was that the corpses buried deep underground were all prostrating themselves. You discovered my secret, yet you are still not running. In that case, none of you can leave. Given Xiaochen's current state, the consequences would be unimaginable if he came in contact with it. Although the disciples of the various major factions had already started searching for spirit herbs, it was better to be safe than sorry. Before activating the fiend blood, Xiaochen still had to be cautious. Now that Xiaoqin comprehended 3 Dao domains, once he executed it, even a sovereign emperor would find it hard to struggle free if he grabbed them. To ice-attributed cultivators, the ice cloud fruit was a great supplement. It was a 10,000-year-old herb king that could directly raise one's cultivation and Dao domain. It did not even need any special refinement to be consumed directly. Xiaoqin managed to obtain a 10,000-year-old herb king, which did not cause much of a commotion. He crawled all the way until a throne appeared in the depths of the ground. A skeleton wearing a featureless white mask sat on the throne. A group of people knelt respectfully to the skeleton's sides. A wondrous mental fluctuation immediately appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. That was the one-eyed tree threatening Xiaoqin to leave. Chapter 2159. When the 3 from the Hound Lion Empire saw that the situation was bad, Xiaoqin managed to suppress their auras with just one move. This was too horrifying. Although the 3 were not half-step sovereign emperors, they were at least heaven-defying sovereign personages. While the 3 might not be able to defeat Xiaoqin if they worked together, they would at least have no problem leaving. However, before Xiaoqin, they were no match for him. This immediately frightened the 3 out of their wits. They wanted to turn around and leave. However, since Xiaoqin chose to attack, how could he give the 3 a chance to leave? Stay behind. Xiaoqin shouted coldly as he soared into the air and swung the spear in his hand. A vast saber light encased the 3, not letting any of them go. Flawless Dao domain. This was the first time Xiaoqin fought with someone since his saber Great Dao advanced to a Dao domain. After experiencing a tribulation, he finally managed to break through to the flawless Dao domain. The moment he attacked, he displayed strong might. Crack! Crack! This person's Dao domain actually cracked under the pressure of Xiaoqian's flawless Dao domain. If the 3 continued fleeing, their Dao domains would crumble. They needed to fight. Otherwise, they would die for sure. Damn it! The 3 were forced to turn around and attack the pressing Xiaoqin. Dang! 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 Xiaoqin condensed the bedsheet. It looked long and slender, but in reality, he used it as a saber. The instant the 3 turned around, the flickering saber light arrived before them. The 3 could not react in time and could not deal with it calmly. They could only brandish their swords to block Xiaoqian's attacks. In the blink of an eye, 100 moves had passed. Xiaoqin pressed forward step by step. The 3 people from the Hound Lion Empire blocked Xiaoqin at the same time. However, they appeared flustered, not having a chance to catch their breath. Rumble. Thunder rumbled endlessly in the sky. Snowflakes danced in the air. However, Xiaoqin suppressed them with his flawless Dao domain. The 3 Dao domains immediately merged, working perfectly with each other, suppressing the 3 until they could not retaliate. These 3 each grasped a Dao domain. However, they could not merge them as perfectly as Xiaoqin, unable to fend for themselves. Not only did they not bring out the advantage of having many people working together, but they also had to use 3 Dao domains each, limiting themselves. They could not even bring out 50% of their strength. In less than 100 moves, he was already covered in wounds, and it looked like he would be unable to hold on any longer. The 3 of them roared furiously. At this instant, their eyes shone with a golden light. They had activated their Great Desolate Aeon bloodline. Boom! The instant the Great Desolate Aeon bloodline erupted, the 3 of them finally recovered 10% of their momentum. After activating his Great Desolate Aeon bloodline, his aura should be soaring, and he should be launching a frenzied counterattack. However, the 3 of them didn't even think about it. As soon as they had a chance to catch their breath, they turned around and fled again. Outside the Tower of Trials, the boss of Bushan Palace felt extremely awkward when he saw this. The gazes of the other foe gods were filled with doubt and confusion, making him feel extremely embarrassed. You've been forced to activate your bloodline by this freak, yet you're still thinking of running? You're really courting death. As a faux god, he naturally could tell that if they activated their great desolate Ian bloodline and fought to the death, one or two might be able to escape. However, if they chose to flee, only death awaited them. The moment the bloodline power vanished, they would no longer be able to retaliate and could only allow others to humiliate them. However, the faux god was wrong. Xiaochen did not wait for the three to finish activating their bloodline power, choosing to attack immediately. Xiaochen roared ferociously, and the golden divine seal in his soul pool activated. However, before the roar ended, the golden divine seal appeared. Before the shout ended, the three, who just turned around and soared into the air, vomited a mouthful of blood at the same time. They showed pained expressions as they knelt on the ground, dropping their weapons to the side. Perfect divine seal. Someone exclaimed softly. Given a faux god's eyesight, the might of the divine seal that Xiaochen erupted earlier could be seen as a perfect divine seal with one glance. Divine seals also differed in quality. Divine seals were split into 4 grades: flawed, ordinary, flawless, and perfect. Flawed meant that the soul and the Tao domain did not merge well, showing obvious flaws. Most cultivators who could enter the faux god world would not have any flaws in their divine seals. At the very least, they would be ordinary. However, it was somewhat difficult to condense a flawless divine seal. As for a perfect divine seal that surpassed flawless, they were like phoenix feathers and water chestnuts, extremely rare. Practically no one could merge 3 Tao domains like Xiaochen and still form a perfect divine seal. Who is this person? The eyes of the various super faction powerhouses lit up. They quickly got their subordinates to ask around. Earlier, they had been afraid that this strange person was from their faction. Now, they hoped that this person was from their faction. The other super factions all held some anticipation. Only the Bushin Palace powerhouses showed an unsightly expression. Seeing the 3 kneeling on the ground, tortured by the Tao, this strange person wrapped in a bedsheet was definitely not from their faction. Xiaochen walked over step by step. He knew that these 3 were in the same situation as when he faced Mu Yunju back then. The other party's one sentence made it hard for Xiaochen to resist, nearly resulting in defeat. Now, Xiaochen had such ability as well. Furthermore, he was even stronger. I withdraw. The 3 said with much difficulty. Then, a strong force immediately appeared in front of Xiaochen, blocking his advance. Xiaochen's expression did not change. He knew that this was the Trial Tower's protection. Everyone had such an opportunity in paradise. If one ran into a situation where they could not preserve their lives, they could withdraw. This way, Xiaochen would have achieved his goal. As long as these 3 did not expose his secrets, it did not matter whether he killed them or not. My injuries are still somewhat obstructive, and my meridians have not fully recovered. Otherwise, I would not need to exchange 100 moves with these 3 people, who are not even half-step sovereign emperors. Xiaochen muttered to himself. Then, he waved his right hand. Whoosh! The bedsheet that formed a spear scattered, and Xiaochen draped it over his body again. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. Back then, Xiaochen had been in a rush, fearing that the gauze would not be able to cover him. After he came out, he discovered that he had worried too much. Even without the bedsheet, the gauze would be tight enough. There was no need to worry too much. However, it was not bad to use it as a weapon. If the gauze accidentally tore, he could use it to cover himself. Hence, Xiaochen carried it with him. Could this person be Xiaochen? Mu Zifeng muttered, a bright light flickering in his eyes as he entered deep thought. Xiaochen also used the saber. His saber techniques resembled him somewhat. However, after thinking about it, Mu Zifeng felt that this was impossible. Xiaochen had just been injured, and his survival was unknown. How could he erupt with such strength? The most important thing was that Mu Zifeng's impression of Xiao Qin was that he wore white and had a stern air. A sharpness hid on his face. He did not seem like someone who would appear in a bedsheet. Inside paradise, Xiao Qin followed the clues in his memory, continuously traveling through the boundless herb fields. When Xiao Qin stopped, he would definitely gain something. The ability that the Fiend Blood gave him was much more reliable than the Universe Origin Palace's flame or the Bushan Palace's spirit-devouring rats. Time passed. When Xiao Qin harvested his 10th 10,000-year-old Herb King, startled cries rang out outside the trial tower. Right now, Xiao Qin's harvest already equaled the harvest of an entire team of the other super factions. He did not know that this harvest was the result of Xiao Qin holding back on purpose. Xiao Qin knew that the foe gods outside could see the scene inside, so he did not dare to go overboard. The 10,000-year-old Herb Kings he obtained were ones that he could consume and refine himself, seeking quality over quantity. Ha! Saber Demon Wu Meng. With your saber techniques, you are not even fit to carry my shoes. Xiao Qin, who was traveling, suddenly heard a familiar voice. He quickly withdrew and retreated to a large tree. He slowly extended his spiritual sense and saw the Heavenly Alliance's saber demon clutching his chest 50 kilometers away, vomiting some blood. Someone besides saber demon Wu Meng supported him, showing a furious expression. The saber intent in the surroundings had yet to scatter, still buzzing. Clearly, there had been an intense battle here earlier. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Wu Meng and said, "If not for your tortoise shell, I would have defeated you in 10 moves. To think that trash like you is not embarrassed to be called Saber Demon. Damn it. If not for your sneak attack, how could Big Brother Wu lose to you?" A Heavenly Alliance disciple at the side said angrily, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction. Wu Meng showed a calm expression as he waved his hand and said, "There's no need to say anything more. He is Fiendish Saber Shi Mu's disciple. Even in a normal fight, I would not be a match for him. If you want this Herb King, take it. Let's go." Zhang Yushan reached out and received the 10,000-year-old Herb King that Wu Meng proffered. He showed a disdainful expression, not saying anything. Whoosh! Whoosh! The figures of Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers flashed, blocking Wu Meng and Zhang Yushan's path. Wu Meng said sullenly, "What do you want? I already gave you the Herb King that I subdued after much difficulty. What else do you want? How can things be that easy? If the 2 of you want to continue seeking fortuitous encounters in paradise, each of you will have to hand over 10,000 faux god coins." What? Wu Meng raged, the hand that held his saber trembling. Normally, given his temper, he would have attacked long ago. However, now, he really hated them. Chapter 2160. Stop wasting time. Quickly hand over the 10,000 faux god coins. Otherwise, you can forget about remaining in paradise. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers urged impatiently when they saw Wu Meng hesitate. Wu Meng felt enraged, not because he lost a 10,000-year-old Herb King but because he hated himself for being so useless. "You are seeking death. Wu Meng, it looks like you are tired of living. Kneel." Zhang Yushan suddenly let out a thunderous roar. It was a shocking sound. He had activated his divine seal, and was about to make a move. Given Wu Meng and his companion's current state, they would not be able to endure Zhang Yushan's shout. How mighty! However, just as this sound wave was about to arrive, an indifferent shout came from the ground. This shout also contained Dao might. It was like a sharp saber carrying a strong wind as it attacked. Boom! The saber clashed with Zhang Yushan's sound wave, and explosions rang out endlessly. The surrounding weeds and trees shattered one after another. The various Dao might contained in the sound wave appeared. Lightning, ice, fire, saber intent, all sorts of mysterious phenomena swept out in the surroundings. Whoosh! What was even more terrifying was that the dynamite and sharpness contained in that shout remained. After shattering Zhang Yushan's sound wave, it charged over like a saber light. Zhang Yushan's expression changed slightly. He quickly made a move and scattered the sound wave. However, he ended up taking 3 steps back. Who is it? Hiding in the dark. If you are capable, show yourself. Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers felt that something was wrong. Their figures flashed as they cautiously landed beside Zhang Yushan. I never hid. It is just that you could not see me. Zhang Yushan looked up and saw a person standing on a huge tree. This person's body was bandaged and wrapped in a bedsheet, revealing only a pair of eyes as they looked at Zhang Yushan coldly. Xiao Chen smiled coldly in his heart. What a coincidence. He had not thought of taking the initiative to cause trouble for this Zhang Yushan. However, to think that he would run into Zhang Yushan in this paradise. Since Xiao Chen ran into Zhang Yushan, then he should take this opportunity to settle past grudges. Back when Zhang Yushan first came to Fiend Cloud Hall, he threatened Xiao Chen and even targeted Ryue. Later, when Xiao Chen used his killer move, he wanted to kill him in one move. Now, he was even more shameless. Not only did he snatch Wu Meng's 10,000-year-old Herb King, he even wanted to continue extorting him. This Zhang Yushan showed Xiao Chen what was called shamelessness. Zhang Yushan had utterly embarrassed Senior Shimu. Whoosh! Xiao Chen leaped down and landed in front of Wu Meng. Then, he said softly, "You all go first. Leave this to me." Friend, the 3 of them are Yao Dao's disciples. They are not easy to deal with. Wu Meng looked at Xiao Chen, confusion filling his eyes. He did not understand why this strange person would help him, but he still had to warn him out of goodwill. Fiendish Saber Shimu was a famous expert among foe gods. For Zhang Yushan to become his nominal disciple, he naturally was not weak. Zhang Yushan looked coldly at Xiao Chen and said, "You crazy fellow, let's see who you are. How dare you meddle in my business?" Buzz! When Zhang Yushan drew his saber intent spread out. He truly lived up to his reputation as the person who had listened to Shimu's teachings for 5 years. When Zhang Yushan attacked, he pushed his saber intent to the limits. When he drew his saber, it already contained a horrifying saber intent. It was like the roar of a mountain or the roar of a tsunami, surging towards Xiao Chen like a huge wave. Mad Cloud Chop. Zhang Yushan did not stop moving. The instant he drew his saber, he attacked with his killing move. When Zhang Yushan stretched out his hand, clouds gathered and unfolded, looking very majestic. He materialized a tyrannical aura of a lone tyrant in the sky. Together with the churning cloud sea behind him, his aura was truly overwhelming. Good! Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers could not help exclaiming in admiration. Their senior brother's mad cloud chop truly reached perfection, making them sigh in amazement. How strong! Wu Meng frowned slightly, feeling somewhat disappointed. He was somewhat unconvinced of Zhang Yushan. After all, Zhang Yushan was the one who sneak attacked him. However, when Wu Meng saw this move, he felt that Zhang Yushan's sneak attack had not been genuine. Now, this was Zhang Yushan's true strength. No matter what, he was Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple. Xiao Chen showed a somewhat grave expression. Although this Zhang Yushan was extremely shameless, he did have some talent in the Saber Dao. That made sense. If Zhang Yushan did not have some talent, Senior Shimu would not have accepted him out of consideration for Xiao Chen's sake. If Zhang Yushan were at his peak, it would be fine. However, he was somewhat problematic now. However, it was only a little troublesome. In the end, this Zhang Yushan was just trash. Mad Cloud Chop. If the Cloud Sea does not exist, let's see how you can be arrogant. Xiao Chen shouted coldly, unflustered as he faced the saber light that was about to chop down. Bolts of purple electric light tore through the sky. Closely following that, thunder roared. The majestic cloud sea mysterious phenomenon behind Zhang Yushan instantly crumbled. Zhang Yushan's heart skipped a beat, but he gritted his teeth and endured. The time it took for Xiao Qin to break his cloud sea mysterious phenomenon allowed his saber light to be only 2 centimeters away from Xiao Qin. As long as Zhang Yushan chopped down, even if the saber light's might was significantly reduced, it would still be able to take half of Zhang Yushan's life. Go to hell. Zhang Yushan showed a ferocious expression as he roared ferociously. The saber in his hand descended even faster. You lose. Xiao Qin said indifferently. Then, he grabbed the bedsheet with his right hand and swung it ferociously. A strong wind blew, and the flawless Dao domain instantly erupted. Using his will as a saber and the wind as a saber, this swing was filled with saber light. Zhang Yushan clearly did not draw his saber, but the bedsheet was like a powerful saber being drawn, carrying an unparalleled sharpness as it swept over. Like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves, Zhang Yushan was ruthlessly slapped back, as if he had been slapped in the face. I'll strike while you are down. Not giving Zhang Yushan a chance to catch his breath, the bedsheet occasionally gathered and scattered. As Xiao Chen's Dao domain spread out, saber moves filled the air like a torrential storm. It's over. I'm going to die here. Zhang Yushan felt a chill in his heart. He had not expected to be defeated in one move and be consigned to eternal damnation. Why are you still not coming to help? You two trash, what are you just watching for? When Zhang Yushan saw that his 2 junior brothers were still watching, he could not help feeling enraged. Senior brother, hold on for a while. We'll get reinforcements for you. Who could have imagined that his 2 junior brothers would flee when they saw that the situation was bad? Zhang Yushan was so frustrated that the bedsheet pierced his chest in a moment of carelessness, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. Pa. Seeing that he had no hope of victory, Zhang Yushan wanted to beg for mercy. Who knew, the other party ignored him. The bedsheet gathered and slapped Zhang Yushan's face. The heavy slap to the face immediately stunned Zhang Yushan. There is no grudge between us. There is no need to do this. I am Fiendish Saber Shimu's disciple, after all, one of the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land. If you anger me, not only will you offend Fiendish Saber Shimu's faction, but the entire profound Heaven Holy Land will not let you off. It would have been fine if Zhang Yushan had not mentioned Fiendish Saber Shimu. Now that he mentioned it, Xiao Chen's expression turned even colder. Pa. 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 The bedsheet slapped Zhang Yushan several times in the air, leaving him hovering between life and death, unable to say a complete sentence. Now, the profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouses outside the trial tower felt incredibly ashamed. To think that the top 5 disciples of the profound Heaven Holy Land were tortured by such a strange person, unable to retaliate. This was no longer torture but humiliation. Damn it. Investigate. Investigate. You must find out who this little bastard is. I want to see who exactly he is. The profound Heaven Holy Land faux god powerhouse Gu Fei flew into a rage out of humiliation. Brother Gu, please calm down. Didn't your profound Heaven Holy Land disciple humiliate the Heavenly Alliance disciples as well? Paradise is a competition of the younger generation. Making a big fuss over it is too much. That's right. Didn't Brother Mu not say anything just now? The other faux god powerhouses smiled faintly, reminding Zhang Yushan to mind his status. After all, he was a bona fide faux god. How could he lose his composure like that? Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. What could Mu Zifeng say? Did someone use a bedsheet to slap a Heavenly Alliance disciple into a pig's head? However, given the situation, Gu Fei could only keep his words in his heart, unable to say anything. No matter what, it was unreasonable for a faux god to bicker with a junior. Xiao Qin did not want to give Zhang Yushan a chance to admit defeat. He also did not truly threaten Zhang Yushan's life. Otherwise, Zhang Yushan would have chosen to withdraw. Xiao Qin would fight with Zhang Yushan, not giving him hope or despair. Woo! 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 Just at this moment, flute music rang out. Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance disciple immediately felt incredibly uncomfortable. Zhang Yushan's eyes lit up as he laughed, ha ha ha. Senior brother Gu is here. He will definitely kill you. Let's see how arrogant you can be. You talk too much. Xiao Qin swung the bedsheet and directly sent Zhang Yushan flying. When Zhang Yushan landed, he paled. He had sustained severe injuries, nearly killing him. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked forward. He saw a person holding a flute with both hands. This person placed the flute by his mouth and gently blew on it. While in the air, he played the flute and quickly flew over. When he looked around and met Xiao Qian's gaze, he immediately burst forth with a cold, sharp light. A false emperor. Chapter 2161. A false emperor. With one glance, Xiao Qin could tell that this person was a false emperor. Among the profound Heaven Holy Land disciples, this person was probably on the same level as Mu Yunju, a peak existence. Outside the trial tower, the eyes of the profound Heaven Holy Land's faux god First Elder, Gu Fei, lit up. Gu Yuhan arrived. This is great. As a false emperor, Gu Yuhan could condense divine energy. He had already advanced to half-step sovereign emperor many years ago. The flute music was indistinct, sounding like the sounds of nature. When Gu Yuhan played the song, the heart of the night on the blue sea and blue sky. It was like waves crashing against reefs. The waves surged, and the blue sky and blue sea looked boundless. It seemed slow but was actually very fast. As Gu Yuhan played the flute music, he drove his divine seal and infused his Tao might into the flute music. Or rather, using the flute music to activate the divine seal's might was much more profound than using sound waves. Xiao Qian's face sank slightly. While this person was still very far away, he already felt like he was facing a great enemy, putting immense pressure on him. If Xiao Qin got closer, who knew how strong this flute music would be? If Xiao Qin left now, it would not be a problem. The other party might not be able to catch up. It was unwise to fight a false emperor in his current state. However, Wu Meng and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow Daoists behind Xiao Qin were already affected by the flute music. If Xiao Qin left, the two would be finished. Xiao Qin would not feel at ease. If he did not feel at ease, how could he maintain his original intentions? Go! Xiao Qin shouted. Then, he pressed his tongue against his palate, letting out a dragon roar. The flute music immediately paused. Ripples appeared in the surrounding space, kicking up overwhelming waves. The flute music scattered, and the blue sea and blue sky song scattered. Taking advantage of this moment, Xiao Qin picked up Wu Mei and the other Heavenly Alliance fellow and sent them flying with all his might. Wu Meng, who was startled to his senses, felt a huge lightning-attributed force on him. Then, he flew away like a beam of light. When Wu Meng saw that Xiao Qin was still where he was, he could not help feeling guilty. He shouted, "Who are you? Will you stay alive? I will never forget this favor. I, Wu Meng, will definitely repay it in the future." Xiao Qin sent a voice projection. "We are all Heavenly Alliance people, so we should take care of each other. Brother Wu Meng, there is no need to be so polite. I am fine. There is no need to worry. A member of the Heaven Alliance. Wu Meng's heart trembled when he heard this. Such a person existed. How laughable. To think that I thought that I was the strongest in the Heavenly Alliance, aside from Shao Qin and Grim Reaper Lin Feng. I was truly a frog in a well. Normally, I would not be so arrogant, training day and night. Even if this Zhang Yushan was Shimu's disciple, I would not have suffered such a miserable defeat. Imperceptibly, this lesson allowed Saber Demon Wu Meng to undergo a transformation. Slowly, Shao Chen's full-powered lightning-attributed energy quickly sent the two far away. However, he had no choice but to remain where he was. Woo 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 woo. As the flute music spread out, it became even more difficult to deal with. Gu Yuhan clearly increased his strength. Moreover, the distance between them was getting shorter and shorter, which made it difficult for Shao Qin to continue. Faint ripples appeared in his soul pool. Occasionally, musical notes could be heard. The golden divine seal seemed to be violently battered by raging waves. This made Shao Qin feel extremely uncomfortable. Faint cracks had actually appeared on the divine seal. If this continued, he would probably die here. A false emperor. He truly lives up to being a false emperor. While Shao Qin felt uncomfortable, lofty aspirations welled up in his heart. He had long heard of the strength of a false emperor. 5 years ago, he wanted to fight a false emperor. However, he had not gotten the chance. After waiting for 5 years, he finally got the chance. Boom! The battle hunger that Shao Qin suppressed for 5 years turned into hot-bloodedness and lofty aspiration spreading out in all directions. When people outside the trial tower felt this hot-bloodedness and lofty aspirations, they immediately praised Shao Qin. Shao Qin had courage and boldness, not fearing a strong enemy. Instead, he inspired such a strong battle hunger. What a great junior! If this person were a disciple of my Bushan Palace, I would definitely take him in as my final disciple and pass on my mantle to him. My Bushan Palace needs such hot-blooded people. Regardless of victory or defeat, let's fight first. So what if he is a false emperor? Earlier, Shao Qin humiliatingly defeated a Bushan Palace disciple, embarrassing that Bushan Palace powerhouse. Now that this Bushan Palace powerhouse saw this scene, he could not help praising Shao Qin. No matter how strangely this junior dressed, making others laugh and feel confused, Shao Qin first revealed his perfect divine seal. Now, when facing a profound Heaven Holy Land false emperor expert, he burst out with such startling battle hunger. Shao Qin already fulfilled all the requirements of a powerful outstanding talent. He just lacked one more chance to soar into the sky in one go. Could it really be Shao Qin? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. If it were an outsider, he would not have come to save Shao Qin. However, the white-clad Shao Qin with his fluttering long hair and a hidden sharpness appeared in Mu Zifeng's mind. Compared to this strange person covered in bandages and bedsheets, it was a completely different scene. Mu Zifeng would never have imagined that Shao Qin was the same person. The only similarity was that the two had lofty aspirations and hot-bloodedness. They both had a pride and tyranny that refused to admit defeat. So what if I am a false emperor? I will fight you. Bang! Gu Yuhan soared into the air, holding a flute with both hands and using the flute music to activate his divine seal. Gu Yuhan clearly sensed Shao Chen's battle hunger. This was a provocation, so he could not help but feel a murderous intent in his heart. This azure sea and blue sky immediately gained a cold and somber air. Frost spread out for tens of thousands of miles. This medicinal field and all the towering trees within sight were covered in frost. Then, they all withered, their vitality destroyed by the killing intent. Vast sky. Boundless sea. Waves rise. Falling flute music. Cold killing intent. Each note was louder than the one before. Ding. Dang. Dang. Rang out. This azure sea and blue sky contained a cold and somber air, wanting to kill everything in the world. Who cares about your overwhelming battle hunger or your hot-bloodedness? The one I will kill is you. Xiao Chen's soaring battle hunger and burning hot-bloodedness immediately felt like he had fallen into an ice cave. Before Xiao Chen could show off his lofty aspirations, someone chopped them down in the air, making him feel very unbearable. Ha ha ha. Good. Good. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xiao Chen's mouth, dyeing the bandage around his mouth red. However, he could not help rearing his head back and laughing, saying, "Good," 3 times. No matter who this person was, he made Xiao Chen feel the aura of an expert. Xiao Chen felt deep veneration and heartfelt admiration for this person. This person was not someone that a shameless trash like Zhang Yushan could compare to. Whoosh! The bedsheet in Xiao Chen's hand flung out ferociously. Then, he tied it up like a cloak. Even though Zhang Yushan's hot-bloodedness was chopped down by someone's flute music, he did not feel discouraged. Zhang Yushan could not maintain his composure, not saying a word or moving at all. Am I going to die? Zhang Yushan's face swelled up like a pig's head as he leaned against a rock with much difficulty. When he saw Xiao Chen's scene, he could not help laughing excitedly. Bang! Right after Zhang Yushan spoke, a crisp sound rang out in the air. After storing up power for a long time, Xiao Chen punched with all his might. The fist light was like a saber moving in the air, giving off a surging saber intent. Under the pressure of the flute music, Xiao Chen used his flawless saber domain to drive the divine seal. The flawless Dao uses the body as a saber. I do not have a saber in my hand, but I use my body as a saber and my thoughts as a scabbard. Every time Xiao Chen punched, his fighting spirit spread out as he drew his saber. The sound of a saber being drawn unleashed his hot-bloodedness, blocking the increasingly difficult flute music. Whoosh! 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 2 figures landed. It was Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers. When they saw Zhang Yushan's appearance, they could not help finding it funny. Senior brother, why is your face swollen like a pig's head? Who slapped you? Zhang Yushan immediately felt exasperated. You 2 bastards, to think that you have the face to come back. Do you enjoy watching me get beaten up? Senior brother, you are wrongly accused. Didn't we bring reinforcements for you? Since big brother Gu Yuhan is here, that brat will die for sure. The 2 did not blush. In reality, running into Gu Yuhan was a complete coincidence. Zhang Yushan looked like he saw something terrifying. Unable to care about anything else, he shouted, "Quickly, bring me away. We can't stay here anymore. Quick! 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 I'll let bygones be bygones. Quickly, bring me away." Zhang Yushan's 2 junior brothers mocked, "Senior brother, did someone beat you silly? Senior brother Gu Yuhan is here. What are you afraid of? You 2 pig heads. Look behind you." The 2 quickly turned around. When they saw what happened, they were stupefied. They did not even have time to put away their smiles. They saw Xiao Chen draped in a bedsheet, using his body as a saber and his thoughts as a scabbard. The sound of Xiao Chen drawing the scabbard reverberated in the surroundings, actually shattering the flute music, which had grown much stronger. The surrounding mysterious phenomena of the blue sky shattering and waves surging back did not injure Xiao Chen at all. Someone actually blocked senior brother Gu's blue sky and blue sea. How can this be? Quickly leave. Otherwise, when senior brother Gu comes down, the shock waves will definitely affect this place. This greatly startled the 2. Without even thinking, they quickly retreated. Damn! You 2 bastards! Bring me along. Zhang Yushan, who was severely injured and beaten into a pig's head by Xiao Chen, screamed hoarsely. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two figures quickly retreated. Then, each of them grabbed one of Zhang Yushan's legs and moved as fast as lightning, continuing to flee. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard reverberated even more intensely. This was no longer a battle of divine seals. Instead, it was the two's martial Tao clashing. The flute music and the sound of Gu Yuhan drawing the scabbard contained their respective understandings of the martial Tao. Neither could afford to lose. Once they lost, they would hurt themselves. Whoosh! A figure soared through the air. It was Gu Yuhan, who had finally arrived before Xiaoqin. He looked at Xiaoqin coldly with a sullen expression. However, he did not stop playing the flute. The flute music spread out as Gu Yuhan landed. It was like a surging tsunami surging over. Xiaoqin could not help showing an even graver expression. As he played, he brought out his flawless Tao domain to its fullest. Gu Yuhan slowly paced the ground. As he walked, the flute music never stopped. It looked like there was no pattern to it. In reality, every step Gu Yuhan took contained the laws of the world. At this moment, his azure sea and blue sky technique was already driven to its limits. The two of them had already fought to the point where neither of them could let go. Both of them were holding back a killer move. The ending notes of Gu Yuhan's azure sea and blue sky technique would definitely overlap, unleashing all the rhythm of the earlier notes at the very last moment. As for Xiaoqin, he was also hiding the dragon tone art that the Qing Emperor created back then. Given his current cultivation, when he executed the dragon tone art, he could bring out all the blue dragon's power in his bloodline. The fight looked incredibly intense, surging with battle hunger. However, in reality, they were both enduring, waiting, holding back a move, waiting for their peak strike. Chapter 2162. The two endured, hiding their moves. One attacked, and the other defended. Gu Yuhan's blue sea, blue sky would eventually come to an end. Xiaoqin, who was forced to defend with the sound of a drawn scabbard, was forced to defend. Although Gu Yuhan was at a disadvantage, as long as he could defend, it would be hard to say who would win in the end. As Gu Yuhan walked, he blew the flute music endlessly. Gu Yuhan's movements did not change. However, those with eyes could tell that while his steps appeared slow, they were actually urgent. He had already unknowingly increased his pace. Clear sky. Waves rise. Flute music descend. Cold killing intent. With each step, each note, Gu Yuhan's rage soared into the sky. The long night arrived in the blue sky and the jade-green sea. Night covered this world, turning it into the sea. Xiaoqin and Gu Yuhan stood at the top of the waves. Only the flute music and the endless waves remained in the dark night. Only the light of Xiaoqin's drawn saber could illuminate this long night and the vast sea. Outside the trial tower, the many foe gods watched carefully. Their attention was attracted, and their expressions turned grave. Although the two's cultivations were low in the eyes of the foe gods, this was a competition of their martial Tao. Everyone's eyes lit up and they cheered in amazement. This blue sea, blue sky, is indeed incredible. Unfortunately, we can only see it and not listen to it personally. That strange person is really incredible. To think that he can simulate the sound of a drawn saber and use it to write his martial Tao. He changed very quickly. He knows that the essence of this competition is not the strength of one's divine seal, cultivation, or musical attainments. Instead, it's a battle of the heart, to see whose martial will is superior, and who can display it more perfectly. That's right. Why is this blue sea, blue sky, so difficult to deal with? Even some sovereign emperors could not block it because they could not see through its essence. If one could not distinguish between the two and fell into any trap, they would immediately lose. From the looks of it, Gu Yuhan holds the advantage. However, this advantage is not huge and somewhat strained. The strange person adapted to the situation. Gu Yuhan should have a suppressive advantage. Given the current situation, while he holds the advantage, it can only be considered a draw. Void God realm experts had outstanding eyesight. After all, their realms were much higher than theirs. They could see through what was real and what was fake with one glance. The profound Heaven Holy Land powerhouse, Gu Fei, showed a grave expression but did not refute. Such a situation had long surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Logically speaking, Gu Yuhan did not even need to land to force Xiao Chen to kneel and beg for mercy. However, the fight was so intense now. It's almost over. The winner is about to be decided. In paradise, the blue sea and blue sky that Gu Yuhan played gradually grew softer. The waves receded. The blue sky and blue sea were calm. The flute music was low and deep, as if it wanted to say something. The calm didn't last for long. It was only for a moment, but in that moment, the surging melody suddenly fell silent. The instantaneous difference caused space to freeze, as if time itself had stopped. In the next moment, there was a loud rumble. The sun set over the long river and the stars sank. The blue sea and blue sky filled the heart of the night. Rumble. Gu Yuhan held the shao with both hands and continued to play. However, only a final note remained. The final note buzzed endlessly. At this moment, Gu Yuhan seemed to have dug out his heart and poured it into this final note. Before the song ended, the heart did not die. The sun set, the stars sank, and the sky became nightless. The melody that paused for a moment erupted at this moment. The stars fell, and the vast sea rose from the ground. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. This was the final note that the other party used his life to play. Despite knowing how horrifying it was, he did not choose to dodge. A crazed look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. His entire body trembled. It was hard to tell whether it was the anxiety of life and death or the excitement of hot-bloodedness. Xiao Chen only knew that he had to do his best, gambling on the pride of the blue dragon to fight to the death. The dragon tone art that Xiao Chen had been suppressing for a long time erupted at this moment. Xiao Chen roared ferociously, and a dragon roar came from his chest. This dragon roar was vast and dense. The deeply buried blue dragon bloodline power stirred up. Xiao Chen's entire body burned like fire. The perfect divine seal shone with resplendent light. Xiao Chen drove it at full power, holding nothing back. Boom! Just as the boundless sea carrying the setting sun and stars looked like it was about to swallow up Xiao Chen, a dragon roar rang out and forcefully shattered it. Amidst the loud noise, the boundless sea shattered, and the complete phenomenon was broken. Boundless starlight burst out. If not for this being paradise, the land for 500,000 kilometers would have instantly crumbled and turned into ashes. Fortunately, we left quickly. Far away, Zhang Yushan heaved a sigh of relief, showing an extremely horrified expression. The shock waves that erupted from the two's exchange were much more horrifying than he had imagined. The two junior brothers were dumbstruck as well, and they exclaimed endlessly with admiration and clicked their tongues in wonder. How strong! How terrifying! I can't imagine that we dared to provoke that strange person earlier. That's right. Fortunately, we ran fast. Otherwise, we would end up like senior brother, pigheads. It's hard to say. Senior brother is very strong. The two of us might not last long enough to turn into pig heads before we die here. Zhang Yushan showed an unsightly expression as he listened from the side through gritted teeth. However, he could not do anything. He could only swear to himself that after he recovered his strength, he would teach these two pig-brained junior brothers a lesson. Suddenly, a few beams of starlight descended together with the tide. This startled Zhang Yushan to his senses. He shouted, "Junior brothers, quickly save me." Who knew, when his two junior brothers saw that the situation was bad, they had already fled. By the time Zhang Yushan remembered that he had forgotten about his senior brother, the starlight had already descended. It would be too late to save him. Boom! A huge pit appeared in the ground. No one knew if Zhang Yushan was dead or alive. The two junior brothers rushed over in fright, searching for Zhang Yushan's tracks. Naturally, no one paid attention to such a scene. The folk gods outside the trial tower all wanted to know who won this final exchange. Logically speaking, Gu Yushan should have won. His song was perfect, without any openings. He infused all his martial Tao will into the final note. It is truly incredible. That strange person should be someone from the Divine Dragon Empire. That final dragon roar was not much inferior. No matter how I think about it, only the Heavenly Alliance's Shao Qin can match this strange person's identity. However, I heard that this Shao Qin failed to break through to the perfect divine seal. That news is definitely not fake. How could he recover in 3 days? Indeed. The backlash from breaking through to the perfect divine seal would cause him to lose his cultivation at best. At worst, he would die on the spot. How could he be so lively in just 3 days? A mystery. This is truly a mystery. The final dragon roar exposed most of Shao Chen's identity. However, these faux gods all received the news. Shao Chen had indeed failed to break through to the divine seal. His junior brothers personally saw it. Some people even directly asked fiendish saber Shimu. Shimu's answer was the same. The strange person's identity immediately became a mystery, hard to distinguish. It's out. Shock waves spread out in the light screen. The mysterious phenomenon vanished, and the scene reappeared. The discussion of who the strange person was ended. Everyone wanted to see who won and who lost. Gu Yuhan is still around. In the scene, Gu Yuhan held his bamboo flute with one hand. His complexion paled as he looked around, clearly trying to find Shao Chen's figure. Where is he? Could he have run? In the end, although Shao Chen forcefully shattered the blue sky and blue sea with a dragon roar, the many faux gods still sensed his rage. They believed that he would not be able to block the shock waves from the blue sky and blue sea. Whoosh! A wind blew like lightning, scattering the dust. Then, the bandaged strange person appeared. Gu Yuhan flung the bedsheet like a cloak, sweeping away the dust. Then, he slowly revealed himself. His sharpness did not diminish, and his aura remained the same as before. What a blue sky and blue sea! I nearly died here. However, many thanks to your distinguished self. I advanced to half-step Sovereign Emperor and have not experienced a huge battle. Since I did not die in this battle, I will definitely rise up, Shao Chen said softly. Shao Chen said softly. His voice came through the gauze, sounding deep and low. However, it felt even more mysterious and unfathomable. Gu Yuhan revealed a suspicious expression. He could not figure out Shao Chen's current state, so his face turned somewhat sullen. Naturally, Gu Yuhan did not want to let Shao Chen off. However, the earlier battle had not been easy for him either. Right now, Gu Yuhan could not figure out Shao Chen, so he did not dare to act rashly. However, when he heard Shao Chen's words, Gu Yuhan realized that Shao Chen was thanking him for helping him. Gu Yuhan could not help feeling depressed, and murderous intent surged. The two continued to face each other, clashing their auras. However, they still did not intend to let go. Whoosh! Suddenly, a tricolored spiritual light tore through the sky, forming a curved rainbow bridge in the sky. A 100,000-year-old herb king. Shao Chen's and Gu Yuhan's expressions changed as they split some of their attention to pay attention. Gu Yuhan hesitated for only a moment before finally making up his mind. Then, he turned around and left. Trying to leave. Have you asked for my permission? However, Xiaochen smiled coldly. When he saw the other party reveal an opening, his battle hunger surged, and he charged over again. Chapter 2163. When facing Xiaochen's attack, everyone felt startled. Clearly, they had not expected Xiaochen to be so decisive. Gu Yuhan had just revealed an opening when Xiaochen caught it and instantly attacked. Bang! Caught off guard, Gu Yuhan was forced to turn around and receive Xiaochen's palm strike. The instant the two palms clashed, the two each took 100 steps back. Gu Yuhan stood firmly and shouted coldly, "This is never ending." Gu Yuhan's aura suddenly soared. He flicked his finger, and a strand of divine energy turned into a beam of light and shot out. The moment divine energy appeared, it was truly unrivaled. Xiaochen pulled on his cloak and executed the flawless saber Dao. He showed a grave expression as he continuously split this strand of divine energy. Gu Yuhan smiled coldly and spread his arms, slowly vanishing. This time, he did not leave any openings. Just like that, Gu Yuhan left in pursuit of the 100,000-year-old Herb King. Bang! When the other party completely vanished, Xiaochen, who had been retreating as he fought, suddenly stood firmly. Then, he merged his veritable essence energy, vital qi, and soul energy, and threw a ferocious punch. The beam of light formed by the significantly weakened divine energy completely scattered. The shock waves spread out, and everywhere the golden light passed, nothing remained. Xiaochen wrapped his cloak around himself again. As he looked at the rainbow bridge in the sky, he revealed an expression of caution and luck. Fortunately, this 100,000-year-old Herb King suddenly appeared. Otherwise, he might have been forced to leave paradise. This Gu Yuhan was truly strong. In the end, Xiaochen was not in his peak state. His movements were somewhat restricted. There was already a gap between him and false emperors in the first place. In such a state, he was even harder to deal with. The earlier battle could not be described with just the word dangerous. That Gu Yuhan was very scheming. He simply did not want to give Xiaochen a chance to remain in paradise. If Xiaochen showed any weakness, Gu Yuhan would definitely kill him. If Xiaochen showed any weakness, the other party would ignore everything and continue attacking him. If Xiaochen did not leave paradise, the other party would definitely kill him. Unfortunately, Gu Yuhan could not see through Xiaochen, unable to calculate how much combat prowess Xiaochen had. Gu Yuhan did not dare to take the risk, lest he get severely injured and lose the ability to compete with the other false emperors. The other party was tempted by the 100,000-year-old Herb King's appearance. However, at the same time, he wanted to use this opportunity to test Xiaochen. He purposely pretended to be anxious, turned around, and left, leaving an opening. If Xiaochen didn't make a move, then it was certain that Xiaochen's current fighting spirit was faked. Then, he would immediately turn around and fight again, forcefully killing Xiaochen or forcing him out of paradise. If Xiaochen made a move, it would prove that Xiaochen still had the strength to fight. There was no need to tangle with Xiaochen any longer. It was more important to quickly subdue the 100,000-year-old Demon King. However, he had never expected that Xiaochen's injuries were indeed not light, much more serious than his. It was just that he had seen through the other party's schemes and was a step ahead of them. I need to find a place to recuperate. I finally stabilized my strength as a half-step sovereign emperor. I now have a clear understanding of a false emperor's strength. Once I recover completely and return to my peak, I won't have to fear even a false emperor. In reality, false emperors were considered half-step sovereign emperors, but they were still not sovereign emperors. The difference between a half-step sovereign emperor and a false emperor was not as large as one might imagine. False emperors had only two advantages. First, they had formed their divine seal longer. Second, they had condensed divine energy. However, such divine energy was not true divine energy. Without the support of divine veins, one could not bring out the true might of divine energy. False emperors were not scary. The scary one was Gu Yuhan. It was like a half-step sovereign emperor. Zhang Yushan was also a half-step sovereign emperor. However, he could not last more than 10 moves against Xiao Qin, who was of the same cultivation realm. Cultivation realm was always just one of the factors that measured one's strength, it was not absolute. This was especially so before the outstanding talents. Unless the difference in cultivation was too great, one could never use one's cultivation to judge one's strength. However, even if it was Gu Yuhan, Xiao Qin was confident that as long as he entered his peak state, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving. The next time they met, Gu Yuhan would definitely regret leaving this time. I won't have a chance to fight for this 100,000-year-old herb king. Xiao Qin thought for a while, but he did not show much envy. The 10,000-year-old herb kings that he obtained were all peak quality. Furthermore, Xiao Qin had directly consumed and refined all of them, which targeted him. After refining them, he could quickly convert them into his own cultivation. However, a 100,000-year-old herb king was indeed very rare. A 100,000-year-old herb king was nearly the same age as the faux god world. Furthermore, it was tainted by the demonic qi of this place, which made it very ferocious. It would be very difficult for a person to subdue it alone. Xiao Qin knew where some 100,000-year-old herb kings hid. However, he did not dare to rashly make a move. I wonder who will be the one to obtain this 100,000-year-old herb king in the end. I believe that it will take some time to fight for it. After Xiao Qin muttered to himself, his figure flashed and he left. After Xiao Qin left, the faux gods outside the trial tower no longer paid attention to Xiao Qin. The scenes on the light screens revolved around that 100,000-year-old herb king. A 100,000-year-old herb king was extremely important to these faux gods. Of course, the faux gods had to verify the rank of this spirit herb first. Otherwise, even a 100,000-year-old spirit herb would be useless. At a desolate place in the boundless herb fields in paradise, Xiao Qin looked at the sky and entered deep thought. It looks like the outside world can indeed notice everything that happens in here. Since entering, Xiao Qin felt like something was paying attention to him. This feeling only truly vanished just now. That sense of discomfort was very obvious. Combined with the 100,000-year-old herb king that just appeared, Xiao Qin already determined that this herb king had to have helped him attract attention. I really have to thank this 100,000-year-old herb king. It has helped me a lot. Xiao Qin said softly. Then, he said, I have to absorb all of this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment first, lest my hands and feet become tied. As long as my meridian injuries recover, they are actually just minor injuries. After making up his mind, Xiao Qin sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes, speeding up his absorption of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Previously, when Xiao Qin was asleep, he had been passively absorbing the ointment. Hence, the speed was extremely slow. After 3 days, he had only absorbed a small portion. However, just this small portion had pulled him back from the gates of hell. This showed how miraculous this primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment was. Now that Xiao Qin took the initiative to refine it, his absorption speed was incomparable to before. In merely 1 hour, Xiao Qin recovered most of the injuries he suffered and the veritable essence energy and soul energy that he drained from the fight with Gu Yuhan. The ointment's effects were startlingly strong, allowing Xiao Qin to focus even more on healing the hidden injuries he suffered from his chaotic great Tao and unstable veritable essence energy. Time went by unknowingly. Xiao Qin's body emitted a green light as he anxiously treated his injuries. While he was anxiously treating his injuries, he did not notice that the strong life force contained in this green light actually caused many lush green grass to grow in this desolate land. Some withered old trees even sprouted. 2 days later, when Xiao Qin opened his eyes again, the scene before him immediately shocked him. The desolate land that he had purposely chosen, devoid of life force, actually turned into a scene brimming with life. All sorts of flowers and grasses appearing everywhere. Unexpectedly, this place turned into a valley filled with life and hundreds of flowers. The primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment? What kind of ointment did Senior Shimu give me? Xiao Chen was shocked by the scene before him. He knew that this should be the lingering effects of the ointment as it was being refined. After 2 days, Xiao Chen's injuries had already healed completely, no longer showing any signs of relapse. Xiao Chen had returned to his peak. The more horrifying thing was that he sensed that half of the ointment in the bandages had not been absorbed. Xiao Chen used only half of the ointment to completely recover his battered body. He felt that it was overkill, the medicinal effects overflowed. Now, there is no need for this bandage to remain. A look of disdain flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he naturally showed a tyrannical air. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to tear off the bandages, he stopped. Why do I need to tear it off? Although his attire was strange, they didn't seem to recognize him. Xiao Chen hid his identity very well. This seems pretty good. If Xiao Chen appeared in paradise, who knew how much trouble there would be? There were simply too many benefits to hiding his identity. Since that is the case, there is no need to rush to tear off the bandages. Although my attire looks strange, I have never cared about the opinions of others. With this thought, Xiao Chen stopped what he was doing and covered himself with the bedsheet again. Hey! Just at this moment, Xiao Chen let out a soft cry of surprise. He saw a tricolored light quickly flying over to where he was. It was that 100,000-year-old Herb King. Chapter 2164. The Thunder Cliff tree immediately turned sinister and terrifying in front of Xiao Chen. Black aura wriggled around it, looking like a ferocious beast. However, the Thunder Cliff tree had already gone berserk. When it sensed the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment on Xiao Chen, it went berserk. This was its life-saving tonic. Xiao Chen pulled back the Thunder Cliff tree's heart, which nearly leaped out of his chest. Then, he stretched out his hand above the valley. Either die or obtain the opportunity. 5. A bright light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he thought of the reason. This 100,000-year-old Herb King was probably attracted by the aura of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. Whoosh! After it. Even if I have to chase it to the ends of the world, I will make this fellow spit it out. Chu Feng felt incredibly frustrated. He and Fang Xiaobai were the ones who discovered this Thundercliff tree. It should have belonged to the two of them in the first place. This is not a coincidence. Chu Feng thought about something. In the first place, he mainly cultivated the Thunder Dao and grasped the Thunder Dao domain. Now that he had returned to his peak, he did not fear the severely injured Thundercliff tree. Rumble. Go all out. Right now, Xiao Chen did not know what his chances were. However, it did not matter whether he advanced or retreated. Originally, he thought that even if someone tried to reap the benefits, that person would not be able to quickly subdue the Thundercliff tree. Instead, that person might even help them block the Thundercliff tree. Mu Yunzhu could not help but ask when he saw Gu Yuhan's hand trembling as he held the flute with an exceptionally unsightly expression. For the next 10 years, 100 years, or even 1,000 years, the Thundercliff tree would continuously absorb lightning-attributed energy. A tribulation mark would be left on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chen looked carefully and saw more than 100 tribulation marks densely packed on the Thundercliff tree. Xiao Chen felt like an evil ferocious beast was staring at him. He found this feeling very unbearable. He was not unfamiliar with this feeling. Road turning around. Xiao Chen had made many decisions in the past. Most of the time, he would choose to take a gamble. However, when he was not confident, he would choose to retreat. With a cold shout, Xiao Chen's battle hunger blazed like a fierce fire, breaking the heavy aura in the surroundings. A brilliant light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he tore off the bedsheet with his right hand. The messy bedsheet turned into a saber as he executed Xiao Chen's peak attack. Their advantage was that they were familiar with the operating rules of this world and were well versed in the surroundings. They were adept at escaping, and a moment of carelessness would allow them to escape. 6. His heart was beating faster and faster, as if it was about to jump out of his chest. Xiao Chen remained unmoved, his expression cold. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he sensed the power of heaven and earth locking onto him. The thunder cliff tree searched around and finally found Xiao Chen at the top of the mountain. The thunder cliff tree's aura was greatly weakened. However, in this desperate situation, he only paused for a moment before unleashing all of his ferocious nature. Rumble. Martial Dao cultivation was like rowing a boat against the current. If one did not advance, they would fall back. On the path of cultivation, everyone would encounter fortuitous encounters. A single decision that seemed to take only an instant could change one's entire life. The universe origin sect's Chu Feng muttered with an extremely sullen expression, "I only saw an afterimage. However, I think that it is definitely him." Aside from him, no one else's afterimage would have the silhouette of a bedsheet. Clearly, this was an outstanding talent that the various factions' false emperors or half-step sovereign emperors believed could hold their own against a false emperor. At this point, the weaker ones no longer qualified to compete for this herb king. The lingering lightning blocked the thunder cliff tree's connection to the world, crippling it by half. Whoosh! Whoosh! Spiritual light flickered, and electricity crackled endlessly at the bottom of the valley. Strands of purplish-black lightning lingered, radiating a startling baleful aura. 3, 2, 1. It's that strange person in the bedsheet. Xiao Chen could clearly sense that this thundercliff tree's aura was weak. The spiritual light it gave off was much weaker than when Xiao Chen saw it 2 days ago. Immediately, everyone felt incredibly frustrated. For 2 days, they had fought a battle of wits and courage with this thundercliff tree, exhausting themselves. Yet, in the end, that strange person easily collected it. Unexpectedly, when the 7 landed, aside from some lingering aura, they could no longer see that person or the thundercliff tree. Just at this moment, miserable cries came from deep underground. Cracks immediately appeared in the sky, and the entire herb field shook continuously. The 7's expressions changed drastically. Yuan Zhen said sullenly, "Everyone, we can no longer remain in this herb field." After the thundercliff tree fell to the bottom of the valley, anxiety spread in the air. A faint whirlpool formed. Whoosh! The entire valley lost its life force. All the flowers and plants withered without exception. The outstanding talents of the various factions were still behind the thundercliff tree. They would soon catch up. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Then, he firmly grabbed the thundercliff tree, which had lost its ferocious nature, and left in a flash. As Xiao Chen got closer to the thundercliff tree, time passed quickly. He only had 3 seconds left. A loud sound rang out, and that 100,000-year-old herb king fell to the bottom of the valley. Whoosh! 7. A battle raged in Xiao Chen's mind. However, it only lasted for an instant. In that instant, he made his decision. The thundercliff tree grew excited. It finally discovered the source of the primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment. The herb kings in paradise were all ferocious and tainted with a demonic nature. They were very different from those in the outside world. However, the other 6 did not have much time to think. They looked at the crack in the sky and hesitated for a moment before catching up to Yuan Zhen, leaving quickly. If Xiao Chen could not subdue this thundercliff tree in 10 breaths, the people chasing after him would catch up. With so many false emperors watching, it would be practically impossible for him to leave. When Mu Yunju saw the situation, he did not ask any further. However, he thought to himself, there must be more to this than meets the eye. Firmament's rage, covering the sky with one hand. Damn it! They did not have complete souls, but they were sentient. Clearly, they knew to flee after being injured. Feeling anxious, all of them brought out their trump cards and sped up, rushing towards the valley. After glancing around, Xiaochen focused his attention on the 100,000-year-old Herb King. A colossal hand containing the rage of a great desolate Aeon ancestor dragon appeared and covered the sky. Night enveloped the area as the back of the hand blocked the descending purple lightning. Before the Thunder Cliff tree could execute its killing move, this saber light struck it. It lost its ferocious nature and fell to the bottom of the valley. The fluctuation of aura was like a heartbeat. Bang! 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 The Thunder Cliff tree actually synchronized with Xiao Chen's heartbeat. After 2 seconds, many figures descended. There were the profound Heaven Holy Lands Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, the Universe Origin sects Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai, the Bushan Palaces Xiao Hozun and Bai Yunfei, and the Hidden Spirit Temples Yuanzhen. Bang! The divine seal in his soul pool activated, and Xiao Chen leaped out. Wrapped in a bedsheet, he launched himself at the ferocious Thunder Cliff tree. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, "It is injured. Everyone, are we going to chase or not? The problem is, why did it come to where I am? Is it a coincidence or on purpose?" When the Thunder Cliff tree pounced over, it kicked up lightning everywhere and the pitch-black sky. Bolts of purple-black lightning descended, and a terrifying aura spread out in all directions as if a peerless ferocious beast was about to appear. Gu Yuhan said calmly, suppressing the rage in his heart. At this moment, the Thunder Cliff tree's trunk was about 1 meter tall, looking like a small tree. The branches branched off, and purple leaves grew on the branches, looking like refined iron. Without even a 10% chance of success, it would be unwise to risk it. At this moment, intense pain spread through Xiao Chen's entire body. At the last second, he activated all the potential in his body, and his aura erupted. Humph! Bang! At that time, Xiao Chen might lose his Tao and his life before he could even retreat. Although Xiao Chen did not fear false emperors, he would not be able to protect himself if surrounded. 8. There was definitely something strange going on. Xiao Chen grew cautious as he spread his arms. He left a faint purple mark where he stood. Then, his figure appeared above the valley, temporarily avoiding it. After the Thunder Cliff tree absorbed the remnant primal chaos heaven replenishing ointment's medicinal energy, its body became brighter. That was why the Thunder Cliff tree had run to this desolate land to treat its injuries and recover its strength. If Xiao Chen had not fallen for the Thunder Cliff tree's trick, this would not have happened. Gu Yuhan and the others had been traveling quickly and had already unleashed their full power several times. Now that they were 1 second late, it would be difficult for them to catch up. However, compared to the severe injuries the Thunder Cliff tree suffered, it was still a drop in the bucket, far from sufficient. Who could not be angry? 4. When Gu Yuhan looked into the distance, he saw several strong auras behind the Medicine King. Although Xiao Chen had said 10 seconds, he had only given himself 8 seconds to unleash his killing move in advance. Under the heavy pressure, the heartbreaking style had surpassed its peak. When Xiao Chen saw it clearly, his heart skipped a beat. This was actually a Thunder Cliff tree. 10. The most important thing was to be decisive and not hesitate. What's going on? Gu Yuhan could only watch from afar and see if he could get lucky. Gu Yuhan's hand faced the sky, and his palm faced the ground. A flash of saber light moved very quickly, appearing only for an instant. Gu Yuhan knew that Xiao Chen must have fooled him 2 days ago. The other party should be a spent force. The instant the Thunder Cliff tree came into contact, Xiao Chen roared and suddenly accelerated. He shouted out the final 3 seconds in his mind. Then, this colossal hand grabbed all the purple-black lightning in the surroundings. In the next moment, it exploded. The lightning mixed with the saber light tore through the world, lingering there. It was not an easy task to subdue the Herb King in this herb field. The combat prowess that a 10,000-year-old medicine king could bring out was already comparable to that of a half-step sovereign emperor. Its only weakness was that it was not flexible and did not know martial techniques. The 7 appeared almost at the same time. Their expressions were somewhat unsightly. Before they rushed over, they had sensed the fluctuations of battle. Of the 7, only the hidden spirit temple's Yuan Zhen looked into the distance with a contemplative expression. The branches and leaves on the medicine king's body trembled, bearing fangs and brandishing claws. The ferocious nature that it burst out with was no weaker than a false emperor's. "Senior Brother Gu, what's wrong?" This medicine king should have grown at the top of the Thunder Cliff, receiving the baptism of the Thunder Tao. The moment it was born, it would suffer a 1,000-day lightning tribulation and survive for 3 years. That 100,000-year-old medicine king actually took the initiative to fly towards Shaoqin after he entered closed-door cultivation for 2 days. To think that a spirit herb wanted to swallow me. How reckless. Flawless Tao, using thoughts as a saber, heartbreaking stance. 9. Whoosh. It's fine. That Thunder Cliff tree seemed like a gourmet that saw a delicacy as it launched itself at Shaoqin. After Yuanzhen finished speaking, he turned around and left with a somewhat grave expression. This was indeed true. This desolate valley, which was originally devoid of life, only had its aura exuding life force. Hundreds of flowers bloomed in this valley. This showed how horrifying the medicine's effects were. Chapter 2165. A sorrowful cry caused cracks to appear in the primal chaos sky, where demonic chi and immortal chi coexisted. The expressions of the various super-faction disciples in the herb field changed as they quickly fled. A great horror was about to appear. Before entering paradise, the various elders had instructed them to leave when the sorrowful cry appeared in the herb field. If they could not leave quickly, they had to forcefully leave this paradise even if they had to pay the price of not being able to continue experiential training. Otherwise, they might fall here if they were not careful. After subduing the Thunder Cliff tree, Shaoqin, who was fleeing, also saw the crack in the sky. The primal chaos sky was incredibly viscous. Unexpectedly, cracks appeared, startling Shaoqin. Black fireballs rained down from the crevice. It was a terrifying scene. Are those things buried underground going to come out? Shaoqin asked with a slight frown. Previously, he had discovered that there were countless ancient demonic sovereigns kneeling on the thrones in this herb field. The spirit herbs were hidden underground. When everyone subdued the spirit herbs, it was only a matter of time before they startled the countless corpses. I have to go. The herb field was a treasure land. Just a 10,000-year-old herb king would be a huge harvest. Naturally, no one would be willing to leave. This was especially so for the disciples who had not obtained any herb kings or the cultivators who were subduing herb kings. These people would try their luck and would not be able to make a decisive decision. Shaoqin had gained a huge harvest. Naturally, he would not try his luck. His figure flashed as he soared into the air. Shaoqin moved gracefully, like a roaming dragon. A bedsheet fluttered like the wind, flapping noisily as it spun around, looking like snow or clouds. Shaoqin's figure moved nimbly, appearing as ethereal as an immortal as he dodged the many black fireballs. Even though Shaoqin's nimble figure was draped in a bedsheet, it was still breathtaking. The huge light screen outside the trial tower locked onto Shaoqin again. The many faux god powerhouses muttered to themselves. At this moment, the various faux gods had a rough idea of who this strange person was. It was Shaoqin. Dragon race bloodline, peak bladesman, firmament's rage, perfect divine seal. The various characteristics that Xiao Qin revealed matched these characteristics. What's more, it was just him, Xiao Qin. However, according to the news that everyone had received, Xiao Qin had clearly failed to break through to the divine seal and suffered a backlash. His life and death were unknown, so it was impossible for him to be as lively as a dragon or a tiger within 3 days. This was something that Xiao Qin could not understand. The faux god powerhouses of the various clans came to a tacit understanding. Now that they roughly confirmed Xiao Qin's identity, they did not expose him. Because it was really awkward, it was not like he was their disciple, there was nothing much to say. Furthermore, there were some unexpected factors. He couldn't be 100% sure that it was Xiao Qin. Apart from that, there was also the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thundercliff tree. A 100,000-year-old Thundercliff tree was a natural treasure that could tempt even a faux god. These faux gods all had their own thoughts, thinking about how to obtain the Thundercliff tree after this. This was especially so for some faux gods who cultivated the Thunder Dao. They were eager to give it a try, their eyes flickering continuously. Is it really him? Mu Zifeng thought to himself. However, he could not match the image of Xiao Qin in his mind to this bandaged person draped in a bedsheet. Mu Zifeng already had an answer in his heart, but he still did not believe it. The difference in style was too great, completely different extremes. In the herb field in paradise, Xiao Qin sped up and left. The situation had already worsened, but some cultivators were still unwilling to leave. Most of these people were subduing king herbs, unwilling to give up on this fortuitous encounter, hoping to get lucky. These people thought that they could still make it in time if they quickly left after subduing the king herb. These people consoled themselves by doing so. Naturally, Xiao Qin would not care about people with such thoughts. These people were putting their lives on the line. That is. Suddenly, Xiao Qin stopped, and his gaze froze. 2 people wearing alloy battle armor were gritting their teeth as they subdued a 10,000-year-old king herb. It was Yun Fei and Nan Gongfeng. Why are these 2 still not leaving? Like Xiao Qin, Yun Fei and Nan Gongfeng were Heavenly Alliance newcomers from Desolate City. This was especially so for Yun Fei. Like Xiao Qin, he was a disciple of the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. Their friendship was deep, different from the others. Nan Gong, I feel that something is wrong. Let's retreat. If we do not leave now, we might not make it in time, Yun Fei said with a somewhat nervous expression as he executed the 13 wind-controlling swords. After some thought, Nan Gongfeng said, you should leave first. This dream lotus flower is compatible with my attribute. As long as I obtain it, I will definitely be able to break through to half-step sovereign emperor. If I lose this opportunity, who knows how long I will have to wait. Nan Gongfeng knew that the situation was extremely dangerous. However, he found it hard to give up. This was an opportunity to break through to half-step sovereign emperor. However, he did not want to implicate Yun Fei, so he let him leave first. Let's go together. I'll help you subdue it. It will be faster. Yun Fei shook his head. He did not choose to leave alone, staying behind to help Nan Gongfeng subdue this 10,000-year-old king herb. The 2 moved together in the faux god world and had a deep relationship. Even if it were Yun Fei, Nan Gongfeng would not abandon him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, something strange happened. A skeletal hand suddenly emerged from the ground. Before Yun Fei could react, that skeletal hand yanked him out of the air. The skeletal hand grabbed Yun Fei's ankle and pulled down, instantly dragging half of his body into the ground. Yun Fei immediately panicked. However, even with all his martial techniques, he could not do anything about it. When Nan Gongfeng saw the situation, he quickly gave up on subduing the dream lotus flower and turned around to save Yun Fei. Whoosh! 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 Several more skeletal hands appeared. This time, even Nangong Feng found it hard to protect himself. I'm probably going to die here. Despair and guilt appeared in Nangong Feng's heart. It did not matter if he died, but he also implicated Yunfei. Nangong Feng should have left long ago. His greed led to this disaster. Whoosh! At the crucial moment, a figure descended from the sky. First, this figure directly scattered the dream lotus flower's ferocious nature with a palm strike, subduing it. Then, a dragon roar rang out, and a dragon roar rang out. As the perfect divine seal activated, the Tao contained in the dragon roar spread out. Ka Xie! Ka Xie! Those skeletal hands shattered. Xiaoqin did not stop moving like a phantom as he pulled out Yunfei, who was half buried in the ground. He subdued the Herb King, saved Yunfei, and activated the divine seal. This series of actions flowed smoothly, completed in an instant. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt like they were dreaming, startling awake after a while. Brother, many thanks for helping me. I am unable to repay this life-saving grace. When Nangong Feng saw the strangely dressed Xiaoqin, who was wrapped in a bedsheet, he felt shocked. This person's strength and attire were also incredibly strange. It's me, Xiaoqin. There was no need to hide his identity from Yunfei and Nangong Feng, so Xiaoqin told them the truth. Xiaoqin. The two showed pleasant surprise on their faces. At the same time, they were in disbelief. To think that Xiaoqin was already so strong. Here, this is not the time to speak. Let's go first. Those monsters underground. Aside from half-step sovereign emperors with divine seals, the other sovereign personages do not have a good way to deal with them. I'll escort you out. Xiaoqin handed the dream lotus to Nangong Feng. Then, he led the way, escorting the two away. It was not yet time for the true danger to arrive. It was not too late to leave. Right. The two did not dare to be careless. They had wanted to leave long ago. Now that they no longer had anything to worry about, they quickly followed behind Xiaoqin. With Xiaoqin leading the way, they naturally did not encounter any obstacles. The three managed to leave the herb garden after 1 hour, despite the daunting experience. When the three looked back, the cracks in the pitch-black primal chaos sky dome looked terrifying. Miserable cries came from underground, making one's hair stand on end. Nangong Feng and Yunfei felt a lingering fear. If not for Xiaoqin making a move, they would have died for sure. Xiaoqin, many thanks, the two said gratefully. This was especially so for Nangong Feng, as Xiaoqin had even helped him subdue the dream lotus. Nangong Feng felt so grateful that he did not know what to say. We are all brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Xiaoqin smiled faintly. Then, he thought about Yunfei's cultivation technique and gave him one of the 10,000-year-old herb kings. This. I cannot accept it. When Yunfei saw this, he was startled. A 10,000-year-old herb king was incredibly precious, worth cities. He simply did not dare to accept it. Xiaoqin said calmly, I coincidentally obtained a 100,000-year-old herb king. This one is nothing. Yunfei and Nangong Feng felt greatly shocked, unable to hide the shock on their faces. I still have something to deal with, so I'll take my leave first. Right. A fog sea lay before them. After crossing this fog sea, they would arrive at another experiential training ground in paradise. The other people in the sea of fog were already rushing forward with all their might, trying to seize the initiative. As Yunfei and Nangong Feng watched Xiaoqin disappear into the fog sea, they remained speechless for a long time, feeling deeply moved. Let's go, too. I believe it is not convenient for Xiaoqin to be with us now. I really can't recognize you as Brother Xiaoqin with your attire. At the mention of Xiaoqin's attire, the two could not help laughing. Then, they stepped into the fog sea at the same time. Xiaoqin was in a rush to leave not because it was not convenient for him to be with the two but because he wanted to deal with the 100,000-year-old Herb King's Thundercliff tree on the spot. If he did not deal with it, there would be a lot of trouble. Xiaoqin chose to refine it on the spot, not giving the others a chance to do so. Chapter 2166. Beyond the herb field was a boundless sea of fog. This fog sea was said to be a land of fortuitous encounters in paradise. Someone had once discovered a divine crystal there. There were also people who obtained damaged divine armaments and secret treasures in the fog sea. There were even people who obtained damaged true god flames. As for Xiaoqin, he had no intention of continuing to search for opportunities in the sea of fog. Fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to find than herb fields. Furthermore, they were all broken pieces of weapons. To a sovereign personage, they were practically useless. In this era, it was already impossible to become a true god. Even if one had a divine artifact, they would not be able to use it. Most faux gods used soul tools. The so-called divine weapons were not even as valuable as a medial-grade soul tool. The research value of the divine weapon fragment was greater than its practical value. Of course, the fragments of the faux god flame counted separately. However, the chances of finding the faux god flame were even lower than finding the divine herb in the herb field. As Xiaoqin walked through the sea of fog, his spiritual sense and soul energy were greatly restricted. All he could see was a vast expanse of fog. His field of vision was less than 1,000 meters. On the ground, there was an ancient and dilapidated aura. There was a damaged Tao aura lingering about, making one think deeply. This place should have been one of the battlefields of the righteous and demonic Tao when the heaven realm shattered. Xiaoqin was rather satisfied with this ancient battlefield. It was a superb hiding place, and it couldn't be any better to use it to refine and absorb the Thundercliff tree. This is it. Xiaoqin randomly chose a barren mountain and confirmed that it was remote enough that no one would find it. He took out the 100,000-year-old king herb, the Thundercliff tree. Hua! On the light screen outside the trial tower, the image of Xiaoqin in the sea of fog was slightly blurry, but one could still make out a rough outline. Thundercliff tree. This is the 100,000-year-old king herb. There hasn't been a 100,000-year-old king herb in that herb field for many years. If it were any other 100,000-year-old herb king, it wouldn't have much value, but this Thundercliff tree is really incredible. Even if it's not a thunder elemental virtual god, it's great to use it to avoid the thunder tribulation. That's right. If we can directly comprehend the principle behind how it absorbs the lightning tribulation and transforms it into our own energy, that would be really powerful. The faux god realm powerhouses of the various factions became excited when they saw Xiaoqin take out the Thundercliff tree. Mu Zifeng thought for a while. If he really is Xiaoqin, I have to give him a proper warning after I come out. If he did not handle this 100,000-year-old herb king well, it would bring him endless trouble. What is he doing? At this moment, a faux god suddenly exclaimed softly. He wants to refine the Thundercliff tree. Is this kid crazy? Refining the Thundercliff tree with his meager cultivation base is a waste of God's gift. Seeing Xiaoqin refine this 100,000-year-old herb king by himself, the faux god powerhouses of the various factions showed somewhat unsightly expressions. Everyone held the thought that Xiaoqin would definitely bring the Thundercliff tree out. After all, a sovereign personage could not completely refine the Thundercliff tree. Forcibly refining it would result in a great waste. The best way was to bring it out and trade it with a faux god expert, exchanging it for a treasure suitable for oneself. However, no one expected Xiaoqin to directly give up on this fortuitous encounter in the fog sea. He quietly came to refine the Thundercliff tree. Many people did not expect such a scene, so they could only watch helplessly. Who exactly is this fellow? Does he know that refining the Thundercliff tree like this is a waste? someone muttered. Although they guessed that the other party was Xiao Qin, he was wrapped in bandages and a bedsheet, so they could not be sure. If they wanted to curse, they would know who to curse. While in the fog sea, Xiao Qin did not think too much. He continued to focus on refining the Thundercliff tree. He only knew that 10,000-year-old fiend kings were fine. Faux god experts would not care too much about them. However, as long as he left, the 100,000-year-old herb king would not be his. Xiao Qin did not have the ability to resist something that a faux god wanted. The Thundercliff tree was very useful to Xiao Qin. If he forcefully refined it, it would be a waste. Xiao Qin could not use it to exchange for other treasures. It was not worth it. After the cultivators who fled the herb field settled down, they started searching the fog sea. Compared to the herb field filled with fortuitous encounters, the fortuitous encounters in the fog sea were much more difficult to search for. However, it was a land of fortuitous encounters, after all. If one was lucky, one would gain something. This was especially so for the cultivators who could not find any spirit herbs in the herb field. They were in high spirits. After crossing this sea of fog, one would arrive at the final trial ground of paradise. There were not many chances left for them. The fog sea slowly turned lively. However, this excitement had nothing to do with Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin focused on refining the Thundercliff tree, absorbing the Thunder Great Tao energy within. Xiao Qin could clearly feel his Thunder Tao domain strengthening rapidly. Xiao Qin's veritable essence energy continuously condensed, and his cultivation became increasingly stable. In just one day, Xiao Qin felt that his cultivation was as dense as when he advanced to half-step sovereign emperor 100 years ago. Xiao Qin continuously absorbed and refined the 100,000-year-old medicinal energy of the Thundercliff tree. The Thunder Great Tao energy contained in the Thundercliff tree was simply too vast. Xiao Qin could only absorb less than 1% of it. The medicinal energy scattered in the surroundings, turning into lightning as it spread out. From a distance, it looked like a sea of lightning. Bit by bit, the medicinal energy sank into the ground, floated in the sky, or merged with the fog sea. It was indeed a waste. However, even with less than 1% of the medicinal energy, the benefits were too great for Xiao Qin. 7 days later, a loud rumble rang out, and the thunder might in Xiao Qin's body soared. The thunder might was as sharp as a sword as it soared into the clouds and tore through the fog sea. Xiao Qin suddenly opened his eyes, and an electric light flashed in them. The electric light in his eyes was like a saber flashing for a moment. Boom! Loud buzzing sounds came from Xiao Qin's body. His Thunder Tao domain broke through 2 layers in a row, directly reaching the 3rd layer. In a mere 7 days, Xiao Qin's Thunder Tao domain advanced from the 1st layer to the peak of the 3rd layer. Xiao Qin thought back to when Mu Yunzhu sat on the comprehension platform for a month to break through the bottleneck of his profound light Tao domain. Now, Xiao Qin broke through the bottleneck of 2 Tao domains, reaching the peak of the 3rd layer of the Thunder Tao domain. This was simply incredible. However, when he thought about how Xiao Qin absorbed a 100,000-year-old herb king Thundercliff tree, all of this seemed natural. Furthermore, this was just 1% of the herb king Thundercliff tree's medicinal energy. Fortunately, I forcefully absorbed it now. If I went out and traded it with another faux god expert, I would have suffered a great loss, no matter what treasure I obtained. A bright light flickered in Xiao Qin's eyes, revealing a strong sharpness that others did not dare to look at directly. As far as Xiao Qin knew, no one in the entire faux god world had broken through to the 2nd layer of the Tao domain. Even an outstanding talent like Mu Yunzhu's profound light Tao domain only reached the peak of the 2nd layer. Without a miracle, it would be impossible for Mu Yunzhu to break through to the 3rd layer without 10 years. Given this, Xiao Qin finally had a trump card to deal with the other false emperors, the 3rd layer Thunder Tao domain. However, the benefits that the Thundercliff tree brought to Xiao Qin were far from limited to just this. After Shaoqin completely refined the Thundercliff tree, his divine lightning eye advanced to peak consummation. Shaoqin vaguely sensed that he could use the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning that he obtained in the Kunlun realm. However, many foe gods were watching, so it was not good to try. Compared to the improvement of the Thunder Dao domain, that 10,000 tribulation divine lightning excited Shaoqin even more. Whoosh! The Thundercliff tree in Shaoqin's hand lost its medicinal energy and immediately turned into ashes, scattering with the wind. Only purple leaves that were as hard as divine metal remained. Every purple leaf contained tribulation lightning patterns. The patterns were twisted like naturally formed divine characters, looking very profound. After counting them, there were exactly 360 purple leaves. He felt that these purple leaves were very extraordinary. After observing them for a while, Shaoqin carefully put them away. His heart surged with excitement, and his entire body felt indescribably carefree. Shaoqin could not hide the excitement in his eyes. The opportunity of this Thundercliff tree was simply too startling. If that Gu Yuhan meets me again, there is no need for me to play tricks with him. In the end, Shaoqin had relied on his scheming to win against Gu Yuhan, allowing him to leave. Although Shaoqin acknowledged the other party's strength, he did not feel that he was much weaker than the other party. Back when Shaoqin recovered from his internal injuries, he had thought of fighting the other party again. After 7 days, I wonder if I still have a chance to explore the final trial land of paradise. After Shaoqin calmed his emotions, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes as he quickly traveled through the fog sea. Chapter 2167. As Shaoqin traveled through the boundless fog sea, he headed for Paradise's final experiential training ground. Paradise was vast and boundless. However, there was only one place where sovereign personages could seek fortuitous encounters. Naturally, the simplest place was a herb field. 10,000-year-old herb kings that even sovereign emperors could not easily obtain outside could be obtained by sovereign personages here. Shaoqin could even obtain a heaven-defying item like the 100,000-year-old herb king, the Thundercliff tree. The faintest place was the fog sea where Shaoqin currently was. This used to be an ancient battlefield. There were broken divine weapons and remnant divine flames. However, death chi spread everywhere, and the vast fog blocked soul energy and spiritual sense. Searching for divine weapon fragments in there was like searching for a needle in a haystack. No matter how strong one was, one could only gamble on boundless luck. Speaking of which, this fog sea was a rather fair land of fortuitous encounters. It did not matter whether one was strong or not. The final land of fortuitous encounters was the heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered, the world tree supported the central great realm and the heavenly realm. The heaven-bridging peak was the divine mountain where foe gods of the mundane world advanced to true God and headed to the heavenly realm. Unfortunately, the heavenly steps shattered, and the world tree broke in the Black Dragon King's charge. The heaven-bridging peak also broke into 3 segments, one segment for the central great realm, one segment for the great thousand realms, and one segment for the abyssal underworld. A divine mountain broke into 3 heaven-bridging peaks. From then on, there were no more true gods in the world. The heaven-bridging peak lost the miracle of comprehending the heavenly Tao, returning to the true state, and becoming a peak martial god. Even so, the heaven-bridging peak still had remnants of the heavenly Tao and the eternal supreme truths. The shock waves of the divine tribulation could be seen everywhere. To foe gods, comprehending the Tao and cultivating on this peak was no longer of much use. However, it held a fatal attraction for sovereign personages and sovereign emperors. They could instantly undergo a complete transformation when they comprehended the Tao. In the past, when Paradise opened, there were many such examples. Liu Benwei was the one who helped Shaoqin find out all the information about Paradise. Before Shaoqin prepared to head to Paradise, Liu Benwei had told him about it. As Shaoqin traveled through the fog sea, he continuously thought about the various wonders and mysteries of the heaven-bridging peak. I really missed that era. The world tree didn't fall, and the sky-piercing peak still stood. The peak of the Marshall Path was a place where everyone could fight to the death. Now that I'm at the false god realm, I'm at the pinnacle. Outsiders who don't know would think that I'm at the true god realm. I don't understand. Why is the Black Dragon King doing this? If the heavenly realm shatters and the true gods don't come out, what good will it do him? As his thoughts drifted, Xiaochen felt the sea of fog gradually weaken. Soon, his vision cleared up. Many disciples of the various superpowers stopped in front of them with grave expressions. It was unknown what kind of problem they had encountered. Xiaochen didn't show himself rashly. Instead, he observed his surroundings thoughtfully. As it turned out, he was still deep within the fog sea. He had not left the fog sea. However, in the center of this sea of fog was an unknown and vast abyss. No matter where one came from, they would arrive at the edge of this abyss. The abyss was a giant pit that reached the heavens. It was incomparably pitch black and contained a terrifying demonic energy. As Xiaochen stood at the edge of the abyss and looked down, his heart skipped a beat. After taking a few more glances, he quickly withdrew his gaze as if afraid that some monster would swallow him up. Above the abyss, there were a total of 9 mysterious pontoon bridges, all of them made from pieces of ancient green pine trees. They connected to 9 different directions. They looked like divine bridges that led to the heavens. At the same time, they looked like divine chains locking something terrifying. Xiaochen looked at the floating bridges. The 9 bridges in different directions gathered in the center and ended up in the primal chaos sky. At this moment, Xiaochen finally understood. The 9 bridges should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. Since there were 9 bridges, then any one of them should lead to the heaven-bridging peak. There should be many people gathered at the entrance of each bridge. Xiaochen wondered why these people gathered here did not step onto the bridges. I need to show myself. Otherwise, who knows how long I will have to wait. Whoosh! Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he leaped out of the fog sea, leaving behind a faint purple mark. When he reappeared, he was already dead. When he reappeared, he was already at the edge of the abyss. When he reappeared, he saw that the front of the floating bridges was empty, not leading to the abyss. If one wanted to go up, one could only cross the air and step onto the floating bridges hovering in the air. However, to the people here, crossing the air and traveling 5,000 kilometers in an instant was easy. Why did these people stop here with grave expressions, not daring to go forward? Xiaochen looked down and saw pitch-black deep abyss demonic chi. It was absolute darkness, so dark that it felt terrifying. Xiaochen felt fear for some reason. With just a few glances, he felt like his soul was being sucked in. So, that was the case. This abyss was strange. There was no way to cross it. If one wanted to go to the heaven-bridging peak, one could only take the bridge. Aside from that, there was no other way. Based on these people's cautious expressions, it was clear that someone had tried to cross it before. In the end, that person fell into the abyss, scaring everyone into not daring to go forward. Damn it! It looks like we can't cross this bridge anymore. Earlier, several people tried to cross and fell into the abyss. We can't even jump over. There is a terrifying suction in the empty space of the bridge. Even a half-step sovereign emperor would be pulled in. A few people complained in low voices, feeling extremely depressed. Indeed, it was as Xiaochen expected. Just at this moment, someone noticed Xiaochen. It was impossible not to notice him. No one dressed as attention-grabbing as Xiaochen. Xiaochen was wrapped in bandages and wrapped in a bedsheet. Anyone would take a few glances at him. Look! It's that strange person. It really is him. I heard that he was the one who snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king from the herb field. To think that he dares to show himself. Quickly, go and inform Senior Brother Mu. The people here were all disciples of the 5 super factions. Most of them had grudges with Shao Qin. When someone saw Shao Qin, he immediately wanted to go and inform Senior Brother Mu. However, someone immediately interrupted him and scolded, "You idiot. Don't be in a rush to inform him first. He might have a way to cross the bridge. Furthermore, those false emperors are all thinking about how to cross the bridge now. If we want to settle the score with him, that will be after this matter." Right. Let's see what he can do. Earlier, I went to the other bridges. None of the 9 bridges is easy to cross. After going around, everyone is blocked. Those false emperor outstanding talents are all thinking hard about countermeasures. Right. If we follow this bedsheet strange person, we might have a better chance. After all, he managed to snatch that 100,000-year-old herb king from the eyes of so many false emperors. He should not be simple. Shao Qin ignored the chatter and headed for the bridge's entrance. The others quickly gave way. As Shao Qin stood at the edge of the cliff, he looked at the winding bridge leading to the sky. It hung alone above the deep abyss, looking very mysterious. This sky-crossing bridge was at least 100,000 feet long, reaching into the clouds. However, the first few kilometers were completely empty. Shao Qin entered deep thought. Naturally, the simplest method was to leap up and step onto the floating bridge hovering in the air. However, it was clear that someone had already tried. That person had fallen into the deep abyss, probably dead. If every pontoon bridge is difficult to cross, then it shouldn't be a coincidence. Someone purposely tested me. Each of the 9 floating bridges tests something different. When Shao Qin heard people discussing that the other floating bridges were similarly difficult, he thought that this should be a test. If one wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak, one had to clear these tests first. Since that was the case, then there had to be a way to cross. Shao Qin rubbed his chin and entered deep thought. What is this floating bridge testing? Chapter 2168. At the same time, on the light screen outside the trial tower, the scenes of the 9 floating bridges appeared at the same time. Each floating bridge had a group of people in deep thought. The profound heaven holy lands Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan, the universe origin sects Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng, the Bushan palaces Xiahou Zun and Bai Yunfei, the hidden spirit temples Yuan Zhen, and the other false emperor heavenly bridge geniuses all stood before the floating bridges, thinking hard about countermeasures. Every floating bridge had its own problems. The wooden planks that formed the floating bridges continuously spun, preventing people from stepping on them. Sometimes, they appeared and disappeared, making it hard to choose. Sometimes, they were covered in frost and fire. Some looked fine, but when one stepped on them, one would lose their mind. 9 bridges, 9 tests. I wonder who will comprehend them first. The God-conferring platform on the heaven-bridging peak is not that easy to climb. The God-conferring platform, how unfortunate. If the God-conferring platform were still complete, we would not be trapped in the faux God realm. Indeed. Right now, the God-conferring platform is only of some help to sovereign emperors and sovereign personages. It is not of much help to us. It is useless to say all this now. Let's just look at what is in front of us. In my opinion, the first to solve the mystery will definitely be the hidden spirit temples Yuanjin. At the mention of the heaven-bridging peak, these faux gods could not help sighing. After a few words, they stopped talking about it. Solving the mystery of the heaven-bridging bridge is not too difficult for these false emperor outstanding talents. It is only a matter of time. Based on past practice, the hidden spirit temple's outstanding talents should be the first to solve it. This time should be no exception. Perhaps it will be that strange person. I think he noticed something with one glance. Humph. That fellow would rather waste more than 90% of the Thundercliff tree's medicinal energy than give it to us. At the very least, he will die in this 10,000 demon abyss. Just thinking about it makes me angry. At the mention of Shao Qin, the foe gods all felt some resentment. Among them, the profound Heaven Holy Lands Gu Fei felt the heaviest resentment. When he heard someone mention Shao Qin, he could not help cursing. First, Zhang Yushan, a profound Heaven Holy Land disciple, got beaten up by Shao Qin. Then, Shao Qin tricked the false emperor Gu Yuhan. If Zhang Yushan hadn't left and attacked Shao Qin wouldn't have been able to escape. Shao Qin would definitely be able to force Shao Qin to leave paradise. If Shao Qin left, there would be no more problems. That Thundercliff tree would definitely not fall into the hands of Shao Qin. Gu Fei, what do you mean? Initially, Mu Zifeng cursed like that just to vent his frustration. However, Mu Zifeng felt uncomfortable when he heard it. You are a foe god, after all. What logic is there in cursing my Heavenly Alliance disciples to die? Gu Fei came to his senses. He also felt that it was inappropriate for him to say such words given his status. However, since he had already said it, it was impossible for him to take it back. He could only stubbornly say, "What's wrong? He is just a strange person wrapped in a bedsheet. So what if I say a few words? Could he be a Heavenly Alliance disciple?" Although there were many doubtful points, most of the foe gods felt that the bedsheet monster should be Shao Qin. However, he was still wrapped in a bedsheet, and his entire body was covered in gauze, so no one could be sure. Mu Zifeng felt stifled when he heard that. He could not rebut Gu Fei's sophistry. Humph. Don't tell me that your Heavenly Alliance's people all have such a strange hobby. Do you like to run around in bed sheets? Ha! This old man really did not know. Otherwise, could it be that this bedsheet is also an illusion of the alloy battle armor? Seeing that Mu Zifeng could not rebut, Gu Fei decided to go all out. Gu Fei, don't go overboard. Everyone knows this very well. This person is very likely my Heavenly Alliance's Shao Qin. You cursed him to die in front of everyone. Can't I say a few words about you? Seeing Gu Fei going overboard, Yi Zifeng felt enraged. When the spectators saw the smell of gunpowder, they all revealed a trace of a smile, actually treating it as a good show to watch. What a joke. You say that he is your Heavenly Alliance's person, but what proof do you have? I can say that he is my profound Heaven Holy Lands disciple. I am teaching him a lesson. Do I need you to interrupt? Interesting. In that case, do you dare to make a bet with me? If he is not a Heavenly Alliance member, I will agree to one of your requests. Gu Fei smiled coldly in his heart. Naturally, he would not bet. He said indifferently, what is the point of this bet? If you want to bet, let's bet on who can ascend the God-conferring platform first. I bet that anyone can ascend the God-conferring platform first, but not your Heavenly Alliance's person. Of the 5 super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was slightly inferior in the first place. Be it the outstanding talents or accumulations, they were all weaker. Yi Zifeng did not hold much hope for paradise in the first place, so he was very open-minded about it. However, Gu Fei still cursed at Shao Qin even though he was mostly sure of Shao Qian's identity. Alright, I'll bet with you that my Heavenly Alliance's person will be the first to ascend the heaven-bridging peaks God-conferring platform. Mu Zifeng said sullenly as a cold look flashed on his handsome face. Ha 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 ha. Good. It's a deal, then. Everyone will be witnesses. Whoever loses will agree to one of the other party's requests. When Gu Fei heard that, he could not help laughing loudly. Originally, he wanted to humiliate Mu Zifeng. Who knew, Mu Zifeng actually agreed to this sure-win bet. Gu Fei could not help rejoicing. When the other foe god powerhouses heard that, they felt somewhat incredulous. They shook their heads slightly. No matter how they looked at it, Gu Fei's chances of winning were too high. Lord Mu. The expressions of the Heavenly Alliance elders changed slightly, wanting to dissuade Mu Zifeng. Mu Zifeng showed a sullen expression as he waved his hand and said, "I've already made up my mind. There's no need to say anything more." Yuanzhen is moving. The light screen showed Yuanzhen stepping onto the seemingly ordinary floating bridge, which was actually an illusion and bewitching. As everyone guessed, the hidden spirit temple's Yuanzhen stepped onto the floating bridge first. Lotuses appeared under Yuanzhen's feet, and a Buddhist light shone behind him. He held his right hand in front of his chest with his thumb on the second segment of his middle finger, forming a meditative hand seal. Then, he held a Buddhist treasure in his left hand. Yuanzhen appeared solemn and dignified. In the blink of an eye, he moved farther away. Yuanzhen walked more than 1 kilometer on the floating bridge without any obstruction. This immediately elicited startled cries. Soon after, Chu Feng, Fang Xiaobai, and the others stepped onto the floating bridge. Then, they climbed up the bridge and soared into the sky. On the other hand, Xiaoqin already tried many methods but still did not take a step forward. He probably failed. Lord Gu, Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu have already stepped onto the bridge. The light screen showed the 2 false emperor outstanding talents of the profound heaven Holy Land already stepping onto a floating bridge and ascending. Gu Fei looked around and saw that the bed-sheathed strange person still staring at the empty floating bridge, not moving at all. Gu Fei could not help smiling coldly, showing his disdain without words. Lord Mu, is that person wrapped in a bedsheet really Xiaoqin? A Heavenly Alliance elder could not help feeling suspicious when he saw the situation. After all, the other outstanding talents had already made their move, but Yuanzhen had not. Mu Zifeng said after some thought, "The floating bridge in front of him is somewhat different. Those who are too smart will not be able to figure it out. However, as long as one can figure it out, one will be able to catch up. There's no rush." At the cliff of the 10,000 demon abyss, as Xiaoqin looked at the floating bridge, he said after some thought, "I tried at least 100 methods and came up with more than 1,000 results in my mind. Logically speaking, I should have figured out the reason long ago." These words were not due to arrogance but the confidence in Xiaoqian's heart. Even people like Mu Yunzhu and Gu Yuhan had already stepped onto the floating bridge. Xiaoqin should not be unable to figure it out. Using his own talent and comprehension ability to compare with others, Xiaoqin started thinking in reverse, rejecting all his previous deductions. After a while, he came to a rough guess. So, that is the case. Inspiration flashed in Xiaoqian's mind. Then, he strode forward and arrived at the edge of the cliff. If he took another step forward, he would fall into the 10,000 demon abyss. There were 9 pontoon bridges, and each one had a different test. I thought of thousands of different deductions and variations. In reality, I was wrong from the start. The Great Tao is the simplest. This floating bridge tests only one word, courage. If not for seeing the others step onto the floating bridge, Xiaoqin might have needed much more time to break out of the trap of his thinking. However, the pride and confidence in the depths of his heart instantly woke Xiaoqin up, allowing him to break out of the limitations of his thinking. "Ah!" The people behind Xiaoqin exclaimed, startled. They saw Xiaoqin, who was at the edge of the cliff, take a step into the deep abyss. This was no different from suicide. Everyone's heart tightened, completely dumbfounded. However, the next scene was even more shocking. The expected scene of Xiaoqin falling into the deep abyss did not happen. Instead, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. It was like every step Xiaoqin took bloomed lotuses. With every step he took, an ancient tree appeared under his feet. Soon, before everyone's shocked gazes, Xiaoqin stepped onto the floating bridge that had been floating in the air. The brave are fearless and advance courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Chapter 2169. The courageous had no fear and charged forward courageously. The overcautious should not enter this bridge. Earlier, the disciples of the various large sects tried to leap up and reach the floating bridge 300 meters away. Without exception, they all died in the bottomless, absolute darkness of the 10,000 demon abyss. They probably all died. After that, no one dared to try again. They were all like Shao Qin, thinking hard about how to step onto the floating bridge 300 meters away. Unfortunately, they thought too much and ended up sinking into it. The more overcautious and cautious they were, the more they could not see through the principles behind it. The Great Tao was the simplest. After understanding it, it was just courage. Perhaps some people thought of it, or perhaps some people thought that they understood it. The principles behind it were all courage. However, they did not dare to step forward, not daring to take that step that might cause them to fall. Hence, they only thought about it and did not see through it. No matter how many thoughts there were, if one was not confident and did not put them into practice, it would be useless. Only Shao Qin was smart enough and confident enough. Why is it that the other outstanding talents have already stepped onto the floating bridge, but I have not? I, Shao Qin, have fought along the way. In this faux god world, have I ever suffered a loss against any outstanding talents? Since that is the case, it is not that I, Shao Qin, am stupid or that I, Shao Qin, do not have sufficient comprehension ability. No one was stupid, especially the outstanding talents that could come to the faux god world. What they truly lacked was not comprehension ability but confidence. Coincidentally, pride and ambition were rooted in Shao Chen's bones from the moment he stepped onto the martial Tao. They flowed in the depths of his blood, growing endlessly. Shao Chen had never lacked confidence. With every step he took, a piece of ancient wood would appear out of thin air. Not long after, he had officially stepped onto the floating bridge that was 1,000 feet away. Whoosh! The instant Shao Chen's feet landed, he felt as light as a feather. A hot-bloodedness to advance courageously burned in his body. The floating bridge under his feet was like wind, allowing him to move forward boldly. Whoosh! 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 The bedsheet fluttered like a cloak. Who dared to laugh at him? No one dared to. They only felt that this person had an indescribable pride and confidence. Even though his entire body was covered in bandages, it could not hide his sharpness. Damn it! I thought about it long ago. This floating bridge might be a test of courage. That's right. Actually, it is rather simple. You can't fly over, you can't use tricks, and you can't force your way over. This is clearly telling everyone that you can't be timid. Many people felt regret when they saw Shao Qin moving like the wind. It looked like he was about to catch up to the other outstanding talents. However, what was the point of regret? This kind of regret only meant that they still hadn't seen through it. Overcautious and indecisive, they shouldn't step onto this bridge. Shao Qin was already flying on the floating bridge, but the group of people behind him still stood at the edge of the cliff, hesitating. If we fall, we'll lose our lives. If we step on air, our lives will be over. Do we really want to gamble? Damn it! What if I am not as brave as Shao Qin? Shao Qin. Shao God Shao Qin Dragon Qin. While, but after seeing Shao and seeing, Shao, he. With, and. In the end, a miserable cry rang out. Gumu did not appear out of nowhere. Instead, he fell into the 10,000 demon abyss. This frightened the others into retreating quickly, their faces pale. If one is timid, one will not be able to cross this bridge. Only by being like Shao Qin, having a fearless heart, can one truly cross it. This group of people showed conflicted and unsightly expressions. Even though they understood the principle, not many dared to cross. Not to mention this group of people, Xiaochen walked on the floating bridge with a relaxed expression and light footsteps. The floating bridge meandered upward. It looked flat, but in reality, it climbed all the way to the primal chaos heavenly bridge. This was a heavenly bridge, a bridge that led to the heaven-bridging peak. In the scene outside the trial tower, the group of faux gods saw Xiaochen arrive first despite moving later. Unexpectedly, he silently took the lead. Even Yuan Zhen, who comprehended the primal chaos heavenly bridge first, was surpassed by Xiaochen. This could be seen clearly in the scene. Xiaochen had already taking the lead and charging into the sky. Damn, this kid actually got first place. Gu Fei was in disbelief. He read it again before cursing, F***K, it's really first place. However, this is only the first step. The Tongtian Peak is not that easy to climb. This brat has offended so many people. I don't believe he can hold on. Lord Mu, it's really as you expected. The Heavenly Alliance elder said excitedly. Mu Zifeng said indifferently, there's no rush. It is as that lunatic goose said. This is just the beginning. Finally, other people in the 10,000 demons abyss gathered their courage and stepped onto the floating bridges. However, with this delay, these people would definitely not be as fast as Xiaochen and the group of false emperor outstanding talents. Actually, from this, it could already be seen that the false emperor outstanding talents were indeed superior to the others. Those who could be called heavenly geniuses in the faux god realm were not weak. At this moment, Xiaochen felt a little strange. The floating bridge gradually rose into the sky. He felt like he could touch the sticky, primal chaos sky just by stretching out his hand. However, it also felt extremely distant, right before his eyes but untouchable. While it was strange, Xiaochen still continued forward until he reached the end of the bridge. A seven-colored whirlpool with overwhelming spiritual energy appeared at the end of the floating bridge. Without hesitation, Xiaochen strode forward and entered the whirlpool. Others could not see the whirlpool. They only felt that Xiaochen had reached the end of the floating bridge. Then, his figure entered the sky, never to be seen again. This is the scene before Xiaochen's eyes suddenly changed. The sky was gray, and the world around him was dark. A cold wind howled in this world. Corpses were buried in the desolate land. Dilapidated ships half buried in the ground and blood-stained war banners stretched as far as the eye could see. Broken skeletons were everywhere. Every skeleton gave off a startling aura, expressing boundless dissatisfaction. As the cold wind blew, the dissatisfaction, rage, and hatred all turned into roars. As the cold wind howled in the desolate land, it felt like they had existed for millions of years. Xiaochen turned solemn, showing a grave expression. Where did these skeletons come from? Why did the heaven-bridging peak give off overwhelming resentment and evil winds? A mountain peak stood not far away in front of Xiaochen. The mountain peak towered into the clouds. However, it seemed like another world was in the sea of clouds. The heaven-bridging peak. Needless to say, this was the heaven-bridging peak. A familiar yet unfamiliar feeling assaulted Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart skipped a beat. He immediately found it strange. It is normal for it to be unfamiliar. Why do I find it familiar? Just as Xiaochen was feeling confused, deep in thought, a dazzling Buddhist light burst forth from the dark world. A dazzling Buddhist light burst out of the dark world. The solemn and dignified Yuan Zhen, who had a benevolent expression on his face, quickly followed, appearing in this God-conferred world. Xiaochen, your attire is rather eye-catching. Although the people of my Buddhist sect do not care about the gazes of the secular world, there is no one as bold as you. Yuan Zhen said with a smile as he looked at Xiaochen. Xiaochen asked, you recognized me? That is natural. Others do not recognize you and cannot guess your identity. However, the Buddhist nature in your body cannot be hidden. No matter how much you change, you cannot escape my pair of wise eyes of the Buddhist sect. Yuanjun smiled faintly, appearing calm. Then, he casually looked at the surrounding skeletons. The smile on Yuanjun's face slowly faded as he sighed softly. The path to becoming a god is very bumpy. These countless skeletons are the faux god powerhouses who died on the god-conferring platform since the heaven-bridging peak was established. The god-conferring platform. That's right. The god-conferring platform is at the top of this heaven-bridging peak. In the past, before the heavenly realm shattered and the heaven-bridging peak broke, all the faux gods of the world had to go there. After going to the god-conferring platform and undergoing the divine tribulation, one could return to the true state and become an eternal true god. Unfortunately, this path is not easy to tread. Who knows how many skeletons have been buried and how many heroes have died in the past 1 million years. In the past, this heaven-bridging peak was even more difficult to tread than it is now. There are 3 calamities and 9 tribulations, 3 minor calamities, 3 major calamities, 9 minor tribulations, and 9 major tribulations. Not a single one is missing. Xiao Qin said after some thought, "You really know a lot. After speaking so much nonsense, do you not intend to ascend the god-conferring platform?" Yuanjun pressed his palms together, and a solemn look flashed in his eyes. Then, he said seriously, "There's no need. The heaven-bridging peak no longer has a divine nature, and the god-conferring platform is already broken. How can it truly become a god? It will just increase my cultivation a little and give me some comprehension. Before I came here, I already discovered that the skeletons here are all heroic spirits. Buddha is merciful. Although this little monk is weak, no matter how many I receive, it is all merit. You can go and climb this peak. We both have our own karma." Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. Looking at Yuanjun's solemn expression and his merciful appearance, others might really be fooled. However, Xiao Qin was familiar with Yuanjun's character. He retorted in disdain, "Speak properly. Stop pretending." Yuanjun felt somewhat embarrassed. He coughed a few times and said, "There must be a senior of my Buddhist sect among these countless skeletons. If I can find an ancient Sarira, it will be much more beneficial than climbing the god-conferring platform." Xiao Qin did not believe the words of this monk, not even a single punctuation. Since Yuanjun was willing to remain at the foot of the mountain, there was no need to care. Xiao Qin still wanted to climb the heaven-bridging peak and climb the god-conferring platform. Xiao Qin wanted to gamble on an opportunity on the god-conferring platform, an opportunity that Liu Benwei mentioned to him. Whoosh! 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 Just at this moment, Mu Yunzhu, Chu Feng, Gu Yuhan, and the other false emperor outstanding talents arrived one after another. These people glanced at Xiao Qin, and a murderous intent flashed in their eyes. However, no one said anything to him. After they appeared, they immediately looked at the heaven-bridging peak. Without saying anything, they quickly rushed over. Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. Without saying anything, he leaped up and climbed the heaven-bridging peak as well. Yuanjun's gaze landed on the countless skeletons. Then, he placed one hand on his chest and bowed. "Buddha is merciful." Excellent, excellent. Chapter 2170. Yuanjun recited his Buddhist name and started chanting scriptures in this burial ground. A lotus appeared under Yuanjun's feet, carrying him through the boundless corpses. Who knew if he was searching for something or if he was really speculating in stocks and accumulating beneficence? Regardless of what this person was thinking, the focus of Paradise's final trial would definitely be on that heaven-bridging peak. The false emperor outstanding talents of the various super factions all climbed the heaven-bridging peak, wanting to be the first to stand on the god-conferring platform. Without a doubt, whoever could truly occupy the god-conferring platform would be the greatest winner of Paradise. Whoosh! 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 The disciples of the Heavenly Alliance, Bushan Palace, the Universe Origin Sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the other super factions appeared one after another in the burial ground. Soon, they flew towards the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, the heaven-bridging peak was filled with people. Hundreds of outstanding talents of the 5 super factions gathered here, climbing to the summit. However, the ones truly at the front were Shao Qin and the other false emperor outstanding talents. These people were all chasing after them. The latecomers did not even get to see their backs. Everyone wanted to climb the God-conferring platform quickly, wanting to gain the chance to comprehend the Tao, soar their cultivation, and improve their strength. However, how could the heaven-bridging peak be so easy to climb? Although it no longer had any divine nature, the might and pressure from the remnant divine might was not something that a sovereign personage could easily resist. Occasionally, illusions of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared. These were not the 3 calamities and 9 disasters that foe gods had to experience, just illusions that existed in the river of time. However, to Shao Qin and the others, the heaven-bridging peak was still filled with danger. Even if Gu Yuhan and the others wanted to seek trouble for the strange person here, even if they knew that he snatched that 100,000-year-old herb king, they would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Shao Qin. For now, Gu Yuhan and the others would not be able to divert their attention to settle the score with Shao Qin. As Shao Qin walked between the peaks, he had an easier time than the others. His blue dragon divine body, which he had already awakened once, held an advantage here. Originally, Yuanjin cultivated the indestructible iron body. In terms of strength, his Arhat Dharma body was even stronger than Shao Qin's divine body. Unfortunately, for some reason, this monk did not want to climb the peak. Without Yuanjin, no one could surpass Shao Qin. Hundreds of people climbed the heaven-bridging peak. The various false emperor outstanding talents were far in the lead. Then, Shao Qin took the lead, leading the other false emperor outstanding talents. Outside the trial tower, the expression of the profound heaven holy land's Gu Fei already turned somewhat unsightly. Who would have thought that such a situation would happen to the bet that they were sure to win? Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "Lunatic Gu, it looks like I have some chance of winning this bet. I'm afraid it was too early for you to be complacent before." Gu Fei snorted, "Humph, the show has only just begun." If he could stand on the conferred God platform and ignite the divine flame, then he would have won. Just standing there and not getting any benefits at all before being blasted off was not something to be proud of. Besides, none of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters have appeared yet. Our lead doesn't count. Light flashed in Mu Zifeng's eyes as he said indifferently, "I know what you are thinking. However, let's wait and see who will have the last laugh. This weirdo really got first place." Indeed. If he had not spent some time talking to Yuanjin, he would probably have gone even further. Although he's in the lead now, he's not really in the lead. He's mainly relying on the advantage of his physical body. However, the later tribulations were not something that could be passed by relying on the advantage of one's physical body. At that time, the others will be able to display their advantages, and they might have a chance to overtake us. Yes, let's continue watching. This bet is really interesting. I thought I would definitely lose, but who would have thought that this strange person would actually come out and kill me? Although the group of faux god powerhouses did not like Shao Qin, they did not like him. However, in the depths of their hearts, they felt admiration for him for being able to get first place. Furthermore, the bridge of the brave that he walked was much more difficult than the bridges of the false emperor geniuses. The 3 calamities and 9 tribulations are here. Someone exclaimed softly. Then, on the light screen, countless flaming clouds gathered at the top of the heaven-bridging peak. In the next moment, the entire sky was filled with flames as if doomsday had arrived. It was the first of the 3 calamities and 9 calamities, doomsday fire. Of course, this was just an illusion that came from the flow of spacetime and not the true flaming doomsday. If it were real, not to mention a sovereign personage, even a faux god would find it hard to block it. The appearance of the doomsday fire was a test and an opportunity for many people. There was no need to say much about the test. In the face of the doomsday fire, no one dared to take it lightly. If Xiaoqin didn't handle it well, it would be a great opportunity to overtake him. Boom! Almost as soon as the fiery clouds appeared, the doomsday fire descended with a loud rumble. No one on the peak of Tongtian could avoid it. However, there was a difference in order of priority. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Xiaoqin. Xiaoqian's expression did not change. He was already prepared for this, and he quickly untied the bedsheets. Xiaoqin used the ice Dao domain to support the bedsheet. The bedsheet immediately turned snow-white like frost. When it covered the body, it instantly felt bone-chilling. Just enough to offset the terrifying power of the doomsday fire. The entire sky-piercing peak turned into a blazing mountain of flames in the doomsday fire. Many of the people who grasped the fire great Dao immediately showed cocky expressions. These people all spread out their fire Dao domains and instantly felt much more relaxed. They could even refine the doomsday fire. Not only did they not suffer any injuries, but they even benefited from it. Only an illusion would dare to refine it like this. If it were a real doomsday fire, even a faux god would not dare to take it lightly, much less refine it. Naturally, the people who did not grasp the fire great Dao naturally showed extremely unsightly expressions. Not to mention advancing, even holding on would be a problem. At this moment, the ones who felt the most pleased were naturally the Bushan Palace's Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. A flame mark burned on the two's foreheads. That was the mark of the universe origin true flame that had been passed down for 1,000,000 years. Compared to Xiaoqian's universe origin true flame, these two's universe origin true flame had more spirituality and charm. Xiaobai, use this opportunity to surpass that strange person in one go. If you are confident, help me delay him, Chu Feng said seriously as a sharp light flashed in his eyes. Chu Feng wanted to sacrifice Fang Xiaobai at the crucial moment to help himself. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court and held a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. Fang Xiaobai felt somewhat dissatisfied. However, the other party was a member of the royal court, someone with a higher status than him. There was no need to overthink it. If there's an opportunity, I'll make a move. The two seemed to have divine assistance in the flames. They immediately shook off the other false emperor's outstanding talents and frantically chased after Xiaoqin. These two guys have too much of an advantage now. I'm afraid they're going to surpass that weirdo. Bushan Palace's Xiahou Zun said somewhat gloomily as he watched Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai rush past him. Fang Xiaobai, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, "There's no rush. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters have just begun. It will not be that easy for the universe origin sect to have the last laugh. If the two of them were to fight with that weirdo, we would be the ones laughing. Yes, let's be careful. This is the first calamity, so let's focus on stability. Don't use your trump cards for now." Thud thud thud. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai ran wildly through the surging Armageddon calamity. However, they were shocked to discover that Xiaoqin was not much slower than them. What's going on? Chu Feng's expression could not help changing drastically. If they could not catch up to Xiaoqin, they would not have a chance when the second calamity arrived. Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief. He was not confident of fighting with this strange person in this flaming mountain. If they were not careful, they might fall off the heaven-bridging peak. World-exterminating lightning calamity. While the two were stunned, the Armageddon fire scattered, and the second calamity, the world-exterminating lightning calamity, quickly descended. Suddenly, thousands of purple lightning bolts descended outside the heaven-bridging peak. From the outside, this heaven-bridging peak looked resplendent and dazzling. The entire peak bathed in the lightning tribulation, giving off a dazzling purple light. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the lightning bolts descended, the frost on the snow-white bedsheet covering Xiao Qin scattered, looking like white snow falling off. He silently spread out his peak third-layer Thunder Dao domain. To Xiao Qin, dealing with this world-exterminating lightning calamity was even easier than dealing with a fire. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai had just blocked the lightning bolts. When they looked up, they could not even see Xiao Qian's back. They did not know how far they had been left behind. Just at this moment, flute music rang out. It was Gu Yuhan holding the flute. When he played it, he could actually control lightning. Not only did the lightning fail to stop him, but it even aided him, allowing him to ascend the heaven-bridging peak. Soon, Gu Yuhan saw Xiao Qian's figure, and the murderous intent in his eyes immediately turned cold. When Gu Yuhan thought about the scene of Xiao Qin fooling him in the herb field, he could not suppress the murderous intent in his heart. Why is this fellow not moving? However, Gu Yuhan found it strange that Xiao Qin, who had been moving very fast, suddenly stopped, appearing to be in a daze. At this moment, Xiao Qin felt shocked as he looked at the heaven-bridging peak bathed in lightning and dazzling purple light. He finally understood why the heaven-bridging peak felt both familiar and strange at first glance. This sense of familiarity came from the Azure Mountain with a broken dragon head in the desolate sea. Chapter 2171. When he first saw the sky-piercing peak, he felt a sense of familiarity and unfamiliarity. At that time, he felt puzzled. However, when Yuanjun appeared and got interrupted, Xiao Qin did not overthink. Now that he was climbing higher and higher, that familiar feeling was getting stronger and stronger. It was only when the entire mountain was illuminated by lightning that Xiao Qin remembered the blue dragon's old haunt, the green mountain that had lost its dragon head. As he thought about it, Xiao Qin was instantly stunned. Could it be that the Green Mountain was one of the broken sky-reaching peaks? But, although the sky-piercing peak in front of him was incomparably frightening, it was still a heavenly tribulation. However, its divinity clearly remained, and its spirituality was still present. It was majestic and magnificent, causing others to feel deep veneration and not dare to profane it. However, the headless Blue Dragon Mountain in the Blue Dragon Haunt was a demonic mountain, a mountain that almost made him become a demon. For a moment, Xiao Qin was shocked. He was trying to figure out what was going on. That day, when he climbed the mountain, he instantly fell into a demonic trance. Today, when he ascended the conferred God platform, would the same thing happen again? If he were to fall into the demonic path in front of everyone, it would be disastrous. He really did not know what the consequences would be. While he was distracted, Xiao Qin fell into deep thought and hesitated. Buzz! Suddenly, the sound of a flute rang in his ears. Boundless killing intent assaulted him, and Xiao Qin was jolted awake. The bedsheet condensed into a saber, and he turned around and slashed. This slash happened to merge with the Taoist rhyme of the apocalyptic lightning tribulation. Although Xiao Qin was in a daze, in reality, his Thunder Dao domain had been spreading out. Without needing to get distracted, he could merge with the heaven-bridging peak's lightning calamity. Boom! This slash happened to strike at the same time as the Doomsday Lightning disaster. Taking advantage of the timing and location, this slash was ridiculously powerful. Gu Yuhan's face sank. He had no choice but to stop playing the flute as his figure weaved through the electric light. In the blink of an eye, strands of energy condensed from divine energy shot out. So. With a flick of his finger, he shot out a total of 9 rays of light, destroying all the descending purple lightning. However, the saber light containing the purple lightning did not scatter. Gu Yuhan had to move back. On this heaven-bridging peak, I have the advantage of favorable timing and favorable location. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. The remnant divine might in the heaven-bridging peak was oppressive. It was fine if one did not advance, but once one retreated, the pressure would increase explosively. Gu Yuhan showed an unsightly expression as the divine might pushed him back repeatedly. At the same time, he had to dodge the world annihilation lightning calamity. In an instant, his nimble figure turned into a sorry figure. Rumble. A few dangerous bolts of tribulation lightning forced Gu Yuhan to roll around on the mountain peak before he managed to dodge them by a hair's breadth. Ha ha ha. Brother Gu's movement technique is excellent. To think that you, the bona fide profound heaven holy land's outstanding talent, practiced the lazy donkey rolls so skillfully. Gu Yuhan stood up and looked. Unexpectedly, he landed beside the Universe Origin sect's Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai. The one who sneered was the Universe Origin sect's Chu Feng, who looked at him with a smile. Courting death. Gu Yuhan had a cold and aloof personality. Without saying anything, he leaped up and charged at Chu Feng. Fang Xiaobai and Chu Feng felt stunned. Unexpectedly, this person had such a decisive character. With just one teasing, he wanted to kill. This was the heaven-bridging peak. However, the two did not fear it. No matter how strong this Gu Yuhan was, he would only be sending himself to death. Senior brother, don't be impatient. Just at this moment, Mu Yunzhu appeared and quickly stopped Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan still showed some respect to his fellow sect member. He turned around and withdrew his killing move. Chu Feng and Fang Xiaobai heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although they were not afraid of fighting, Chu Feng was not afraid. Although they were not afraid of fighting, if they really fought, the two would not be able to continue climbing the heaven-bridging peak. Senior brother, the person wrapped in bandages is Xiao Qin. Mu Yunzhu said as he looked at Gu Yuhan. What? Fang Xiaobai exclaimed in disbelief, his expression changing drastically when he heard that. If it is not him, who else could it be? A cold laugh rang out. It was Bai Yunfei rushing over with Xiahou Zun beside him. Bai Yunfei growled, "You're all a bunch of idiots. Think about the Void God realm. Aside from Xiao Qin, who else possesses the dragon race bloodline, is skilled with the saber, and grasps the Thunder Great Tao and the Ice Great Tao? However, didn't he fail to form a perfect divine seal and suffer a backlash? Furthermore, why is Xiao Qin dressed so strangely, coming out wrapped in a bedsheet?" Mu Yunzhu said, "Brother Bai and I discussed this earlier. Previously, he did not make a move much. Furthermore, he dressed strangely. Furthermore, even if we suspected him, we would not have expected him to be Xiao Qin. However, after thinking about it carefully, among the faux God world disciples, aside from Xiao Qin, no one matches his identity. Actually, they should have thought of this long ago. However, Xiao Qin's current attire was simply too strange. Furthermore, they had already received news that Xiao Qin failed to form a divine seal, so they did not think about it. Now that they came to their senses, the more they thought about it, the more they felt that it was Xiao Qin. Damn it! Had I known that it was him, I would have taken his life in the herb field. To think that this fellow dares to appear. Fang Xiaobai cursed, unable to hide his rage. Bai Yunfei looked at the heaven-bridging peak and said, "If that baldy Yuanjin did not come, no one will have an advantage over him on this heaven-bridging peak. He already obtained two of the advantages of the right time, the right place, and the right people. He will probably monopolize the benefits of this God-conferring platform." "What do you mean?" Bai Yunfei replied indifferently, "Although there are conflicts and gaps between us, we clearly only have one common enemy. If we do not work together and fight on our own, we will not be able to catch up. If we work together, given our strength, there is no need to fear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters." The group remained silent. Working together meant splitting the benefits of the God-conferring platform equally. However, everyone here wanted to monopolize it. Otherwise, they would be able to benefit as well. That way, they would not be able to widen the gap between them. However, the higher Xiao Chen went, the indistinct his back was no longer visible. If they did not work together, they would only benefit him. Senior brother, what do you think? Mu Yunzhu sent a voice projection as he looked at Gu Yuhan. Gu Yuhan sent a voice projection back, we cannot trust these people. This is especially so for that Chu Feng and Bai Yunfei. These two are very scheming. We can work with them, but we have to hold back ourselves. When the time comes, we will act according to the situation. If there is an opportunity, you and I will monopolize the God-conferring platform. Senior brother's thoughts are about the same as mine. Chu Feng is still fine. However, that Bai Yunfei experienced two calamities along the way. However, he did not use any trump cards. He is especially terrifying. After the voice projection ended, Mu Yunzhu said, Senior brother and I have finished discussing this. The heaven-bridging peak has only cleared 2 of the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. If we do not work together, we will not be able to catch up to Xiao Qin. I agree as well. A meaningful look flashed in Chu Fang's eyes as he smiled faintly. Good. In that case, let's work together to clear the 3 calamities and 9 disasters. Hence, this group of people with ulterior motives and plans decided to work together to deal with Xiao Qin. Outside the trial tower, the group of faux god powerhouses exchanged glances, showing somewhat unnatural expressions. Mu Zifeng guffawed, ahaha. Interesting. This seems to be the first time the disciples of the Universe Origin sect, the Profound Heaven Holy Land, and the Bushan Palace worked together to deal with my Heavenly Alliance since it was established. Compared to the other super factions, the Heavenly Alliance was weaker in the first place, ranked at the bottom. If the disciples of the other super factions worked together, even if they lost this bet, the Heavenly Alliance's reputation would not be affected at all. Instead, it would boost the Heavenly Alliance's reputation. At that time, it would be a Heavenly Alliance disciple fighting 3 super factions alone. Useless thing. Gu Fei felt somewhat embarrassed, so he could not help cursing in his heart. However, he did not show it. He smiled coldly and said, "What are you feeling cocky for? Let's see if you can still smile when this Xiao Qin falls to his death on the heaven-bridging peak." Mu Zifeng knew that Gu Fei was feeling righteous, so he did not mind. He smiled and said, "Haha. You are overthinking. If he is really a member of my Heavenly Alliance, he will have the alloy battle armor protecting him. Even if he falls off this heaven-bridging peak, he will not die. You should worry about the 2 disciples of your Profound Heaven Holy Land. If they fall, I wonder if the ancient Profound Heaven sword can save them." Humph. Gu Fei snorted coldly and did not say anything more. Before this bet ended, he had already lost most of it. Even if he won in the end, it would be pointless. The 6 false emperor outstanding talents on the heaven-bridging peak each had their own merits. When they worked together, they were truly unstoppable. The 3 calamities and 9 disasters appeared one after another, but they could not stop this group's progress. They immediately left the people behind far behind. Xiao Chen. 4 hours later, the 6 eyes lit up. They finally saw Xiao Chen's figure. The 6 immediately felt excited, unable to hide the excitement in their eyes. After him. If we put in more effort, we will be able to catch up to him in less than 1 hour. At this moment, the 6 were less than 3 kilometers away from the God-conferring platform. When Xiao Chen sensed the surging auras behind him, he turned his head back to look, and a strange look appeared in his eyes. To think that the 6 false emperor outstanding talents were working together. Xiao Chen, if you stop here, we can write off the grudge between us. That dog of a son, Xiao Chen, why are you still not revealing your true form? Do you think you can fool us by pretending to be crazy? Quickly stop. Otherwise, you will fall on this God-conferring platform today. The 6 below felt excited. However, they also felt somewhat anxious and worried, as they were not far from the God-conferring platform. They figured it out. Xiao Chen was not surprised. If this group of outstanding talents still could not figure out his identity at this time, they would be stupid enough to eat shit. He is not moving anymore. This fellow is frightened. When we catch up to him later, everyone will attack together and destroy him. Damn it. Previously, when he worked with that bald monk in the ice-fire wasteland, he fooled us badly. Seeing that Xiao Chen suddenly stopped moving in front, the 6 expressions immediately became excited, and their auras soared. Only Gu Yuhan felt somewhat confused. Earlier, Xiao Chen had been like this as well, hesitating to move forward. However, when Xiao Chen turned around and chopped down, Gu Yuhan fell. Gu Yuhan, who thought that his sneak attack would succeed, ended up suffering greatly. Junior brother, be careful. There is something strange about this fellow. He is definitely not frightened. Gu Yuhan did not remind Gu Yuhan. The 4 beside him sent voice projections to Mu Yunju. Feeling suspicious, Mu Yunju replied, yes. Given my understanding of him, he should not be like this. But why did he stop like this? Just wait and see. If he is really stupid, don't give up on the opportunity to make a move. Whoosh! 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 The 6 attacked again, all of them moving faster. Clearly, they had held back when they worked together earlier. Xiao Chen was getting closer and closer to the God-conferring platform. However, Xiao Chen did not reveal any of his trump cards. The 6 knew this but kept it a secret. They only increased their speed, not willing to fall behind. To go up or not. If Xiao Chen went up, he would be able to reach the God-conferring platform in 3 steps if he burst out with his full power. If he did not, he would turn around and leave, avoiding these 6. His life would not be in danger. Xiao Chen had gained a lot in paradise, so there was no need to find it too unfortunate. He did not need to reach the God-conferring platform and search for an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, the scene of him falling into a berserk Dao at the summit of the Azure Mountain appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. This made the usually decisive Xiao Chen hesitate. If Xiao Chen reached the God-conferring platform and fell into a berserk Dao as well, even Mu Zifeng would not be able to protect him. Difficult. This path is difficult as ascending to the sky. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 6 false emperor outstanding talents closed in. There was not much time left for Xiao Chen.